mansions. They're older. It's a wealthier part of Detroit. And I was at an estate sale at one of the homes. It was an older home. It had steel frame windows, it looked like steel, like regular iron, 1/8 inch steel, whatever. And there were just plate glass windows, right? It wasn't the double pane windows. They were the original windows. And anyway, there was about 100 people at this sale. The house was like three stories and then a basement. Anyway, 100 people coming and going in the middle of winter. It's cold as hell. And the house it's warm at every level. The air is not super dry. Like normally when you have forced hot air, it's super dry. It was all done with radiators, and it was coming from the district steam from the city. They're heating the house and using radiators, and the house was so comfortably heated. I'm like, and I just figured it out now afterwards. I'm like, oh shit, they had this tech back then, because I was literally in one of those houses. I'm wondering, how are they keeping this house comfortable? I had to take my coat off because it was warm in there, but it wasn't. I'm like, how is it not like super dry? Because the air, I got like a normal natural gas forced air heater, and in the wintertime my skin gets dry. It gets dry, my nose gets dry. You're right, because the humidity gets stripped out of the air when you're using forced hot air. But on a radiator system, it doesn't do that. You don't lose all the humidity and have problems like that. But this ancient house, it was heated comfortably on every level, and it was just they're getting it from that steam system too, the districts. And that's how there was a really cool video about how they heat the Empire State Building, and I think it's all like free energy. They're dipping into like geothermal, just like they have in Iceland. We have it under our cities as well, and they charge us for it. You can buy the steam from the city. I forget what the one they call it in New York. Like I think it's called Con Ed, like Edison or whatever, but that's who they buy their steam from. And I'm not sure what it's.
It doesn't make sense, does it, when you've got a huge mansion and they've just got one fireplace downstairs, and that one fireplace is supposed to heat the entire mansion. These old fireplaces, I don't think they were putting logs on them and setting fire to them. They functioned in another way, I think.
For sure, because there's no soot. There's no soot even on the fireplace or the mantle or anything. You look in the fire chamber where it's at. It's like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. You wouldn't have oil paintings over, like nice, valuable oil paintings directly over the fireplace because the heat rises. You wouldn't do that. And they're too shallow to have a fire. Front to back, they're not deep enough. There's so many problems with it. And like you said, it's too small to heat the whole house. It's not efficient. But they also had radiators. They're cast iron radiators through there. So they're pumping liquid through the radiators. And that's how the Empire State Building is heated. And it's only using 2.5 pounds of steam from it. And the guy who was...
Yeah, I don't need a shower.
I don't know, it's a troll. We get trolls sometimes. He was saying that by the time you crack the valve in the basement, it only takes like 1 or 2 seconds for it to reach the top floor of the steam, even at such a low pressure. And there's enough excess heating capacity that you could leave the windows open on the building and still heat it. And that's what I witnessed. Like I was at that estate sale. I'm like, how are they keeping this house warm with these shitty windows, these single pane shitty windows in this old leaky house? I know the walls are not insulated, but he said you can't have a house too tight. Like if you had the double pane windows and you insulated everything, the system won't work. Like the Empire State, it needs leakage for it to work properly.
So it's got to be, I think they call it geothermal, and they're doing that now where you'll dig down and you're getting the heat from the earth and bringing that up into the house. But that's a relatively new thing. But they must have been doing that back in the day then.
Yes. And these buildings are older than they're telling us. If you look at the depictions when you go in the lobby of the Empire State Building, there's a mural, and it looks like it's radiating electricity from the tower or something. It shows like lightning bolts or energy coming from it somehow. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but also the quality of the workmanship. And they're saying in an era, if you look at some of these older buildings, like in Washington, D.C., they're like, oh, yeah, George Washington built this and whatever. And I'm like, oh, he did? And you look at the quality of the marble, it's like you got polished marble floors. How are you doing that with a hammer and chisel? Like cutting marble or granite, especially granite. Granite is hell on a diamond blade. you will kill diamond blades cutting granite countertops or whatever. That shit is rough on the blades, and that's a diamond. How are they cutting it with no power tools before it? Like, obviously it exists. They cut it somehow, but how? How was that done in a time of horse and cart and no electricity and no motorized tools and no diamond blades? Like, how are they cutting this shit so perfectly? It is fit, perfect, seamless, no gaps. You know what I mean? Mosaic type things. How are they cutting that shit so tight? And no one asks those questions. You look at it, because I do construction, and for me, I couldn't even comprehend trying to do that. I'm like, how the hell would I do that? Like today, with all the advantages we have in power tools, how would I do that? I couldn't. Like, I'm building with Legos compared to how they build. And
can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, is this really Music Guru in here? The Music Guru?
The very same.
It's him.
What's up, bro?
It's indeed him.
I love your music, bro.
Oh, thanks, bro. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you for stepping in here. I didn't know you came into the 24/7.
Yeah, I used to come a couple of years ago, and for whatever reason, it just sort of fell off my radar, really. And then only just a few weeks ago, someone mentioned Discord. I was on an interview of someone said, "Oh, you're not on Discord anymore." I was like, "Oh shit, I forgot about Discord." I downloaded the app again, and I remembered my login details, and I've been popping back from time to time. It's cool. I like the vibe in here. I've been made very welcome. I really like it here.
Hey, I make flat Earth music too, bro. You're like one of my first inspirations.
Ah, beautiful. Have you got anything online?
Yeah, I'll direct message you and send it to you.
Sweet. Have you done any sort of music video as well to it, or is it just audio?
I have like a couple of them. I made them all like in the studio. Mostly just flat Earth rap songs.
Nice, mate. Nice. We need more of that. There's not enough conscious music. Certainly not enough flat Earth music out there. We need way more of it. But really effective, man. It's very, very effective. You know, one lyric or one chorus can change someone's paradigm, man. Music is the irony is I've been doing music all my life, but I've only just seen the power of it in the last 6 years. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, guys, same here for me. I really appreciate to have a music guru here. So I just sent him direct message that I really appreciate his music and very happy to see him here and have him here. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, me too. Can you hear me? Yeah. Alex, man, it's really good to hear. Good to hear.
You were there that whole time, Helio. Holy shit! You didn't say
No. I've been doing other shit, you know. But I restarted the stream and everything, you know. But hey, I'm gonna play my latest cover if you guys want to, not cover, a parody if you want to call it that. I think I played it earlier. I'm not sure if Alex heard it though. It's pretty short, but it's funny though. I like it.
Let's have a listen to it, man.
All right, cool.
Talk to Alex. Alex, I like your performance about talking about revolution. It's awesome.
Oh, the Tracy Chapman cover. Thanks. Yeah, that was 2014. That's nearly 10 years ago I did that. Wow, fucking hell.
That one's so awesome, though, man. I really love that one. That was really good.
Helio one time put it here, and we were listening. That piece here, that was great.
I was listening to it.
Here's my latest one. It's only a couple minutes long.
Hit it.
Someone told me long ago that the earth is not a globe. No, it's CGI from NASA. When they claim to go to space, we all know the world's a stage. I know that water is always level. the curvature of the earth. Yesterday when I was blind, I believed in the filthy lies, the Big Bang and macroevolution. Now I've left that all behind. It's intelligent design. I know it's a geocentric creation. I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? The curvature of the earth. I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? I wanna know, have you ever seen the curve? The curvature of the earth.
That's awesome, man. Have you got the raw vocal for that?
The raw vocals,
Yeah.
I could pull it off of. I made it on Audacity. It's just the karaoke
All right.
track.
Well, if you want me to sprinkle some magic on it, give me the raw vocal, and because it's a little bit, no offense, it's a little bit pitchy in places, and there's a little bit of timing off, but I can make it sound fucking, a lot better than that if you want me to.
No, I could actually do it better too. I mean, it's not my favorite version. Yeah, but yeah, sure. Yeah, but, well, I can send you the. Do you want the Audacity track?
No, not if you just send me, like, if you just bounce out your vocal only, like the raw WAV file with no effects on it, no compression, nothing. And when I put it into my Logic, I'll add a bit of compression, a bit of reverb, I'll do a bit of tuning, so it sounds a little bit more, because there's some places where the volume dips down a little bit and it comes in a bit loud. I'll just sprinkle a bit of magic on it and make it sound better.
No, that was kind of a willy nilly thing for me, and I could actually do it good too. I just threw that out there. It's just a weekend thing that I did. That's what my raw voice sounds like. For the most part.
That's good. It's not bad at all, man. It's not bad at all.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't need it to necessarily be improved or it's just like I know. I mean, I was just showing you, the song of it, and the lyrics are written by Ron. I don't know if he's still in here. Wolfgang Flat. Yeah, he's still in there. He wrote the lyrics, and I was just like, hey, that sounds really cool, and we collaborated on that. It was just something we threw together. He sent me a link to the karaoke track, and I just threw that shit together.
Yeah, no, it's cool, man. Yeah, the problem is that I've got these ears that are a blessing and a curse, and I'm a bit of a perfectionist. So as soon as I hear one little note that's off, I'm like, oh, I really want to fix that. It's just like it's a bit of an obsession for me.
Hey, yeah, me too. And as a matter of fact, when he heard that, like I have another version of it that's a little cleaner, where it's not.
I've got it on the video.
I can sing it several different ways, because I'm a vocalist. I've been a vocalist for a long time.
I was thinking in the style of John Fogerty, like the original singer, more of a just like a really relaxed, you know what I mean, like a really mellow, just a mellow flow. That's kind of the tempo of that music,
Yeah, that's cool.
I thought you did well. It was a little more metal. One there was.
Yeah, no, I was gonna do it again. I haven't done it yet, Ron. So either way.
Hey, Helio,
Yeah.
will you play Flatney Dangerfield?
Uh, you're gonna have to send the link if you want.
I'll put it in the live stream. I know you like that song.
I do. I think it's funny. It's good stuff.
I'm just going to head out for a bit because I need some weed, so I'll be back in a bit.
See you. What was that cognac? There was a good cognac you need to try, Helio. It's gonna give you less of a hangover. Yeah. Not necessarily top shelf.
Talking about?
No, man. The music guru said he has some good cognac hookup at least in Spain, but maybe we can get it here. It's like half the price of like the name brand like Hennessy and like the more expensive brands. And then maybe like your buzz, you would still get a good buzz without
I don't think I used to drink there was a cognac I used to drink. It wasn't Hennessy. It was
Crevassier, maybe.
Yeah, it was Cavassier. Yeah, that one's really good, man. But it's really sweet though. It's just like,
is it?
Yeah,
maybe you should get a dry one. A dry cognac.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't drink much, so.
Oh, well.
When I do, I don't like to have a hangover. When I do infrequently drink, the hangover is the worst part. Getting a nice buzz, I like that. But I could do without. You know, when I do get a hangover is when I drink like bourbon. If I drink bourbon, anything that's aged in an oak barrel gives me more than the clear liquor like rum or vodka doesn't necessarily have the same hangover as a dark liquor.
That's true. I mean, there is a different type of feeling, the day after, whether it's vodka or whiskey or tequila.
Whiskey's a little rougher to deal with, like,
there's a lot of sugar in whiskey. I mean, some people think there's not a lot of sugar in vodka, but there is. I mean, it
all is, dude. All alcohol has a ton of sugar, like straight liquor.
Most of it's made from corn. So I mean, it's just how you cook it, distill it.
Potatoes, like vodka is made from potatoes.
No, it's not all vodka is made from potatoes.
Well, if you want legit vodka, is made from potatoes. Like the regions that grow like legit vodka, it's like we talked earlier. Champagne is grown in the Champagne region, and to call your stuff cognac, it has to be from that region of France where they grow the cognac grape.
Yeah.
You can't get in like bourbon. Like if you want bourbon,
it has to come from Kentucky,
and it has to be a one-time use barrel. You can't reuse the barrel. So they send it over to I think Scotland, and then they use it for their whiskey. They use the used barrel because I don't necessarily like the dark charcoal flavor. It like all the wood tannins and stuff. That's where a lot of the hangover comes from. Is the stuff coming
like
from
that?
inside?
A lot of people like that. The high-end Scotch, which it's super bitter, like Scotch.
Is it? Yeah. I don't necessarily like.
So, but I like the Kentucky bourbon.
Me too. I like Jim Beam. I like Jim Beam bourbon.
I don't like Jim Beam. Well, I like Jim Beam. I mean, as far as bourbon goes, I'm going Wild Turkey, man. That's where
I haven't tried that. I tried Maker's Mark.
That's the best one, man.
Maker's Mark is good. It almost is like Crown Royal. I like.
Crown is freaking Canadian whiskey.
I know, but I still like it. It ain't bourbon, but I still like it. As far as it's not as hard on my. I don't get as much of a headache. It's easier. It goes down easier. Crown is kind of smooth.
It's like it just has a different feel,
different flavor too.
Yeah, like the Canadian whiskeys are a little bit different because like Seagram's, even Seagram's 7, which that's Canadian too. That one right there, that one's a pretty smooth whiskey.
It's easy to take a shot. Like some of it's like gut wrenching. Like I don't like Jack Daniels. That to me, you know what happened? I got sick on it once and I vomited. And
well, a lot of times, if you get sick on something,
I don't want it no more.
Like some people just like that swear by Southern Comfort or whatever. That is the worst. Southern Comfort.
It's too sweet.
Worst freaking.
Yeah. No, thank you.
No, how could anybody ever drink Southern Comfort?
Now, see, the Crown is not that sweet. Crown Royal's not that sweet. It's it's good too. Bourbon.
No. Crown's okay. I'm just saying.
Crown is good.
I mean, a lot of the Canadian whiskeys I can drink those, but I mean, like Southern Comfort, it's just like there's something weird about it. It's just
that's like cough medicine, dude. That's like NyQuil.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's just so gross.
It's like syrupy. Yeah.
They have that shit on sale at the liquor store I go to for $1, like a little bottle of it. And I was like, I'm not even though it's $1, I don't even want to drink that shit.
No, thank you. Well, that's why it's $1. It's like no one's buying this shit. Here, just take it. It's $1. What dollar don't buy you
like, shit? Even if you meet somebody that's like, hell yeah, I'm Southern Comfort all the way, and it's just like, well, I don't want to be your friend.
You're from the South. And you don't want Southern Comfort. So it's like, that should tell you something right there. If you can't sell that shit in the South, you ain't going to sell it.
Why does that shit still even exist?
Someone's drinking it.
So gross, man. Southern Comfort is the worst shit ever created. So we're going to play... We're going to play Latter-day Saints song, Flatney Dangerfield. You remember this one? This is a good one. What's up?
I want to say that we have to go back. Helio.
Yeah.
We have to go back to FE. Even though I'm having a lot of fun listening to you guys talking about this, we have to go back to FE, okay?
Yeah, okay, this is Flatney.
Bring the video.
Flatney Dangerfield.
Flatney Dangerfield.
This is a Flat Earth song.
When I was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food. I mean, I don't get no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. I see you over there staring at me like Karen B. Why don't you come on over here before I get up and flat smack you? The very first time I saw you, it was snowing. Standing in line to get tested for COVID. Before you know it, Jackie May started to grow on me. Ever expanding, the more she would blow on me. Gave her HIV and she gave her COVID to me. Took away my breath, now I won't even breathe. Swear I'll never ever look at another girl again, unless the girl happens to be a girlfriend. Caught in a whirlwind of cartoon violence, like my boy Soul 7. I'm hard to silence, but her scarlet eyelids melt my heart away. Now it's hard to say how long we've been together. When's our anniversary? I don't know whenever. She happens to be clever and start reminding me. Put my blinders on or she'll be blinding me. All the times that we got in crazy ass fights, I beat Flat Nasty's ass. Yeah, you may be right, I get no respect. And all the ladies be like, they call me Flatney, mother loving Dangerfield. You can track me but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby, I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stained the steel. I'm losing my mind like an acidator. Ask James from modern day, I'm a masturbator. And I'm a crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris. And I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole on the Baby Truth show with a Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole? I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassing me. They call me flat knee, mother loving Dangerfield. You haven't heard the way he raps? Yeah, it's strange for real. Pittsburgh stole my mind to use my brain for steel. Call it Coriolis going down the drain for real. All the pain I feel inside of my noggin, Lithuanian baby, and it made me froggy. They say I'm crazy as piss. The astronauts drink, I'm attacking my shrink wrapped in foil psychology. Jackie May never knows she owes me an apology. I pour my soul into this song, baby, it's all of me. They call me flat knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. This ain't no Halo, I don't play no games for real. I hope none of our blood done stain the steel. They call me flat knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. Really, really real. It's really, really for real. Super real. I'm out. Super duper real. I'm out.
It's really, really for real.
Right. Have a safe flight.
Super duper real.
I tell you, Johnny, I told you it's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs. I'll tell you that.
It's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs, I'll tell you that much.
That's so true.
That's funny. I like that Flatter Day, man. That's good stuff.
I miss those days.
Dude, I've been watching this. Nah, I'm not going to say it. I plead the fifth. Pleading the fifth. So we were moving toward conversation with someone in here. That person being not me, right? I can facilitate.
I had a conversation with somebody the other day.
Yeah, tell us about it.
It was about everybody in the nation were in Converse. So it was a conversation.
It was a Converse nation. It's like, this is why everybody wearing Converse.
Right.
Is this a Converse nation?
The Chuck Taylor nation.
Hey, have you seen that movie Air? I think it's on it's about Michael Jordan's family, how they got the contract to start Air Jordan. It's a pretty cool movie, man. You got to watch it. It's pretty good. It's called Air. I think it's on Amazon. And it's like freaking, who are these fucking guys? Boston, not the Boston. Are they Boston guys? The Ben Affleck and who's the other guy with Ben Affleck that I have to look it up. Shit. Ben Affleck, he plays the corporate guy, CEO of the company and shit. Google already knows what I'm talking about as soon as I type AI.
Helio, you're the only one watching TV and movies and shit. Like, I think everybody else moved on.
No. I'm moving with you guys and everybody else. So
I'm just
y'all
saying,
pay attention to me as I'm moving with you. So
watching Sylvester Stallone and his Tulsa, like watching like propaganda flicks I guess you need some entertainment, but I mean, I don't know people who still are into it, except for you.
Bitch, y'all motherfuckers are some of my entertainment too. I fucking love you guys.
Oh, I know that. I know that.
So I mean, it's not like, but I also consider you. I mean, as you know, as personal. I mean, some of this is personal because I actually get to talk to you. I can't talk to these Hollywood bitches and these assholes that I watch on, or listen to audiobooks and shit like that. But you guys, I can talk to. I can actually call you, and we can talk together. We don't have to worry about that. So you can make fun of me for saying you watch too much TV.
I don't know where.
And that's probably right. You're probably.
How do you
right.
even find time? Because you're between work and here. I don't know that there's any time left for anything. I mean, you spend a lot of hours here and at work. Well, I don't know where you get time to watch movies.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but I do. I couldn't tell you, but I do.
You watch them when you sleep, maybe. I don't know.
No,
but you don't sleep either.
This air film that I was talking about it's about Michael Jordan, but they never show the character that plays him in this film. It's Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, and they used to make films, back, in the day or whatever. And this one's really good. It really kind of shows how, Mike's parents, gained the contract through the different companies or whatever to create Air Jordan, and so it's pretty cool. Yeah,
Dude, I heard Scottie Pippen was talking some trash about Jordan, saying he's not that good and he wouldn't have won championships without me, which is probably true. Like Pippen was a huge weapon, right? Like the Bulls with just one player, like just Jordan without Pippen, I don't think he could carry the whole team on his shoulders. Like Pippen was no slouch. But I think it's kind of sour grapes.
You know where Scottie Pippen was from?
Arkansas. Was he from Arkansas?
Yeah. The college I went to, from UCA.
Really?
Yep.
I'll tell you what, he was on his own. He was an all-star. He was in the Detroit Pistons. They kicked their butt. I mean, back in the day, the Pistons and the Bulls would go.
No, but I'm going to call bullshit on Scottie Pippen. Jordan was going to do what he was going to do the entire time. But not to say that Pippen didn't have his fucking shit.
Well, wait a minute, though. If let's say they didn't have the points and rebounds and assists that Pippen gave during the game, if they just had a mediocre player, there's a lot of games he didn't win by very much. So you have a second all-star player like Pippen. That's essential to win some of those close games.
Yeah, of course, man. I mean, everyone on all sides. Nobody wins a game without support,
There was this guy, I watched a basketball game, an NBA Finals game, and there was a tall white guy from Serbia. And they call him the Joker. His name's like Jokic or something, Nikolai Jokic. And this dude is phenomenal. He's like 7 feet tall, and he could hit 3-pointers. He's got like this touch, like you would see this really light touch.
Like Shaq is just like
Shaq throws bricks, dude. He throws bricks. This guy has a
I'm just talking about like when he's downtown, he's just like,
dude. He's got such a finesse for a big man. He's got this finesse. He's just the way he dribbles. He passes the ball. He's definitely the MVP. This guy's no joke. He's like Serbian, and I guess they have a lot of tall people from Serbia. Because there's another one with the same last name as him, and he's also really tall. But he's not just tall; he's got skill.
I think a lot of people are missed in in these major basketball leagues or whatever.
I'm just saying it was entertaining to watch the game. It wasn't very close. Their team actually the Nuggets actually blew out the Miami Heat, but it was like all due to this big man.
Do you watch a lot of basketball?
This is the first game I've watched in years. That's what I'm saying. I watched it. I'm like, damn, that was actually entertaining. And I don't like to watch sports because it's all bred in circuses, but I enjoyed like 2 hours of a sporting event. That's all. It was unusual
No,
to see.
dude, I like it when it's fun. It's like
It was the skill.
I live in Fayetteville now. I mean, I've lived in Arkansas all my life, so I'm in the Hogs. Go Hogs,
Razorbacks.
right? Yeah, the Razorbacks, man. So,
I watched them almost all.
You watch Arkansas games?
No, Arkansas. I'm saying NBA. I've watched almost fucking all playoffs.
oh, really? Cool.
So you know him. You know this guy, the center, Nikola.
Of course.
So are you Serbian?
Well, I'm Croatian, but I could be Serbian also because half of me is Serbian.
Croatian. Tony Kukoc is from Croatia. Yeah, that region has a lot of basketball players in the NBA.
I will tell you the names if you want. Tony Kukoc was in Chicago Bulls. Vlade Divac was in Los Angeles Lakers. Dino Raja from Croatia, I don't remember now. Dražen Petrovic in New Orleans Nets in that time, I think, or something.
Yeah.
They have good basketball players in that region. They can. I mean, like this guy, Nikola Jokic. Whatever. This guy is kicking everyone's ass. Like for a big man to have that finesse where he could shoot jump shots is you don't see tall men that shoot a jump shot like that. It's very rare.
Because Yugoslavia in the time was, I don't know, 3 or 4 times the champions world.
And he's winning. He's winning championships in the U.S. and he's taking on the best players with ease. It's like, holy shit, this guy is no joke.
Yeah,
it was entertaining.
He made, I think, 3 in the playoff. He made the record now of triple doubles.
Yeah, assists, rebounds. And that's another thing. A lot of big men don't pass the ball, but he can pass the ball at the right time when someone's open, and he passes very accurate. And it's skill, man.
People on social media saying that it's also somehow politics because he should to win the 3rd time the MVP, and because it's white, because he's from Serbia, blah blah blah. They are saying he could not win the 3rd time because even if he did that, he could be better than Durant and LeBron James.
If you watch the game, the points speak for themselves. He's making the baskets. Like the ball don't go in by itself. He's making the shots. He's making perfect passes, rebounds.
Not only shots, the man has the fucking. He knows every time he has the solution to give somebody the ball. It's fucking. He has the eyes everywhere. I don't know.
He knows when to pass it and when to score it himself.
Yeah, it's just the magic moves,
But he's not a ball hog. He's not a ball hog. He's getting over 10 assists, meaning like Jordan would take it. He wanted those points for himself. He don't give a shit about assists. You know what I mean? That's what Pippen was saying. He's not a team player. He was a ball hog.
Go to YouTube and type the assistance of Jokic, and you will be like, oh my god, well this guy behind the house back is not watching. You need to see how many balls he passed and in which way. That was so incredible.
He passed accurately too, like passing the basketball, like a bounce pass or whatever. It still needs to be really accurate, almost like making a basket. You got to be precise with your pass, or it's going to get stolen. It'll get picked off. Your timing.
Ball, like in volleyball, with one hand.
Or even it's got to be dead nuts. Like if your pass is sloppy, you're going to get picked off, and it's and you can't telegraph it. You can't let someone know you're going to pass it. You got to do it when they're not expecting it. Boom, and then they get an easy score. You know what I mean? Your teammates. That's what. Yeah. It's a team sport. I mean, you can win with a guy who's like kind of a ball hog. You can still win, but it doesn't include all the rest of the teammates, which this did. And when they were playing the Lakers, it was a score fest. How many points they ran up? Holy shit, that was a high score game with the Lakers versus the Nuggets.
But for me, this time Nuggets, their first time in the final, and they're playing like a team. It's not only Jokic, Do you have all other players? They're really the Nuggets playing really like a team. They have also other players. They're also really good,
Right, right. But I was just impressed that a big man would have such a nice touch. I'm used to like Shaq. Shaq would just dunk it. He was all power, but
Yeah.
he would miss a lot of small, like short jump shots because he was so overbuilt, like really muscular, and those kind of guys don't have finesse. Like to shoot a ball, you have to have some finesse, and he was just too bulky, where he didn't have a nice touch.
Jesus.
All right.
Even LeBron misses a lot of free throws. It's he's not as smooth.
Well, I can name it now. For example, for sure, 10 players. But for me, it's like a Michael Jordan at the time.
Yeah, I mean he earned it. It's no one's getting free MVPs. He's earning it. Like
Yeah.
if you watch the games, it's like no, this dude earned it. It's like I haven't seen that kind of level for a long time, and it's like, bam. How old is he? He seems kind of young too. He's not. I don't think
he's. I think 25. I think I'm not sure.
25. Wow.
And he's great. He's simple. He has no any. How to say? He has no Twitter like other players. He's not connected with social media. He likes to make something with horses. He was working there. He's a simple guy.
Modest. Yeah, he's very modest. He doesn't like to brag or take too much credit.
Yeah.
That's what I like a humble athlete. That's you know what, my team we won and we came. You know what I mean. We played hard, whatever. He doesn't take all the credit.
Yeah.
That's strange. All these players. I guess because it's like they're like big in America. Like they made it from the European League to America, which the NBA, which was difficult to transition that.
Yeah.
I think there was another player like Rick Smits. I don't know if they called him the Dunking Dutchman, but I don't know if he was actually like a Dutch citizen that moved here to play.
I don't know for him.
Actually, what's his name? Kobe Bryant was born in Italy. So I know we consider him an American player, but there's not a whole lot. I mean, the ones you named, they came over. Like Tony Kukoc played with Jordan. I remember Vlade Divac. He was another tall guy, very tall, like 7 foot. Are there lots of tall people there in Serbia, Croatia area? Is that normal?
Yeah. You have that one in Dallas was playing that one like he looks like a monster.
In what sport? With Dallas?
In Dallas Mavericks, he were playing. I don't know if you still. I forget the name, but it was tall Serbian, very ugly tall Serbian.
Very tall. Let me think.
I forget it. I think last year he played. Even now, maybe he's the part.
I don't think Dirk Nowitzki was. He was on the Mavericks, and he think he was tall, but I thought he was German.
No. It's this one. Actually, I will find for you.
He was good too. Dirk was he was a tall man with a good shot. So was Larry Bird. Larry Bird was like almost. He was like 6'9", and he could shoot.
A bonus man from I forget it in the time Litva or what was, I don't know. Was the guy who played in NBA also, and he was like a 6 foot, I don't know what, and shooting for 3 very good.
Yeah, the Eastern European players they kick some butt at basketball.
It's called Boban Marjanovic.
What is his name?
Boban Marjanovic for Dallas.
Okay.
He were playing.
I'm not. Yeah, that probably wasn't watching because I quit watching sports for a long time, and I just randomly watched this last game. I was watching when they played the Lakers a couple games. I'm like, holy shit, man! The Lakers are going to lose, man. They were getting their butt kicked. It was like a shootout. They were just scoring, and each side was scoring, but LeBron was missing his free throws and things like that, and they lost.
Yeah.
They got outplayed. And then the Miami Heat don't even look like they should be. They shouldn't have made it this far. They're getting blown out. It's like, this is not even close. They don't match up well. Like, they're like way outmatched. They should have been someone else playing in the finals.
I will post pictures. Like he's on the beach with some girl of that. This is the guy.
You know why I was watching it? Because Steph Curry, he's got the touch. He can hit threes all day. He was the one that said the moon landing never happened. It was fake. And someone else said the earth is flat, another NBA player. Was it Kyrie Irving said it's flat? I
think so, yeah.
Yeah, so these guys are getting it mainstream. They're putting it out there. A guy of that caliber, like Steph Curry, if he would come out as a flat earther, like he was going to lose his endorsements, and they made him wear the moon shoes to humiliate him. It's like, oh no, the moon landing's fake. And then someone from NASA is like, yeah, you see that $50 million shoe contract? You better wear these and then retract what you just said, or that shoe contract's going away. Whatever. I don't know how they blackmailed him or whatever, but maybe even worse. Maybe a worse threat. I don't know.
That guy is 7'4".
Holy shit! Oh.
And did you hear for Novak Djokovic?
There's two guys named Jokic. I think one is on the Heat, and the other 7-footer.
No. This one is the tennis player.
Tennis player.
Yeah.
He refused to do the secret sauce.
Yeah. But I will post one picture and look what he drew one time. I don't know where is that, but wait, it's connected to the flat earth.
Oh yeah, this guy looks like Frankenstein.
Yeah. Just a second.
7'4". Yeah, he's a giant.
Look at this.
Oh, he's holding something. Let me see what he's got. On UN. So. Oh, there you go. He's got the AE map, but he's got it like a cone shaped thing underneath it. But yeah, how about that?
Yeah, but he's saying act of kindness. World is a level playing field.
This is our guy right here. This is the guy.
Yeah. Yep.
That explains why he didn't want the secret sauce. He's like, you know what? I don't care if you guys won't let me play tennis. You can go pound sand. Like, I'm not doing it. Good on him.
Yeah. And you need to understand, he is number one in tennis. He cannot go on mainstream and say, like we can do,
Well, we can't even say it. We can't even say it here because there's a certain subject we can't touch because it's a hot button.
Or look what happened with Irving when he said it. You had a story, you had a drama, and after that, they made it that he didn't mean like that or something or blah blah blah. But on the end, he even said he didn't want after that to speak like anything else. He said, "I want," he didn't put more after that. He will not speak in public anymore about that. That's one.
Yeah, like the certain person that I dropped this meme, the certain person's name who we can't say.
Yeah. Because they will attack you, media. You cannot say some bullshit like that. That that's what.
But there is someone talking about it. Robert Kennedy Jr. is talking about it openly, and he's like, "Well, just tell me where I've got it wrong." He's like, "I've done all the research. Prove to me where I've got it wrong." And nobody can do that. Nobody could disprove what he's saying. And there's been other people like even Robert De Niro made a movie. Not that I like him. I don't like him at all. I think he's a dirtbag. But even a broke clock is right twice a day. He's right about that. The comedian Jim Carrey and what's her name? There's that woman. Forget her name. What? Jenny McCarthy. That's his wife. And I think they were both comedians. I know Jim Carrey's a comedian, but I think she was as well. And they have an autistic son, and they were like pointing out the reasons, like we can't talk about, but they were outspoken.
Yeah. Look what happened with Jim Carrey also. On the end, he somehow, people will look at him like a lunatic or whatever. Well,
he's a comedian, so he can get away with a lot because he makes jokes for a living. So comedians
get away. But his last going out of some interview or something, pointing out or something like Illuminati, whatever you want to, but he was pointing out something,
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh my God.
Well, his movie, the movie The Truman Show, is like a representation of flat Earth. Like he's leaving the realm, right? At the end, he goes through the water and he's leaving the realm. He realizes he's in this controlled environment. He's like, I'm out. And I think that's like, if there was a way out of here, let's say there was I heard people talk about the Iron Republic. If there was such a thing, all of the productive people they would bail out and say, you know what? F this, I'm out of here. This place is so effed up and controlled by a bunch of sick people. I don't want to be here. There's a better place on the other side of the whatever. That's all speculation. But if there was such a place and all of the smart people left, they would only have the dumb people to control. The dumb people they can't really accomplish their goals with because they're not productive enough. You know what I mean? You'd be left with all the least productive people.
Owen Benjamin, it's an example also.
Oh, right. He got shit on big time. He's a comedian as well. Yeah, he speaks a lot of truth. And he was really against flat Earth at first. He came out with the moon landing being fake, but he didn't want anything to do with flat Earth. He said, nope, I'm not. Like, we went on his live stream because I saw him live stream. I'm like, guys, he's live streaming. And we went over there, like on the old server, like about 20 of us. We went there in his live stream and we were like truth trolling, and he's banning. You're banned for life. You're banned for life. He's just banning people for talking about flat Earth.
But I remember I was watching, but he was starting to question also, and that was great because everything was so alive, and because their show was with other people speaking, and then he's starting first to play on piano. It was great, and then he started to ask questions. I want to understand this. I want to understand that. And then he came on his own on flat Earth. Nobody pushed him.
He connected the dots. Yeah, it was a combined effort. All of us that went there, we all dropped little truth bombs, the little breadcrumbs, or the little puzzle pieces, and he started putting them together. He's like, oh shit, these guys are not trolling me. They're onto something. And I think Dave Weiss was sending him super chats. Here, come talk with me. Come talk. He's sending big super chats, and Owen likes his money. So as long as if you send a comment with a super chat, he don't ban you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember the time David Weiss and Gerard, and they wanted to get him.
That was big because he was pulling 3,000 and 4,000 people watching his live stream. Those are big audiences.
He has about 50,000 a day now.
What?
Yeah, combined. Because he's on so many different platforms now. he does multi-streaming, and he's often talking about, every day he's talking to a sports auditorium, from 30 to 50,000 people a day he's talking to.
Wow. Well, they let him back on Twitter, right? Because when that switched hands, they unbanned him. He was banned on Twitter. I think Instagram as well, but I don't know if he's back there.
They banned him on Rockfin as well, but he's back on Rockfin now. I think he's back on Twitter, yeah. But yeah, he's a flat earther. I mean, he's not, wearing the flat earth t-shirt and going, I'm a flat earther, I'm a flat earther. He's more approaching it like the globe is bullshit. I'm a globe skeptic. There's no way we live on a globe kind of thing.
Well, actually, no, he went to the Flat Earth Conference and all of the people who follow him, they know he is. They watch him every day. He's been a flat earther for a couple of years now. So they know. Maybe he doesn't preach it like we do here. He's not living it day in and day out. He likes to joke about other things, and not all jokes, sometimes mostly he shows his homestead where he has animals and he grows crops and builds things. That's what I want. I want a freaking homestead. I want to get out of the city.
Oh, there's nothing like it, man. We're on our third year now. We call it homesteading, but we're just really growing vegetables on a more professional scale. Now, it's not gardening, but we've got no livestock or anything, and it's the third. We've got no chickens or anything, but we're growing a bunch of stuff, and this is the third year we've been doing it. And we made so many mistakes in the first 2 years, but this year, since I put the irrigation system in, oh my God, everything, it looks like a fucking jungle around here. There's so much stuff growing. It's really given me a second wind to be out there in the garden and do more stuff. I'd much rather be out there than in front of the studio, in front of a screen for 8 hours a day. It's something about having your feet on the ground in the soil and you're getting all shitty and mucky and that. There's nothing like it.
I was growing some plants. I got some tomato plants, basil, peppers. But my cherry tomatoes, all the leaves, something happened. I had them on my windowsill, and they grew, I don't know, like maybe a foot above the cup, the little solo plastic cup. And something from the window, they're touching the glass, it got like a powdery mildew or something on the leaves where the leaves were getting destroyed. They're dying, they're crumbling up, they're turning like black spots and dying. And now I got the plants, a couple of them have like no leaves left at all, just like little pieces of leaf. And it's like, I don't know if they'll revive if I put them outside. I'm going to still try to get them to regrow. Do you have any way that like if I trim the tops, you think they'll regenerate? Do you have any ideas?
Did you say tomato plants, did you say?
Yeah, they're cherry tomato plants. I got different strains. I have like 3 or 4 varieties.
Shelley, let me ask my wife. She's great at this. So, guy on Discord here is getting some mildew on his tomato plant leaves. He's growing them indoors, though. But you chop the heads off of yours, don't you? No. Right. Oh, any leaves that touch the ground, you got to cut off. Right.
Oh, I haven't planned it.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, probably putting them out. Is it warm enough to put them outdoors yet?
Yep. We just hit over 90 degrees the other day.
Oh, they should be outside. They should be outside and thin them. How big are they?
It's about a foot above the cup. They're in a plastic.
Yeah, that should be outside. That should be outside in the soil, man. That's probably where it needs the oxygen. It needs the sun. It shouldn't be indoors, I don't think.
Well, that's what I mean. I was incubating them because I don't have a garden prep for it. Like my brother has the garden in his backyard. He's got the soil all prepped. I just got to get him over there. I haven't.
Right.
He's not too far from me, so I'm going to have to get him in the ground today because they're starting to get root bound in those small cups.
Yeah, so you don't have a terrace or anything like that, or a balcony?
No, I could put them outside, but they'd just be in a planter, like in a pot. I wanted to get them in the soil because every time you transplant them, it stresses out the plant a little bit.
Yeah.
And there's still, even the stalk is still green and it's got a little bit of leaf on it, but maybe only 10% of the original leaf is there. It's looking really grim for at least a few of the plants. I'm going to put them out there anyway and see. I don't know if like topping them, if you top them off, if they'd regrow. Because we used to do that. We top our
there is a way that you can manipulate tomatoes where you cut it at a certain point, at a certain node. My wife will know, but then you can get double the the crop. You can grow more tomatoes that way. But you'll be surprised. They'll probably bounce back. I don't know how resilient tomatoes are, but they'll probably bounce back as soon as you get them in a nice big pot and some good compost and some air.
Yeah, he's got the soil for it. Like, he's got all good topsoil in the yard. I brought it there like last year with my pickup truck, so he's got good fertile soil. And the tomatoes in his yard actually grew very well, and so did the peppers. We had peppers. There's not too much we can grow. I tried to grow watermelons, but they didn't sprout.
It's good as well to use rainwater if they're inside, to feed them with rainwater rather than tap water.
Yeah, what I do, I take the lid off and I let the chlorine come out because it's chlorinated water. So I leave it in a container with the cap off, and it should evaporate out if you leave it out overnight. The chlorine and also I know there's all kind of shit bad in the tap water, but I don't have the rainwater at hand. I have to give them something. At least when they're in this state, when they're just tiny little things. But I'm gonna get them out in the soil today. It's probably a good time to get them out in the soil. I'm gonna take off, guys. I'll hit you back later tonight, maybe. Nice talking to you, music guru.
Yeah, and you, man, and you. Yeah, I'll see you again soon. It's my time to duck out as well. My in-laws are about to turn up, so shit's about to go down.
Well, enjoy the company. You don't get them often.
No, we don't. They're good people, but it's just no. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I'm only joking because there's a stigma with in-laws. They're really good people. They're not, awake to this stuff. And he's had a bunch of jabs, and he had a stroke and all of that sort of stuff. So trying to get through to people of that age is difficult. So it can be a little frustrating. But I keep dropping seeds, and some of them germinate, and he's not too old to wake up, in my opinion. I'm just determined to get him on board. He would never go towards flat earth or anything like that, but at least I want to get him to the point where he knows that injecting your body with poison is a bad idea.
You know what? It may not be. My brother took it as well. My brother, who I'm going to his house, I have two brothers. One is the Globetard. That's the guy I'm going to plant the plants in his yard. He's totally oblivious to any type of conspiracy. And my younger brother gets it. My younger brother lives with me. And but there's something, this chelation. It's an oral chelation you could take, and that is something to detoxify yourself from the heavy metals. And you take that with the distilled water, and you can pull a lot of those toxins out, and that might be okay for your in-laws if they need to try and heal themselves from any heavy metals they've ingested.
Yeah, my wife's always trying to get him on this sort of protocol or that protocol, but the guy's still taking statins and shit to thin his blood. So we keep trying. We'll keep trying. But anyway, yeah, man, it was nice to talk to you, and I'll see you the next time.
Same. All right, enjoy.
Ciao, man. Ciao.
Later, Helio.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses, when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is warped. And space itself is pushing you down into your chair. And that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Going to stop the conversation there, but so Andrew, you have VC verified and link embedded roles. So you've obviously been in here before. What's your take on where we live? Before we get into a different conversation.
Well, yeah, we can continue this. Obviously, the conversation we were having.
Yep.
So, yeah, with what I do in my life, the globe Earth gives me very good predictions for everything. So
okay,
that's what
are they, predictions or postdictions?
So they're, in many cases,
what
they
predictions?
Yeah.
What predictions are you getting?
So, for instance, if I see like an asteroid fly by, and you give me like
an asteroid, you see an asteroid fly by.
Yeah. So if you see something fly by and you give me like position velocity, I can predict when it's going to come by in like many years' time.
I thought asteroids are like honking huge. That like meteors are like smaller. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah. What? How are you? So you've got asteroids in the sky. You're predicting asteroids in the sky. What? Why are you looking at...
So maybe I'll be more careful. So yeah, so there's the experimental observation that you see a thing in the sky, right? We don't know what it is.
Experimental observation? Can you explain experimental observation?
So that's just something that anyone can see and observe with tools.
So an observation, not an experimental observation.
I would say observations are experiments. Yeah.
No. Do you know the scientific method for an experiment?
So my philosophical stance on this is that
that's not a philosophical question.
Okay, so what is your definition? We'll work with it.
Oh no, I asked you.
Okay, no, I think what Timbo was trying to get at is the specific question is: do you know the steps to the scientific method? Can you state those steps?
Okay, so scientific method, I think, as people are going to generally use it, is you come up with a hypothesis based on some theory. You make a prediction.
No.
You set up an experiment.
You need an observation.
You make an observation of that thing.
Yeah, observation is first.
Yeah, that's the first thing. You observe a natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then you come up with a hypothesis.
And then you start doing your tests, your experiments.
And then you manipulate the variables.
Mm-hmm.
you manipulate the variables, and then you come up with a testable theory. So a theory is tested over and over again, and then you have a scientific theory.
Okay, so this was actually what I was going to say originally, but so my stance on this is that the only true thing you can ever hold is the observation, right? Every theory you come to explain any of these things is always just a guess, right? And
well, let's go back to what you were talking about, because you were talking about observing things in the sky,
right?
So, and you said experimental observation. So it's just getting at what the word experiment meant.
Yeah.
So you can't really use that word for that thing that you're doing, because you can't manipulate anything to know if your experimental observations are correct.
Yeah, cause and effect is what science is figuring out the causes to effects.
Right. So when I say experimental observation, I'm meaning this. There's this branch of like science philosophy that is just the only true thing you
that's
ever
philosophy.
have is the observation.
There is no science.
It's not science.
There is no science philosophy.
There is. Yeah. No, it's a field.
No.
There is no science philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, there is.
No,
so you can say no and I can say yes, but of course, right? You have to define what you want science to be, right?
No.
Define pseudoscience.
No. Science is science, and it's been defined. That's why we have
but
a scientific method.
Andrew,
that's why we have a scientific method, because you have to follow the scientific method to do science.
Okay,
if
but
you don't
so
follow
my
the
question
scientific
to you,
method, the definition is pseudoscience.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, but go ahead, I suppose.
Okay, so you have a definition of science, the scientific method, right?
No, there is a definition of science from. Why do you think we have definitions?
Yeah, that's
it's so that people don't get mistaken on what the definition is.
So my question is, who defined the scientific method?
The people who created the scientific method.
Okay, so it's a pointless
and the people
definition.
Who follow it. Why?
So
what if you're not following a method to get an outcome, then you're not doing anything, because everything's flawed.
Right.
Because what you're trying to do is get a cause and effect. Yeah, you're trying to come up with a theory on what is causing the effect, what the cause and effect of the observation that you're making, the natural observation. So if you can't manipulate the variables to test whether it is this thing that is the cause, then you're not doing science. So you're going to go into, we're looking into space and we're looking at, you call it a rock going through space. That's not science.
Okay, so here, let me.
You agree?
Let me write one more thing down so I don't miss everything.
Do you agree that that's not science?
Okay, so
do you agree that's not science?
I'm not sure what you're saying now. I'm just going to go back a couple of points, if that's okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so you were saying is that we want to get a cause and effect. That I agree with. No? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, my words were a bit minced, but I've only just woken up, so yeah.
That's all good. I'm on the same boat. It's a rainy Saturday here, so I can't go for my normal run, so I feel a little sluggish.
Yeah, we got a nice sunny Sunday, so get out. I'll get out and about today.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
So you were saying is that we want to determine some kind of cause and effect, right? If you want to rephrase this, I'll rewrite it right now.
No, that's all right. We're looking. So you're looking for a cause of the natural phenomenon, yeah?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Natural. Okay. So, and I agree that natural phenomenon.
This is not my opinion either. If you want to look up, because I can hear you typing things in. If you want to look up the scientific method, if you want to look up the scientific method, then it's not. I didn't make this up.
No, I'm not saying that, right? But okay, so what you've said so far and what I agree with is that we want to ultimately determine cause and effects of things, and those things we want to determine are natural phenomenon. So when you say natural phenomenon, this is what I, from some science philosophy, would call experimental observation, which is something that anyone exactly. It's something anyone with proper description can go and set up and observe. Right.
That's observation.
But what's the experiment?
Kind of irrelevant to where we are.
Right? Because you're using the word in your sentence. You're using experiment in your sentence. So you're saying observational experiment. So you're observing something, and then what are you experimenting on?
Right. So an example of an experimental observation might be that metals get red when they're heated. Right.
Okay.
So I can say that to you. You can go get a metal. Yeah. You can heat it up.
So how do you relate this to asteroids in the sky?
Right. So what I would say is that, So what I would say is that the experimental observation of that is that somebody, if they're given correct instructions of how to look, they would see a thing in the sky, right? Just a thing.
How do you determine what this thing is?
Mm-hmm. So I'm not even at that point yet, right? What my point was...
we can skip ahead because now we're just going over words that we're going to disagree with. So I want to know, you're doing an observational experiment on an asteroid. I want to know, the observation is you see something in the sky. Now what's the experiment?
So then it's saying I can take some data points of that thing moving, how it moves, and I can predict when it's going to come back. That's all.
And you're determining how many degrees it's moving in the sky. This is your experiment?
So that's the data I would be collecting. And
and then the cause of this or the effect, what?
Okay. So, right. So, okay, I'm like kind of an experimentalist, you would call this. I don't want to say
what are you determining
at all what the effect is. I actually would even say we can't ever know this.
So where's the
exactly. So it's not science. Sorry, go.
Okay, right. So when you say this, though, I would say that this old definition of science doesn't really hold up anymore. I don't think.
Old? Well, who changed it?
Anymore.
So I have some just logical issues with some old
and Andrew, I want to get that logical things. You are saying that you're observing some asteroid on the measuring or calculating some angles or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
And what you assuming that it's down?
I missed the last word. What I'm assuming.
What you assuming that it's down when you calculating all that stuff?
That it's.
Do you assuming something, or you're sure that something it's that what you assuming?
Sorry. Can somebody clearly? I'm not sure what the question is.
He's asking you, when you're looking up into the sky on the very base level here on Earth, are you assuming something?
Okay, so when I see like a dot on the sky, I'm taking some different numbers from it, and I'm saying when I think it's going to come back.
And come back where? Andrew, come back where?
Okay, so it keeps moving. Eventually, we don't see it on the sky anymore. And then I'm saying when we're going to see it again on the sky.
And what that has to do with the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so I think at this point I thought we were just talking more about scientific method and such.
Well, we can go past that because we've determined that what you're doing is not science. So,
but even if you're doing that, whatever you're doing, what that has to do with the shape of the surface?
Right. So I would say we have this observational experiment,
Yeah.
And
You're doing it again.
For it.
Yeah, like you can't put those two words together.
And what that observation? What that observation telling you, Andrew?
What is the observation?
What is the result of that observation?
So there's the observation, and then the theory of gravity and orbits fits that observation.
What?
Yeah, and what is conclusion of that result?
It provides a bit more strength to the argument of gravity and orbits.
If we have the gravity in orbits, what is the conclusion of that?
That it seems like the theory of gravity in orbits is stronger.
Is it conclusion that all? I will help you. Is it that all conclusion? You're making observation, then you now find out that there is a gravity, and now Earth is a globe. Is that conclusion? Or that has nothing to do with the globe?
So
just straight up reification.
I guess I would say no to this. Yeah, sure.
That means if we make that observation, we can prove that Earth is a globe.
No, it doesn't prove it. No.
And what that observation telling us then?
It's telling us that the method we were using to make that prediction is pretty good.
And what is telling us of the shape of the Earth, that observation? Nothing?
Well, the model we were using to make that prediction was assuming this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That means you're using... Did you assume something? I asked in the first place.
Yeah.
You assume in the first place that Earth is
a globe. You're assuming the entire model. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. And where did you get that model?
From previous building block experiments, yeah.
Experiments?
Similar observational tools, yeah.
Yeah, but you're using...
Sorry, Sasha, go ahead, mate.
You're using the globe Earth model.
Mm-hmm.
But where is that model?
What do you mean, where, sorry?
When you make observation, you assuming that Earth is a globe, and then you make some data, you know. Why you don't look Earth itself and say, okay, this is a globe because there is a globe, and then you make a measurement or calculation of something happening in the sky? Or we have that immediately. We have the globe, and now we are observing. Or we need to prove first the globe, and then we will observe. Or we should first observe, and then we will make a globe.
So I just look at it as a variety of observational things and just trying to find something that can describe all of these things.
Yeah.
All right, let's start at the start.
Making things up.
That's good. That's good point. If you have the globe on the ground.
Yeah.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Go back to the start.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Started.
Do I have a what?
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Do I have a globe on the ground?
He's asking if
the globe according to
globe.
Yeah, so has anyone ever measured the globe to determine that it is a globe? This is the base point, yeah? So you need a globe to do all these things that you're doing. So if we go back to the start and you go, okay, we need to prove a globe. Has anyone ever proved a globe? Who measured it? How did they do it? And then maybe a citation and an experiment.
A demonstration.
Do we have these things? A demonstration, yeah.
Right. So I don't think anyone's just gone out and measured the entire.
So how do you have a globe then?
Probably the closest thing is maybe like some.
Andrew, do we have dimensions of the Earth?
Do we have the measures of the Earth?
Dimensions.
Dimensions.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little weird, right? Because it's bumpy, so you're not going to have an exact thing, but pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, we have pretty good. And how we got that in first place?
We found some numbers that fit models.
Okay, great. Does that numbers fitting with the reality?
Yes.
Did you check that?
Yeah, when I used to work with satellites, it all fit very well. So
satellites. No, I'm speaking of a surface of the Earth. We are speaking that there is a radius, there is dimensions. You said there are numbers fitting. Did you check that in reality?
So, what do you want here? I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, what is the radius of the Earth? What is the radius of the Earth?
I think it's like 6,500 kilometers.
Okay, and what that math is telling you, how much you can see on the globe with your height?
Can I pull out a pen and paper, or is this?
You can Google it if you want.
I will help you. 180. If you're 2 meters, something like 5-6 kilometers, not more.
Can someone else say that? Maybe I couldn't write it down.
With 2 meter height, you can see 6 kilometers, not more.
2 meter height can see.
2 meters.
Are you writing an article or something? Are you?
No, I just write down things when I'm talking with people because I find a lot of things get said and it's hard to remember everything. So you said 2 meter height can see 6 kilometers?
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is at the same elevation?
I'm telling you what is the globe math. That is what you said, 6,000 kilometers. That's telling you.
He's talking about over water. So,
so same elevation over water. Okay, and is this with refraction or anything, or is this?
Don't worry about refraction, mate, because you need R for that. So
wait, don't worry about it. Hold on.
Don't worry about it yet. Don't worry about it yet.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So just listen to Sasha.
Don't worry about
and
we will invoke refraction later. Don't worry.
Yet. You need to add in yet. If you're writing an article,
I'm not writing an article.
I think you're doing. I didn't say you don't need to worry about refraction. I said don't worry about refraction yet. All right. We're determining the size of the ball that they claim it is and how far you should see to the horizon on your ball. So that's what we're determining at the moment. We'll talk about the other factors later.
Okay.
This is the globe prediction at its best. It's supposed to predict where the horizon is.
Without refraction.
Andrew, question. Andrew, question. In globe Earth model, is it a horizon geometrical or optical?
Optical.
Oh, you are wrong.
Okay. Expand. Can I
how something physical can be optical?
We only observe things through our eyes, or through pictures, or through rays of light reaching sensors.
Is it
so it's optical, right?
Okay, that's optical. Yeah. Is it Earth optical?
Is Earth optical? The way we see it and interact with it is optical. Yeah.
Is it optical? Is the physical thing that we're standing on optical or physical?
It's a physical thing, but we can only interact with it through.
Just answer the question simply. Well, there's other ways of looking at it, but anyway.
Of course that we are observing with our eyes, but we are observing physical thing.
Well, but when you're talking about a horizon, you're talking about something being traced back to a source, right? And we're using light for this, so it's optical.
Well, we're trying to determine how somebody claimed that we live on a globe. So they must have seen the curvature somewhere to declare such a thing.
Andrew, are you telling me that water, what I'm observing and what I'm seeing physically, it's optical?
Am I... Okay. Are you saying, or am I, sorry, I forget who was saying what, but the question was, is water seeing or optic? Sorry, actually, I didn't understand that question at all. Can you say?
Okay, so what you're saying, right? So there's a claim that we have a ball that's a certain size. So at some point, we'll go through the measurements. At some point, the Earth, the edge of the sphere should be curving down. So is that point that we're calling the horizon just before it starts curving down? Is that optical or physical?
I would say that's optical, yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah. Is there any more to say?
So, okay.
So you don't have
Maybe
a,
I
you
missed
don't,
here.
you don't
Can I
have
read
a
back
physical.
what I...
You don't have a physical. Don't worry about reading back. You don't have a physical. Let's just have a conversation instead of writing an essay. So you don't have a physical edge to the sphere. Is that what you're saying?
So, what my understanding of what was said was the ball has a certain.
Don't worry about what was said. I just asked
so you
you
should
a question.
see an edge curving
Do you have
down.
a physical edge to the sphere?
If we call that edge curving down the horizon, is that optical or physical? I would say that is optical. Yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
So where's your physical edge then? Where is your physical edge to the sphere?
There is a physical edge that exists, but we can't interact with physical things. We interact with optical things.
We can't interact with physical things, is what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? Like like is your coffee cup a physical thing? Yeah, you interact with your coffee cup when you put it to your face to drink out of it. What are you saying?
Sure. This is using different senses, right?
No, it's
when
not.
We're talking about
physical's
things we
physical.
See, that
optical's
is only
optical.
observation, right?
It's not observation, it's a measurement.
You said.
Mm-hmm.
I ask you, if I see the water in distance, physical
I think
water,
your mic cut out, Jenna, or someone.
Is the horizon apparent or is it geometrical?
No, what he's doing is he's trying to avoid the question.
Optically.
That's what he's doing. So, Andrew, what we want to do is we want to have a conversation and just get some simple answers. But you're answering a question with a question and then repeating back what you've written down.
I gave you an answer.
And it's really distracting. So there's supposed to be they've given us a size, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
he said that he said it's geometric, but we see it optically, which is a useless caveat. So why don't you just get to the measurements for the geometric horizon that you see optically?
Because, Andrew, we are saying that it's optical.
Okay.
Well, where's its measurements? Crickets.
Sorry?
Where's the measurements?
Yeah, where are the measurements?
I don't know. I thought we were getting to that.
So we just
it seems like we're always just getting to it when Globers are talking to us. Like, when do we actually get to it?
Did you? Let's put like this. Maybe Andrew doesn't know. Do you know, Andrew? Did you see any measurement on the surface of the sea level?
Sorry, I don't understand this question.
Did you see any observation and measurements on the sea level from anyone?
Of
Earth curve.
Well, where's your Earth curve? Where is it? Like, you're saying we live on a ball, but you got no proof that we live on a ball. But you're saying we do observational experiments in the sky. Like, we need to prove this ball. So what we're doing is, we're doing is we're going through the motions on how did you get the measurements of this ball? How did you determine it was a ball that we stand on?
Right. Okay. So my view on this is that we have observational experiments
which you can't use those things.
Right.
Observational experiments are not experiments. It's just called observations.
Okay, so sorry. I'm reaching into like a field that I realize most people don't care about. So I'll try and avoid using these words.
No, we care about science. You apparently don't care about the words you're using, so
no,
that's just the issue here.
So this is like a field of the philosophy of science that takes the stance that there only exists the observations, right? And everything else we take from that is all just basically...
Yeah, that's not science. No, that's not science. The scientific method...
Okay, actually, yes, thank you. I was hoping we could get back to this. So we were saying before that something to be scientific has to follow the scientific method, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who came up with the scientific method?
Why do we have to go through all this?
Okay, I'll jump the gun. I'm going to say that the way we came up with the scientific method, or whoever defined it, or wherever you're getting it from, is basically arbitrary with the goal of trying to find a cause and effect, but I don't think that works.
You don't think the attempt to find the cause and effect works?
I think that's okay, so that's a goal, right? That's not the thing, but just trying to compare cause and effect is never going to logically be sound to give you...
Yeah, that's not the scientific method. You don't compare cause and effect.
Well, hang on, let him finish his point.
The scientific method works.
Okay, so sorry, I wrote that down from what someone said earlier. So, okay, does somebody want to define the scientific method and we'll run with that for now?
Well, hang on, before we do that, what is your point you're trying to make? I'm trying to make sense out of you.
Sure. So, my point is that I think there's a new field in philosophy of science, relatively new, that is just experimentalism, which says there is only the observations that you can make, and that's it. You might use theories to make new observations, and that might work, but at some point that new theory is going to break, and the only thing you're left with are the observations. And in the future,
I don't think
some theory.
Sorry, when you say observations, what do you mean?
It means almost anything you can imagine. So the example I gave earlier is that a metal turns hot when it gets red.
I mean, it turns red when it gets hot.
Yeah, that's an observation. But you were talking about when your theories change. That changes your observations. No, but no, it does not.
No.
Observation is always the same. Your ideas and your theories changing is not changing any observations. You understand
yes,
that?
Okay, that's key. That's exactly what
the observation you gave before was meteorites flying through the sky. That's the observation you gave before.
Exactly.
And then we went through it and we determined that that's not science. Yeah.
Okay, to be clear, I didn't word it that way. I said you see a light.
You called it observational experiments, and I said you can't do that because they're in the sky. You can't test them.
Andrew, is it possible when you make that observation in the sky that the surface is not a globe?
Yes.
There's not. Yes. Okay. That means that your observation is pointless. It could be also sphere and it could be flat. No.
So you just have the observation. All you have is the observation, and you're trying to find something that fits all of the observations. That's it.
Okay. And
but what you're talking about is just a conflation of categories. There's no point in using the word experiment in any other sense. There's already established a sense in which the word experiment is used. So what you're talking about is just an observation. It's not an observational experiment. It's just an observation.
Sure. So we're using just different language, but I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the observation. Okay. Now the last thing that we're just talking about with you as it concerns the subject that this VC is dedicated to is the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth. And they already got you to the point where you acknowledge that the horizon is optical. It's not a concrete edge to a sphere.
Right, yeah. Well, the thing we see, there could be a physical thing, but we can only interact with it optically, right?
But you have to substantiate that. You can't just reaffirm the consequent. Say, well, it is concrete, but we just don't observe it.
No,
if you suppose that it is concrete, you have to substantiate it.
I don't want to attribute anything concrete. I just want to say we have the observations. And
Andrew, question.
Wait, hang on. Wait. And then after me, Sasha. If you don't want to assert that the Earth is a concrete spherical entity, then you forfeited the debate.
If you want to phrase it like that, sure. Yeah. My opinion is I just want things that give me tools to make new observations. That's all. And so far in my career, I've gotten pretty good new observations using globes.
So I think it's time to ask the five basic questions.
That mean Andrew that in that case Earth cannot be flat.
Does that mean no?
And what
do you mean using globes? Because you're not using the Earth, because it's not a globe. So you're just ascribing sphericity to the Earth, even though you don't observe the Earth concretely being an object with a convex surface.
Sure. So the way that this branch of science philosophy says it wants to work is you have previous observations, you take a thing that fits those past observations, and you make some prediction, and you try and just go make a new observation. Even if that theory fails, in the future, you have a new observation, which is added to the pool of things that new stuff has to fit to.
What you just described is just ad infinitum making observations and supposing reports of new observations. That's not a theory.
Yeah, it's just an attempt at confirming a bias.
No,
that's not even that. It's not even that. It's just an ad infinitum repetitive process of reporting observations. That's not a theory.
Okay, so in this process, you're making new theories.
Okay, which one is it? You said you make an observation, then you go make new observations, then you go make new observations.
No, there was a step in there. So you have your collection of observations. You come up with something that currently fits those observations, or even most of them. And from that theory, you see where you can look for something new. Then you go and look for that thing. Maybe you find it, maybe you don't. But if you do find it, you have a new observation. And then even in the future, if this theory doesn't work, you have a new observation to the pool that future theories have to fit to also.
Okay, you're just describing experience over time, so as long as you draw breath. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Or the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth?
So, right, what I was trying to say is, in my experience, my career, I've been able to make new observations using the globe Earth as predictors.
Okay, that's not an observation. You made observations and then you ascribed sphericity to what you're observing, even though you didn't observe sphericity.
I'm not attributing anything to anything. I'm using something as a tool to make new observations.
Using something else other than the Earth that is not a sphere. That is a sphere. Excuse me.
What circumnavigation?
Yeah, this other thing that is non-Earth that is a sphere. So and then somehow, in some vague sense, relating the sphericity of the non-Earth object to the Earth. This is what sense does that make?
Okay, so maybe I'll just give an example to try and be concrete. So I used to work on satellites, and these were like terrestrial satellites, so they would look down on Earth.
On satellites?
Yes. So on these, they had various, I'll call them cameras, right? And they're pixel cameras. And each camera would point at little boxes on the ground, right? And when this thing looked down, you would find that the pixels on the edges were becoming very distorted. And the pixels in the center looked fine for all of predictions people had. The solution to this was that if you imagine things coming down on a circle, things hitting the edge of that circle become straight.
Hang on.
So if you
I need to see what predictors these people are using and how they're getting to these conclusions.
Sure. So the picture is that the satellite should have been close enough that the pixels were just like a single flat piece of paper coming up.
Well,
but this,
do you know how lenses work?
That's irrational.
Do you know how camera lenses work?
Wait. Let him finish. Let him finish everything.
Okay.
So each of these pixels were just collecting its data, and they came up flat like a sheet of paper. But the pixels on the edges were becoming curved. Not curved. They were becoming stretched. And the way to fix this distortion was to say, hey, if it's a globe and you undo this curvature, your pixels, there's no distortion in them, right?
So you're arguing for concavity then, because stretching would imply that it's going the opposite way of your globe.
No, I might not be describing this well. I could, if you want, we can do a whiteboard and I can draw out what I'm trying to explain. It's hard to do geometry verbally, but
yeah, you're also trying to use geometry now optically, and you're looking through gas at an angle on at the ground, and you're not factoring in anything like perspective or anything like that.
So I can
also through a curved lens
to effect, but yeah.
You just told us that you somehow superimpose a sphericity in the visual data somehow with technological wizardry, or you just suppose the hypothetical premise that you began with the word if, that if the Earth was a sphere. Nowhere in the explanation did you tell us you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So what I'm saying is we would just get pictures back and you would see buildings look stretched and distorted.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
Okay, so what I just said, what is the point of you repeating what you just said?
I'll be honest, I don't remember what you said, so sorry.
Well, that's a problem. You just told us that you take pictures and become somewhat distorted, and then you somehow superimpose sphericity in some sense into the visual data, or you just suppose a hypothetical premise that you begin with the word if, that the Earth is a sphere. Nowhere in your explanation did you tell us that you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So when we were collecting this data, you basically assume that the Earth is flat over what you want. But if you do that, it doesn't work.
No, that's a straw man again. Like, this is irrational.
I don't know what to tell you. This is physically the data we were getting, okay?
Yeah, the physical data you're getting, you're interpolating through your faulty ideas.
So,
a needle pulling
when you're saying interpreting, I'm saying we're just seeing things.
You created a flat Earth model with parameters that none of us have agreed to or even looked at, and then you say that that model debunks the flat Earth, even though none of us agreed to your straw man model.
Okay, so let me try and think of wording this carefully. So
be sure to start with so.
Start with so
or if. Why not start with like? So you think the Earth is a globe? What does that mean? Just tell everyone what you think that means. Like, you want to tell people you got some insider secret king knowledge about the nature of creation. How? How do you know this? What, where, when, why, and how?
Okay.
Just start with that. Like, you're reporting what you know to a group of people, and you don't know where these people.
Speak to us, assuming that we know you're full of shit.
If it's okay, if we can finish the last conversation.
Yeah, it's going nowhere because you're not understanding what flat Earth is, and I predict, based on that, you also don't know what globe Earth is. Because you would first have to understand flat Earth to get to your globe. The flat Earth model came thousands of years before anyone even suggested otherwise. So if you are brain farting flat Earth, I don't see how you got to globe Earth unless you grease the skids and you just started your understanding of human knowledge in the 1600s and then, or just say, oh, a photograph. A photograph from space is all you need. So let's hear where you're coming from. What do you think and why? That should be the more telling part, because it will be able to troubleshoot you and see what happened and why you're so broken.
Yeah, because it really seems like you feel stuck, you feel cornered, and you're just kind of spitballing and making stuff up on the fly to validate this belief that you have that you yourself don't quite understand.
So I'm definitely on my heels. I wasn't expecting to do what is science here. But
okay, well, to answer your question from earlier, sorry to cut you off, but to answer your question from earlier, all of you guys with who came up with the scientific method, it was Sir Francis Bacon. The unfortunate thing is the whole entire Western world gives the credit to Galileo. Okay, so that answers that question. Now,
we're circling back to an early, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So you just said, what is science, right? Crit asked you, what is the globe? Is that your answer? It's science?
No, sorry. Okay, so maybe we'll finish this dialogue then from like way earlier. So,
maybe we'll just skip past what just was said.
Circling back isn't going to help you. Start right now, okay?
Yeah.
So,
continue from where you were before I interrupt.
I can't finish any points, right?
We have to finish something.
From where you were.
Guys, okay, someone on here was like, we're not trying to argue, we're trying to have a dialogue, trying to have a discussion. We can't have a discussion if we can't finish things.
Right, so I finished it by answering the question from earlier. So now we're past that. We're back here.
Clearly,
before I interrupted,
right?
So just go right back to here before I interrupted. Okay, that's where we're at. I just wanted to interject that real quick. We're done with that. We're beyond that. We're here. So if you could please answer.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to, because I was asking that question for a reason, obviously, right? I wasn't just asking who defined the scientific method for no reason, right?
No, we're not going back there. Sorry, we're not going back there because we determined that what you're not
beyond that. I answered that question. It's fine. Continue.
Okay, so I'll open this to the floor then. So Sir Francis Bacon apparently defined the scientific method. Why do we care about his definition?
I'll answer that.
At best, I mean, to finally complete this, at best, it's intelligible, it's justifiable, it's practical, it's informative.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
which definition do you want to use?
He gave earlier was that you vary one thing with respect to another, and you find a cause and effect, right?
The problem is if you're not using the same method, you could use the same data points, but get to a different conclusion.
Yes,
the reason why you follow the method, because otherwise, that could be your error. Like you did X, Y, and Z setup. I did ABC setup. I determined something different because of your experimental model.
This dude slaps. He gets it. Yeah.
Okay, so
he's teaching you're wrong, by the way.
Okay, so here's the point, right?
No, listen to what Crit's telling you.
In 100 different ways, right?
No.
Crit wasn't talking.
No, you don't define the scientific method in 100 different ways. There's a very specific scientific method, and then you have all sorts of other methods which are not scientific. They're pseudoscientific by definition.
That's why I don't use the term scientific. The term is vague.
Right.
That's why I use the term causation and query method.
Can Crit finish what he was going to say? Crit?
No, I mean, you guys are all over it. Yeah, the problem is if you start doing something that is like scientific aligned, it could be pseudoscience. It still is useful. It just means you have to explain what you did different and why. Why did you deviate from the normal method? It could be lots of different reasons. It could be access to the full world. It could be, your ability to manipulate variables. Lots of reasons, lots of things can happen to make you deviate. Just explain why. If it makes sense and it doesn't seem like you're trying to bullshit, then people can follow you. People use pseudoscience every day. Sometimes even because of superstition. I mean, you might say that seems weird to you, but people are superstitious. They're very spiritual, supernatural entities that exist in the world. They really can't explain it, but hey, I flipped that penny over. Now I had good luck. Cause and effect, but it was pseudoscience. It wasn't real. It wasn't an actual experimentation. You just have to explain to me why you think you flipped that penny over, and I'll try it and tell you what I get.
Okay, let him answer.
I don't know what the question was there, so it's hard to answer. But
okay, look. We have the so-called scientific method, which I more accurately refer to as the causation inquiry method. So you saying no, not that method, then what method are you using and why?
Okay. Sure. What method and why? Okay. So, as Conspiracy pointed out very well, there are different ways you could have defined a scientific method, and they would have given you different conclusions.
That's not what he said.
No, that's an accurate summary. That's correct. It depends which method you use, and you're going to get to different conclusions from different methods.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was different scientific methods. He just slipped that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to be charitable in interpreting one another, so obviously it is. So go ahead.
Okay. So, different ways you want to set things up, you get different conclusions. Specifically, I think where science goes wrong is it will never be logically sound to say, okay, I observed this in this condition, and I observed this in this condition, and this in this condition. Therefore, this is true in all conditions. That's never logically sound, right?
No, those would be laws. Those weren't. That's not adjudicated through the scientific method.
So that's
wait, you work on satellites. I don't understand how you make this error. Like, in my mind, I'm presuming that someone who's working on satellites has mastered understanding this method. You don't understand that the causation inquiry method, quote unquote scientific method, is informative on trying to ascertain what is the cause of this effect, which includes controlled variables, independent, dependent, and controlled variables. So, of course, it's never the conclusion, unless someone is just making this asinine conclusion, that this event happens in all situations, in all various kinds of situations. No.
Right. So you said
that's not the method in principle.
Like the right step that people went in. So you're correct. So people said, okay, maybe we can't say this always implies this, right? As you were saying, we switched to saying essentially it's informative to the cause, or the wording people said is if this and this and this and this and all this, then this maybe generally implies this, right? This is the conclusion people came to.
In principle, at best, concerning the method, people are saying this caused that effect in this situation.
Right.
And so this behaves this way in this situation at all times, or most of the time.
Right. Most of the times is how it becomes.
Okay, so
then here's the issue.
At all times, provided the conditions are the same.
Right.
The experiment has the control variables, you have all the variables, so if the conditions are the same, you're going to have the same result.
But do you really have all the control variables? Are you certain of that?
Well, this is just hyper-skepticism about how comprehensive the interpretation is.
Okay, so I'll finish this point then maybe we can move on. So the softer thing people came up with was that, if this, then that, if this, then that, then if this, usually that. That's the soft claim. But why then are we okay with using the soft claim? What people would say is, well, we've used this soft claim in other experiments and it's given us good results, right? And we've used it in this other experiment and it's given us good results. And in another one and it's given us good results. And you do this a bunch, right? What does this look like? Well, now I have one experiment and I got the result. And I did another experiment and I got the result. And I used another experiment and I got the result. This is exactly the same claim we're trying to use, because now we're trying to say the soft claim usually works. We have a circular argument where we're using the same argument within itself. So this is not logically sound.
Wait, no. What are you doing? You do the experiment, you make the interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At best, it is a logically sound interpretation of the data, which is defensible. It's tenable under scrutiny of questions and arguments.
Can't be.
It is perfectly logically sound. What you used with your soft claim is illogical and irrational.
Hang on. Let's not trample on one another's words. I'm saying this deliberately. You do the experiment. You interpret the concluding results. At best, your interpretation is sound. It's true and valid and justifiable under scrutiny of questions and arguments. Now, we're not omniscient, so we're going to continue to do this method to gain more knowledge, so as long as we draw breath, at most. There's no fallacy in that.
Okay. So you do the experiment, you interpret the results, and at best it's true and valid, right? Is what you said.
The interpretation, yes.
Right. So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same result, right?
Say again, I'm sorry?
So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same 100 results, right?
Sure.
Are you guaranteed on the 101st time you get the same result?
Okay, so what you're talking about is the classic problem of induction. That's all you're talking about. Okay,
yes.
So now I understand.
This was the classic issue with old science, yeah.
Okay, so what is your critique?
I think that the old view of science, that we're just changing one variable for another, doesn't work. That's it.
Doesn't work in what sense?
I don't think you're going to ever get solid results and a solid interpretation of real life.
What do you mean by solid?
It's not an accurate depiction of the real life.
Yeah, you're missing.
Why do you say it's not accurate?
It's a starting point for debate and discussion. It's not the end point. Once you've got an experimental model, once you've got results, then you have got a shared reality, a shared baseline that you then begin deliberation on. If you're just out there willy-nilly doing what the hell you want to do and come back with a just so story, what's there to debate? You just got an opinion. What is your backing for what you're claiming?
You said it's not accurate. I hope you're referring to the interpretation. I hope you're not referring to the method, the interpretation of the concluding data, the resulting data.
Right. Yeah, the interpretation will not be valid. Yeah.
Well, are you saying will not be valid as in the sense of it cannot be valid?
It won't logically be a valid conclusion.
Well, that's... It's funny you say will not be valid, because to talk about the future presupposes the uniformity of nature. So, but you don't think you can have any knowledge about the future in general, that the future would generally be like the past. So that's the irony of your position right now.
So it could be the true nature of reality, but that logical steps that you were doing are not logical. They're invalid.
But where's the fallacy? We just went through this, so where's the fallacy?
We talked about it.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Andrew. Maybe even you'll believe it.
Andrew, you are like 1 hour here. Now, my question will be, what...
Is it actually, oh my god, fuck. Shit.
What, me, Gregory?
Is that actually Sasha who is speaking third language I cannot understand? You mean that?
No, sorry, I meant an hour.
Well, I'm saying, what do you think were these flat earth and making wrong things about?
Hang on, wait. I mean, that's a valid question, but let's not dart to another question. So, I'm trying to make sense out of you. Okay, so you're trying to critique. You keep hopping back and forth between the two. Either you're critiquing the method as being fallacious, or you're critiquing the interpretation of the resulting data.
If I could jump in very quickly, Gregory, which it sounds to me like what Andrew's trying to do is to make he's trying to
validate or intellectualize the argument that the scientific method is not fit for figuring out truth about this world, because he's been here long enough to realize that adhering to the scientific method and science generally doesn't support the globe view. So ironically, as flat earthers are labeled science deniers, the globe argument is now reduced to trying to intellectually validate abandoning the scientific method.
Yeah, destroying the game after you make the game, then now you're being beat by your own game.
The globies are now science deniers. So, Andrew, you don't like the scientific method. Okay, well, we do, because there's nothing better. And it's besides the point. You've talked about observation multiple times. The only observation you have is a flat and motionless Earth. So anything assumed contrary to that is fallacious from the beginning. So if you ever actually get to making an argument for the globe, you will all instantly be in fallacious territory because you've left observation and reality. But I think the whole scientific method thing has been done to death. We should probably move on to another point. The globies are science deniers. We get it.
Okay, so yeah, in the field of philosophy of science, people...
Dude, we're done with that. Can you hear everything that was just said?
And so
we went back around to the philosophy of science.
Well, I mean, if y'all don't want to talk to him about that, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, let Gregory talk to him, and then Gregory pivot over from that once you've done.
Yeah. Andrew, somebody unmute him, please, if someone will. So, Andrew, the philosophy of science, in other words, you're mentioning the issue of the validity of inductive reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do I say this? This is concerning, right? How do I phrase this? You're talking about the problem of induction. So what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Okay, so I'm a little torn on a couple stances. I think the best view is to go purely to experimentalism, which is just there are things that you can observe, and any statement beyond that is bound to be false, but you can use those probably false ideas to help find new observations that you can make.
That presupposes that induction is valid.
No.
It does. You're talking about doing observations to give you more information about the general operations of the universe. That presupposes that the future will generally be like the past.
No, they're just observations of things that have happened.
Okay, so how does that inform you that induction is valid?
It doesn't. You don't use induction.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction.
You just have a list of observations. That's it.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction, correct?
We're not using induction here.
That isn't... What? I just began this dialogue, this second half of the dialogue, asking you what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Yeah.
And then you talked about observation and experiment, which presupposes the uniformity of nature and that inductive reasoning is valid.
So,
and then you said no.
Okay, so these are different. I'm making an assumption here that I think everyone will make, which is that the universe is uniform. There is some underlying thing that is defining how everything works.
Okay, so how do you know the future would generally be like the past so as to justify inductive reasoning?
Where am I using inductive reasoning? I think I'm missing this.
I don't understand how you're missing this. You're talking. You mentioned the philosophy of science.
Yeah.
And your skepticism about inductive reasoning being valid.
Yeah.
Are you not familiar with the subject?
I would say I'm an amateur in it, but if you want to say what I'm missing here, that would be awesome.
I mean, relatively, I'm an amateur, but you say that inductive reasoning is not valid. You're skeptical about its validity.
Yeah.
Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
I think as a basis of rationality, as like my own ethics almost, in a way that I can't rationalize, yeah, I am assuming that there's a general underlying... Sorry, actually, okay, I guess I would say no to that statement. I don't think the universe is always going to be like the past, but I think there is an underlying structure that it's following.
I mean, you kind of gave me yes and no. It can't be both.
Yeah, sorry. I was answering the question I thought you asked, and then I started answering the question that you did. Sorry.
So, no?
So, I don't think that at any given point, the laws necessarily are always going to be the same, or the structure, whatever you want to call it. You don't have to say laws.
So yeah, because if they're not the same, then they're not law-like. So
well, they could be, because they could be a law that changes with time, per se.
Well, I mean, you talk about could be, that you're supposing that it's logically possible either that it could or it couldn't. But I'm asking you, what do you believe?
This is what do I believe about...
I'll try again. Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
No.
Okay. So you must live in a whole lot of hopelessness and fear and torment.
Yeah.
Because if the future is not generally like the past, then copulation could feel like torture. Or the cold cup of ice could really be a hot cup of lava at any given moment.
Yeah, yeah.
The Earth could just disappear and stop existing at any given moment, as far as you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, could I just, Andrew? Where the hell is this taking us? How are we getting to a globe from this inane rambling?
Well, let me see. Because if you don't believe the future will generally be like the past, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge. And if you undermine all empirical knowledge, it also undermines our observations of the Earth being a stationary flat level plane.
So
right. So it's a degeneration into the knowing
I hope that the universe will follow the same set of laws. But logically, I don't think it has to. Yeah.
So how does any of this get you to a globe, Andrew?
So what I was saying earlier is that my view of experimentalism is that you have observations, you make probably wrong theories at times to make new observations. And in my jobs, in my careers, using a globe Earth has...
You don't have observations of a globe, though. You don't have any observations of a globe. You only have observations of a flat Earth. How does this get us to a globe?
And then the even more fundamental issue is that this method, in your mind, you don't believe the future will generally be like the past.
I don't think it has.
This approach logically presupposes
There's no point
that it will.
To him about the method. He's not. He can't get past observation. He's saying observation. He doesn't have any observation for the globe. You only have an observation of a flat Earth. If you're talking about the globe, observation can't be in your vocabulary.
Yeah, inside his worldview,
he gets to the globe.
Yeah, and also inside his worldview, he debunked observation as a possible method because he said he observes a flat Earth, then tested this observation and debunked it. So even his idea of observation is out the window.
You see, it's a death spiral of intellectual nothingness.
Did you say that you used observation to build a flat Earth model, and then you tested that model, and you came up with it not matching what the world was observed to be? So you used observations, repeated your observations, and came up with your observations don't match your observations.
Okay, so...
Yikes, dude.
Okay, maybe I'll restate that, and we'll see. So, I used to work on some satellites, and they were the satellites that looked down on Earth. And we thought that this satellite was had a narrow enough field of view that when we shot the camera at the surface, everything that came up should basically be looking at a flat plane. When it came back and we looked at the data, the pixels near the edge would become very smeared. Like you would see buildings would become skewed, which they
Okay, yeah, I heard this as well, Andrew, but again, this doesn't tell you anything about the nature of the surface of the Earth. I mean, we're talking about something that can be verified or validated by the public. A story about you working on a satellite, getting flat data back, but it didn't work unless you turned that flat data into a curve, therefore ball, is just fallacious bullshit nonsense. We need actual, credible, discussable evidence. I mean, this story is literally just a story.
It's a story.
If that were true, you would have endless measurements and observations in reality of a globe Earth, a horizon that conforms to the geometry of the globe Earth. All of that would be the case if your story were remotely true. So instead of getting a vague anecdotal story about satellites, could you give us some real credible reason why anyone here should believe that the Earth is a spinning ball?
So now you've kind of painted me into
Before you continue, Andrew, in principle, before you say that,
my observation that I have experienced, and that will never be anything more than a story to you, right? As anything you do will never be more than a story to me.
No, your observation, Andrew, is a flat Earth. That's your observation. You talking about you sent a satellite up and have data on a flat Earth, which you then wrap around a ball for no reason, is not your base observation. Your base observation is a flat, motionless Earth.
No.
Is it not?
That's not what I was trying to describe, no.
No, I know it's not what you're trying to describe, but I'm getting to reality here because you're determined not to speak about reality, but that's what we talk about here. So, in reality, when you're living your life, you only experience a flat, motionless Earth, correct?
So I would say in my job is living my life. And
yeah, so when you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, yeah?
I see a horizon.
Just answer the question.
Is it a curved horizon?
I can't tell.
What do you mean? Okay, you can't tell if it's curved, meaning you observe it to be flat.
I see.
But you think maybe there's a very slight curve that you can't perceive. So you observe it to be flat.
How are you perceiving horizon?
A horizontal?
I don't know what to tell you. It's a horizon.
Is the horizon horizontal?
I mean, let's just go with that. Hang on. Let's just go with that. He can't tell. So you don't know whether or not the Earth is convex in its surface or not.
He can't tell what the horizon is, but he works on machines that go into space, and he can tell the Earth is a globe because of those data interpolations of wrapping flat maps around a ball. He can tell that's a globe, but he doesn't know what a horizon is. Andrew, stop bullshitting us. We're not idiots.
Andrew,
when you see the horizon, Sasha, chill. I'm asking a question. The horizon, listen, if you can't comprehend or agree what the horizon is, how can we possibly hope to have any kind of honest conversation with you? Because this point is not in dispute, even on the globe side. It's a flat horizon. It's horizontal. Are you saying that's not the case?
I see a horizon.
And what is the horizon?
What is a horizon?
Or a horizontal line?
It's a vanishing point.
And
Andrew, is horizon not horizontal? That's why it's called horizon, right?
See, I'm having a trouble with this point because as a matter of perspective, it isn't horizontal, right?
Andrew, a vanishing point is not a line.
It's a set of vanishing points. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not looking at mathematical constructs, are you?
I just have one question. So the horizon is not the edge of a ball, right?
The horizon is not the edge of a ball.
I'm asking you. It's a question. Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Are you confused about my words? Am I speaking? Is this swaggy?
Sorry. I'm just trying
the wrong language.
It's all good. No, you're speaking fine, mate.
I think he's using Chat GPT.
Yeah. So, can you answer the question? You said the horizon's the vanishing point, but we've been told it's the edge of a ball that ships go under, and that the sun sets behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So is it a vanishing point or the edge of a ball? Because if it's a vanishing point, then the Earth is flat.
I see. I'm using a vanishing point, I think, different than... I guess they're kind of the same.
Like the vanishing point is in art.
It's really not that difficult to interpret these phrases.
Yeah, so
Guys,
in art, you have the law of perspective, right? And there's a vanishing point. But in the globe Earth model, the Earth curves way before that vanishing point.
So what I was trying to just say is that there is some clearly observable thing, a phenomenon of a horizon. That alone doesn't convince me one way or the other.
Okay, proof doesn't equal persuasion. The horizon is called the horizon because it is horizontal, is it not?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that wasn't the point of the question, Andrew. The point of the question was to determine if you are even capable of having an honest conversation about reality. Because if you struggle this hard just to agree upon what everyone already experiences and the globe side doesn't even debate, if you can't even acknowledge that, then you're far too emotionally invested in the globe to actually have an honest argument, discussion, to make any kind of progress at all. If you can't simply agree, well, yeah, we see it as flat and motionless, but I don't believe it is because blah, 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 how can we have the conversation? You can't even agree to what everyone experiences.
In addition with that, you are skeptical about inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines the law-like behavior of your mind to make intelligible any empirical data, and for your concepts in your mind to correlate to the empirical data. So you can't know anything at all.
Sorry, I think I lost you at the end there. So
if you don't believe nature is uniform, and which includes that the inductive method is invalid, then you can't gain any empirical knowledge, and the concepts, the abstract entities, the concepts in your mind, which you correlate to the empirical data, are also not going to be maintained. So you can't make sense of any empirical data at any point.
Right. So when I was saying nature is not uniform, what I was trying to be careful about saying is I think that there is something underlying nature that is fixed, but that fixed thing can change continuously with time. It might be time dependent.
That's analytically self-contradictory. Either it's fixed and does not change, it's immutable, and it forevermore consistent, or it's not.
So no. So when I'm saying it's constant, I mean it is predetermined in how it's going to change with time.
Okay, again, that's analytically false. It's self-contradictory. Either the entity is immutable, it is A, and will forevermore be A, or not, and will become non-A in some sense somehow.
No, this is different, because if something changes continuously with time, you could come up with predictions for how it's going to change with time. Whereas what you're describing is something where there might be like a discontinuity in how it changes with time, which is then something that you couldn't predict.
Well, then what is constantly making it change from non-A to non-this to non-that?
Why are any of the laws what they are? It's entirely something.
Exactly. So you can't maintain your position with this. Follow the premises to the logical conclusion.
No, I'm sorry.
If you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, if you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, but then say A is mutable and can change later on, and it does this predetermined in a very strict pattern, then what is regulating that pattern?
Okay.
So either you are going to go on this line of reasoning forevermore, or, which is an argument you cannot justify because the argument cannot ever end, or it stops somewhere where something is immutable and maintains the uniformity of nature forevermore.
Okay, I think we agree then, because I'm saying something is uniform if it is changing constantly in nature in a fixed
What is maintaining the regularity of that change?
Okay.
Whatever is maintaining the regularity is itself not changing.
If I said nothing...
To be fair, he's just going to go on this for hours and hours if we let him. This is nonsense again. We get back to the horizon.
This is very cerebral and abstract. Most people don't ever think on this level.
Andrew, when they say boats go over the horizon, what do you think that means?
So that's a statement. It's not a fact. So
you don't believe that boats go over a physical horizon?
If I'm trying to work on facts, I wouldn't use somebody's statement of that.
So do you believe that boats physically
moves away and it disappears?
Do you believe that a boat physically descends over a physical horizon?
No, I don't believe a statement like that. No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
Either way, either you go the high cerebral route with me, or you go with the more basic level with him. And either way, you've undermined your position.
So
Andrew, why do you think loads of the media and stuff and the education system and all that constantly repeats this trope that you can tell Earth's a ball because the boat is going over the horizon? Why are they telling people that?
Because there's a collection of observations that are pretty easily justified by one.
But nature is not uniform.
We're talking about boats going over the horizon. You just said you don't believe that's true. So why are they teaching kids and parents everywhere, on TV, at school, that they can know they live on a spinning, tilting, wobbling ball of water in a vacuum because the boat goes over the horizon? So why are they doing that?
Okay, so what I was trying to say was the observation that is actually made is that a boat going for a while disappears, right?
No, they say, Andrew, the proof of the globe, you can tell the water is bending even though it looks flat, is that the boats are disappearing bottom up because they're disappearing down a physical globe horizon. Don't pretend you don't know that. That's what they say. Why are they saying it if you know it's not true?
Okay. I don't
just answer. Don't give me a... Oh, if I say... Just answer.
Is evidence.
What?
I don't believe that in itself is evidence.
Yeah, okay. I'm asking why.
But I asked you, why are they teaching that?
Because given enough evidence, you're going to tend towards a conclusion.
No, but why are they saying...
No, why are they teaching that premise?
If it's not true, Andrew.
Because school would be really boring if people just listed a bunch of facts to you.
Okay, so then they're not trying to educate the children about truth. So they're not trying to educate the children to know the truth. They're trying to just entertain the children.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they have to lie to children. Otherwise, it's boring.
Anything from a list of observations in class.
So, Andrew, you agree that the so-called education system, the so-called public school system, is really just a state indoctrination system that is not trying to tell children the truth. Do you agree with that?
Not agree with that, no.
But you just told us they're not trying to tell the truth about the ships over the horizon. They're just saying that premise because it's fun, because it's entertaining.
I think we're giving them the best working model we have.
But you just said that's not necessarily evidence.
Andrew, you just said it's not true. How's that the best working model if they're just lying to them?
Falsehood is the best that you got?
I don't think that the conclusion is true given one piece.
No, you said it's not true in physical.
No, you said that premise itself is false.
Okay, then I'm sorry, and I spoke poorly.
Okay, so now you do believe that boats are going over a physical horizon.
I believe that there is an observation that things disappear if they travel away from a while.
Okay, let's go with that. Are they going over the convex surface of the Earth?
What they're teaching people is that the boat is going over a curve of water and disappearing bottom up so you can know you live on a ball. You said you don't believe that. Are you now saying you do believe that?
Okay. So what I'm trying to be careful about saying is that there is an observation, and then separate from all of the observations are models you build to try and describe things.
Okay, enough repeating this. We don't need you to repeat this vague premise over and over again. This is not informative. We're trying to move forward. Is the disappearance of the ship sailing away from us on the water indicative that it is being obstructed behind the convexity of the Earth's surface?
I'm blanking on indicative, but if it means implies, then no, it doesn't imply.
Wait, Andrew, I'm starting to doubt that you work on satellites. You don't understand what the word indicative means, but you have skepticism about the problem of induction?
Yeah, sorry, I forget words sometimes.
Andrew, why are you being so dishonest?
Well, words are so important, though. Like that's words are very, very important.
Serving as a sign of something.
Man.
I think that.
I think they have you working on satellites since you're forgetting your words.
Andrew, if you wouldn't concentrate on your feigned monotone doldrums, then maybe your brain and ears could function a little better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Andrew, I think you're bullshitting about satellites because, like, your concept, your understanding of this is just out of whack, man. Like, that's my opinion from, this side of the fence, if you will.
I wouldn't let you look at my broken remote control, to be honest.
Fucking A, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let him change the batteries.
Don't touch my remote,
Andrew,
man.
what we have so far
don't do
is
it, please.
what we have so far is a weak inductive appeal to distortion on the edge of pictures from satellites, which somehow indicates it's a globe and indicates that this cannot happen on a flat stationary Earth. And we also have appeals to ships going over the curve, but not. Either it happens or it doesn't. It does happen, it doesn't happen. And we also have skepticism about the validity of inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines all knowledge. But somehow we can make observations and experiments, and then that will somehow inform us about the world.
So when we say it either does happen or it doesn't happen, that is true. There is something that is happening that from one observation alone we can't make. So
let's try this one more time.
Going over the horizon, or it might not. We don't have access to that. The only observation we have access to is that something disappears. We have a lot of observations like this, and almost every observation.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's try this one more time.
The claim from the globe is that the boats go over
to come up with a
disappear bottom up.
A tool that is useful for you.
Jesus Christ.
Andrew, you're exposing yourself now. Andrew, we can't see 10 miles. We can't see past 10 miles. We can't know that. We have traveled all over the face of the earth it was far more than 10 miles. Okay. We can know whether or not something traveling 10 miles away from wherever we're observing the ship from is going over a curve or not, especially if the entire earth we live on is a sphere. Okay, so there's no justification to say that we can't know that. So, since we can know that, then we go out and try to know this. When you go and do the observations and make the measurements, we don't observe or measure any convexity of the Earth, especially over the oceans.
Okay, so I agree with some of what you're saying here, which is you're taking an observation you do have, you're trying to make predictions about it, and from those predictions, you're not seeing what you're expecting, especially over water. That's interesting. Do you think maybe something over water is changing dramatically the nature of things around it?
All right, that's it. I'm tired of tap dancing around this stuff.
That's an optical illusion. So no, it's not changing the noumenon of the physical entities themselves.
Right.
What you're talking about is an optical illusion.
Perfect.
So minus optical illusions.
How are you?
What is the noumenon situation?
Changing what though? What would it be changing?
How you're
whether or not we can see the ship.
Yeah, but what's actually there that's being changed?
That's what I just addressed. It's not changing the noumenon physical entities themselves. It's just an optical illusion.
Is there a physical ball edge there that's appearing somehow different due to what you just described?
That's for me.
If so, how do you know that?
We don't. From that observation alone, we don't.
So we're back to them lying about boats going over the horizon. Why are people lying about that?
people aren't lying. They're trying to give people the best tool that explains various things.
But how
They're
come
lying.
you know
The best tool that we have is falsehood.
How come you know it's not true, and what, you assume they don't know it? Obviously they know it if you know it, so it is lying, because they're knowingly saying something and teaching something that is false.
I'm saying
they're lying because they're lying because they're manipulating children and teaching them and affirming the consequent logical fallacy and telling them that that is the truth and proves the globe. So they're harming the children. And
Andrew, why don't they tell them in gym? Why don't they tell them in gym class to throw the ball up to the bottom of the hoop?
Okay, is anyone here? Maybe we can do an example. Is anyone here like a carpenter or something?
Yes, hi, over here, right here.
I work construction.
Okay.
Hi. I've built a lot of stuff. I'm very familiar with squaring and leveling tools and plumb bombs.
I'm a licensed builder.
I love working flat
every day, mate.
Okay, so I worked one summer once building some decks, right? And my boss told me that when we're putting boards together, I think you would put them like directly flush next to each other because they're going to dry up and there's going to be some gaps, right?
Yeah, it's called expansion, yeah.
Okay. Is that true? I actually don't know this, so maybe this is a bad example. Is that true for
expansion
every type
and
of wood?
contraction?
Do different types of wood
actually, yeah.
Everything. Can I just skip this? Expansion and contractions happens with all materials. So yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And when you're building a deck, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say when you're building a deck, you need at least a half-inch to inch gap between your boards for that shrinking and expanding.
Right. Okay. And I think Jenna, you were saying it matters the type of board, right? Like
no, I never said that.
Oh, okay, sorry. So maybe
I did
that example. Okay,
I did. I said that.
The amount it's going to contract depends on the type of board, right? So
yeah, you've got heat, moisture.
When he told me to space them this exact amount apart.
What do you mean? Was he lying to you? He's just telling you that they expand and contract, so you need to give them a little bit of room to expand and contract.
Right.
Yeah, the product he was using had to be installed a specific way.
Yeah, and he told me the exact amount to spread them apart so that they'll contract the right distance.
This is not at all analogous to our point about the education system. Cut to the chase.
What are you trying to get at?
This is not at all analogous to the education system.
What I'm trying to get at is that my boss gave me a pretty good rule of thumb and explanation for why we did something one way.
Andrew, if what you say about the horizon and ships is true, it is not a pretty good rule of thumb.
What does wood soaking up moisture have to do with the earth?
So, hang on. This is so where he gets that from is from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer have done tests on the material to see how much it expands and contracts. He didn't make that number up. The manufacturer gave him that number through testing and experimentation.
Yeah.
That is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system.
So then
No, stop.
My teacher
cut to the chase, stop.
Or was he?
This is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system, where the state indoctrination system tells children, as a supposed pretty good rule of thumb, that ships disappearing beyond the horizon at a certain distance, depending on your observation height, is indicative that we live on a ball. But you say that's not true. That's a falsehood. You say that is not a pretty good rule of thumb. Stop it.
Yeah, so now we've established, right, that the education system is just propagating falsehoods about the horizon. So you agree it's not the sign of a globe Earth when the ship disappears in the distance. So what other proof or observation do they give children in schools when they're telling them that they live on a spinning ball? Because that's probably the most common one. The boats are going over the horizon, but you agree that's not true. So what would you say is that we're proving to them in school about the Earth being a globe? What is that evidence?
Okay. So
a very direct question.
We can get into why these ones you don't like also, if you want.
Well, just
in schools, they're also going to point towards sticks and shadow measurements, and they're also going to point towards, if you use gravity, how accurately it describes movements of planets, the sun.
Now, do you believe any of those actually prove the globe? Or are those the same as the boats over the horizon, and when you actually look at them, they don't prove a globe?
I would say they make me more convinced than other ones, yeah.
But they don't. Okay, so let's take, what did you say was the most convincing one? Your sticks and shadows? You think the sticks and shadows proves a globe?
I think the orbits of planetary objects are probably the most.
Right, so not sticks and shadows. Okay, so now the proof that we're giving to the kids is the lights in the sky, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now how do the lights in the sky tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
How do you logically get from the appeal to the emotions of the celestial bodies to that conclusion?
I would probably talk about the northern and southern hemisphere stars.
And how do they tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
So what they tell me is that both in the northern and southern hemisphere, the stars are rotating around.
Wait, where are you getting hemisphere from? Because you haven't got anything beneath your feet yet. You're just looking at the sky.
Okay, they tell me that people in the northern and southern latitudes both see stars that orbit around a singular point.
Okay.
Right.
And that works very easily on a globe Earth model.
No, wait. What globe? No, we need to get, like, what point does... those don't tell you there's anything about a globe. How will you get into a globe from that?
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, I only believe in a set of observations. And
no, but I'm talking about what they're teaching at school. How are they proving to people in the mainstream that the Earth is a spinning ball? You said not the boats over the horizon, not the sticks and shadows, it's the lights in the sky. That's what's proving it. So how are the lights in the sky moving, proving that the observably flat and motionless ground we see is not that?
So I don't believe that you're ever going to be completely convinced of anything. I think you just have
irrelevant. Not the question.
Cop out.
Not the question. How are the lights in the sky telling you that you live on a spinning ball?
There is just the observations of the lights in the sky.
But that's not an observation of anything about the ground.
Right.
So they don't tell you anything about the ground.
As I've been trying
So you can't logically get to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere by appealing to the lights in the sky.
No observation is going to ever convincingly tell you anything.
You don't know anything about that. Your ad hominems are not valid here.
We're talking about the objective merits of your argument, regardless if it doesn't persuade anyone.
Yeah, so the lights in the sky don't tell you that Earth's a globe then.
Answer the question, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Everyone was yelling. I didn't hear a question.
No, answer.
Let's try this again. So you keep blurting back at us. People won't be persuaded.
Hold on,
Everyone's talking again, guys. I'm sorry.
You just said the observation, you can never be sure of anything, but you just said the lights in the sky are the observation. But that means the lights in the sky, you agree, do not tell you that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
Right. Okay, so what is the proof that we are giving to the children, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball? It's not the boats going over the horizon. It's not the sticks and the shadows. It's not the moving lights in the sky. What is the proof?
What we are trying to give everyone is a tool that accurately describes things that they're seeing.
What proof are we giving to the kids, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Any proof for anything.
So there is no proof that the Earth's a spinning ball?
There's no proof for anything.
Right. So there's no proof that Earth's a spinning ball, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you for your attention, Andrew.
Yes, good night, folks.
That's it. That's it. Andrew is toast. Thank you very much. But your pseudo-intellectual mind couldn't wrap itself around empirical evidence, and that's okay. It might take some time, but you might want to sit here and listen to other conversations, Andrew. But thank you for trying. Although you just figured out that there isn't an answer to the unanswerable question, so might take you a bit. Might take some people a bit longer, but we get there either way.
Yeah,
this is the source of my contempt, at least. I'll just speak for me.
Gregory,
this is the source of my contempt when at the end of a scrutiny process where the conclusion from the dominant paradigm is really that There's no proof for anything, but they supposedly have known for centuries, millennia even, all this stuff here, just all of this. You see all this here, Gregory? We know all of this. And that Bible in your shelf, yeah, that's garbage. You say, when I'm told that, and then when I scrutinize that at the end of a scrutiny process, I'm told you can't prove anything. That's where my contempt inflames. That's where my indignation begins.
I feel like I was being strawmanned a bit there at the end of that speech, but yeah, Gregory, if you're ever around, man, I would like to talk with you some more. I think you're really smart.
It's righteous indignation, man, and it's justly said.
Thank you, Andrew.
You know.
Yeah, if you're ever around, sometimes I'll hop in like voice chat too, because it's pretty hard, obviously, to have discussions here. But if you're
right
around,
now,
I'll ping you. And,
it's not hard to have discussions here. Stop mischaracterizing people here. Your ad hominems and repeated nonsense have no value.
Oh no, did I? Okay, come on, somebody bail me. I didn't. Did I ad hom any of you? I don't think I saw.
You did it earlier, yeah, many times.
All you gotta do is be truthful. That's it. In this arena. Hey Andrew, listen. In this arena, all you got to do is be truthful and be real. You don't need to like pretend to know things. If you don't know something, the intellectual, honest position is to say I don't know. We respect that more in here than you to try to answer something that you don't know.
I think you understand what I mean. A lot, actually.
No, you were actually trying to give an explanation.
A lot of what I was saying.
Andrew, did you ever see, or did you ever made observation on the ground? Did you see any observation on the ground, or you are speaking about only observations like in the sky?
I mean, I was trying to say I don't think you're ever going to get that. Yeah.
No, did you ever seen any observation from the ground anywhere?
Again, I don't think you're ever going to see that. Yeah.
Hey, I'll do you one better, Andrew. I know it's never going to come. It's not there.
Yeah, from the ground. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, from anywhere.
All right.
How about we disagree that we're right. I'm right.
What was the height of this supposed satellite that you were doing your supposed observations from?
I think everyone's heard enough of that. If you want, I can tell you.
I just want the number.
Voice chat too. You want the?
I just want the number. I don't want anything else.
The number.
Sorry, the elevation. The elevation at which the satellite was above the Earth's surface. What was the elevation?
It was a sun-synchronous orbit, so that would be like 17,000.
What? 17,000 what?
17,000 kilometers.
And you were seeing what? Buildings, you were saying, stretched?
Yeah, I was trying to keep it simple for the talk, but yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, you didn't provide anything to back your shit, so I just wanted to hear a little bit more details on it.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a tough room, Andrew. Trust me.
Yeah.
But if you're hearing you're truthful, it'll go well for you. Even though you seem to be like a bit on a corner right now. Just stick around. Stick around alert. Just listen to like the conversations that happen here with other people that we may have conversations with, and you'll see what the culture is here.
So. Yeah, I gotta bounce, but yeah, Gregory, I'll ping you sometime if I ever see you in here. Maybe we can voice chat too or something. Yeah.
I got a dip too.
Thank you for telling us what we already know.
Yeah, no problem.
The rigor that was just spoken in here in critiquing what I call the ACP is what should be happening in academia. That's what should be happening. What you just heard in here is what should be happening in academia, but it's not. Which is why these dogmas persist and deceive people into incoherent, gap-filled theories chock full of fallacy with no hope.
Okay, so just to be clear, I mean, so this was like my past job. I'm back in academia now. We have weekly journal clubs, and I'll say we're way harsher than what's going on in here. So
no, you're not.
Because
if you were, the globe model would not be held.
Yeah, if that were true, Andrew, you'd be challenging those people at that meeting about the same fallacious arguments that you just agreed with us are incorrect.
Actually,
Right?
no. I picked my supervisor because he shares a lot of these similar beliefs.
So he agrees that there's no globe proof either?
Oh, well, the philosophy part, yeah.
I mean, you should tell these guys, hey guys, I went on the journey and I found out there's no globe proof. What do you guys think?
When you say no, the philosophy part, that just reinforces our point. Because if there is no justification for inductive reasoning, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge.
So
you've undermined the entirety of the uniformity of nature. And if you don't have uniformity of nature, then you can't know anything. I know you can hear me.
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So when you say no, just the philosophy part, that bolsters our point. That doesn't lessen our point. It isn't as though our point is not relevant to the point. No, it's directly relevant to the point. Philosophy is the foundation of any and all other distinct subcategories of knowledge.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's why I picked my supervisor, because he also kind of has this experimentalism view of science.
So the point, right? If you don't have the uniformity of nature, you can't know anything. So your experimentalism, so-called approach, cannot inform you of anything if there is no uniformity of nature. I'm not going to let this go.
So, okay, I just wholly disagree on the idea that something changing normally with time, even if those laws are changing with time, that is uniform. It can change uniformly. Like we can.
What is maintaining that regularity? I've already asked you that question. What can we please cut to the chase? If that is regularly changing, what is maintaining that regularity?
It can be anything. It can be anything it wants.
It can be anything.
Yeah, we don't tell nature.
That's very informative. So I could be regulating the uniformity of nature?
Maybe, man. I hope not.
Maybe you hope not. You would rather not uniform be regulated? Nature be uniform? You don't want regularity to nature?
I'm saying it already would be if it's changing uniformly.
You just said anything. You just told me anything to maintain the regular changing of the laws, so-called, of nature. So could that be me? Because I know from the well I'm not doing that. I know from the well I couldn't do that. So it can't be anything, can it?
It might be God. I honestly, I'm not like an atheist or anything. The laws...
It might be God.
Can be changing in whichever way they want. What I'm specifically specifying is that if we want to make any sense of them, I think we need to assert ahead of time that they are changing in a uniform way. So there's no like spikes of like there's electromagnetism.
You're kicking the can down the road, Andrew. Why are you insisting this? You can clearly hear my contempt for this approach. Okay? You're kicking the can down the road. If there is regularity anywhere to be found in nature, wheresoever, whatsoever, what is maintaining it? What is regulating the regularity?
I'm saying you have to just assume it, that there is. That's like the one thing that I will hard assume, because otherwise everything in life is nonsense, right? If there isn't.
Okay, what is it? I just asked you, what is it? What is the regulator of the regularity?
Probably God, whatever you want to call it.
Probably God. Now we know what that means, of course. You know full well that the appeal to the God, especially as it is explicated in the Bible, is the adequate answer that solves the problem of induction, but you don't want to say it fully because I assume you're not a believer.
I kind of have some...
Now you're talking to me now. That doesn't necessarily apply to everyone in here, but you're talking to me.
Yeah, I have spiritual beliefs. I'm not close enough to any faith.
Okay, so you have some vague metaphysic about so-called spirits, okay. So, I mean, until you get that cleared, I mean, you just conceded that it's some undefined metaphysic concerning so-called spirits, whatever those so-called spirits actually are, however you articulate that, which of course is not, in principle, when arguing, going to adequately answer that question. So as far as you know, you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity. So if you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity, you can't justify inductive reasoning. You can't justify believing the uniformity of nature. And if nature is not uniform, or at least if you can't justify believing that it is, you cannot know anything at all. This is what Bertrand Russell talked about. This is what all the philosophers talked about throughout the history of philosophy, especially Immanuel Kant in the 1700s, 200 or more years before Bertrand Russell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Immanuel Kant failed.
Right. So this is.
I strongly recommend,
inductive,
but not to cut you off, I strongly recommend you do this if you really are concerned about answering the skeptic, especially the problem of induction. Read Dr. Cornelius Van Til and read Dr. Greg L. Bahnsen. You can start there. They're not the only ones. There are philosophers alive today who are Christians, Bible believers who are respected, who talk about this so as to save knowledge. There is a reason.
Guys, well, before we continue on down this road, Andrew, if you're still here, I think Jenna wanted to ask you a question.
If it's quick, I really do need to head off here.
Jenna, are you still there? I'm sure she can be quick.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey.
Do you want to ask Andrew?
So there are 6 basic questions that I'd like to ask. Okay?
Oh, are they
Absolutely. They are quick and they are basic.
Okay.
They're quick and they're basic. First one. Are you 100% sure that you're on Discord right now?
No.
Then we're done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that was quick. Okay, thank you.
So what is it?
Yeah. If that's the case, we're not even going to go into the other 5.
Okay.
Now my question: how much you are?
Yeah, you got
here?
4 minutes. We only used 1.
Yeah, because if you are speaking with your 2%, what's that then?
Sorry, I was laughing at the start. I heard 2%.
How are you not 100%? How much you are here?
God, I actually don't know if I could quantify that.
And how we know that we are speaking with that 99%? We are not speaking with that 1% of somebody who is not here.
Well, if you know it's not 100%, can you ballpark it for us?
If you're not talking to us on Discord, then
maybe even give us a range.
Oh man, y'all are really gonna hate me after I say this. So in my opinion, there's like an infinite number of explanations for how I'm having this sensory response right now, right? And only one of them is that I'm actually here talking to you right now. So if I look at like
the chances are
it's the other like actually
things.
0, right? So it's really hard to quantify.
So what are you trying to convince us of then?
I don't know.
Like 99.9% sure the Earth's a globe?
I don't know. The question was just asked how likely I think I am to actually be here.
Yeah, yeah. So if you don't know, if you're not sure about your own existence, how are you sure about the shape of the Earth?
Exactly.
And then what are you trying to convince us of? To be also unsure like you? Or do you want us to take a position that you yourself don't take? Do you want us to be 100% sure of the goal, but not 99.9% sure about reality itself?
Yeah, so I've had this like issue for like a long time, and the thing I've always came to is that there's one probability where I'm actually here talking with you, then there's all the other ones where I'm like, it's nonsense, right? You're in like an insane asylum. For me, I don't see.
Oh, it's the latter, dude.
It might be.
It's the latter.
but for me, I don't see any use in even believing I'm in the crazy view, right? Because if the universe is nonsense and it is just random stuff going to my head, then it's pointless to even consider that, right?
Well, you're the only one entertaining it.
Yeah, so you are speaking to us on Discord then. Holy shit.
No, that's like, because this is my thing. Like, if you ask me how likely it is that I'm talking to you, I would say basically 0. But if you ask me what do I want it to be, I'd say I want it to be. All
right, so Andrew, based on that logic, Andrew, if you're not 100% sure of anything, but you're arguing that you're at least 99.9% sure of the globe, like how are you even doing this? If like you're saying from the whatever reality you live in that you're not sure of anything. That's what you're saying. You're not sure of anything, right?
Right. I'm assuming that we're living in the world where things do make sense. Yeah.
Okay. So that's ridiculous. You know that right now you're talking to us through this server called Discord. That's just based.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off.
Andrew, because if you're not talking to us, you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, sorry.
You realize that, right?
Yeah.
That you're having.
So if I can continue to my second question.
No, I really have to go now. It's been like 5 minutes now, so I have to
Are
go
you
off.
sure?
Yeah.
100%.
Are you sure?
I hope so. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Are you sure?
I mean, like, it's
Andrew,
sure you can't stay in this
some other
reality.
time.
Are you sure if you go that you will not stay here?
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, come back to tell
Come back,
us
man.
how you don't know.
Have a good one, Andrew.
So is there still a 99%?
I hope you're sure of where you're going, Andrew.
Hey, I'm 99.9% sure he didn't even actually disconnect. He's still in the Discord, and it's just my user interface that's wrong.
Yeah, there's still a good chance. You have to entertain it. You have to entertain the possibility that he's still here. Yeah.
Wow. Yep. See, that's all I had. That's all that had to be asked. That's all that had to be done. I knew he would be intellectually dishonest. Okay, like from the get-go, right out the gate. I'm pretty sure he was bluffing his balls off about working on satellites and all that other BS.
Of course.
Fucking ridiculous. Like, this dude doesn't even live in reality. He tells lies and he believes them. Like, it's complete. I was going to say it's complete and total intellectual dishonesty.
This is the end result of the globe argument. No matter how lofty or intellectual they like to think themselves or what their background working on satellites, at the end of the day, after some questioning, their entire worldview boils down to nothing can be known, I might be a brain in a jar, nothing is real.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Wow.
Yeah, that was crazy as fuck. Like, and listening to him, I'm like, damn, did he go to school and get all of the pushback he ever had as a critically thinking human being? Did he get pushback in the way of the philosophy that you can't know anything? Like, did someone at some point convince him of that? Because then through that lens, oh man,
I've seen it time and time again. We've seen it so many times now. Just so I know, it's like I'm getting used to it by now.
That clip was legendary.
That's it. It's when they start doing mental gymnastics. Yeah, I like the question: are you on Discord? Like, if they can't answer that properly, what can you do? But yeah, the mental gymnastics is it just shows you mental gymnastics. Just can't answer a direct question, just skips around the beat. I don't know. Just that critical thought is not there.
I think if I could chime in for a second, I think a lot of these people that come on to Flat Earth
Discord or wherever it may be, TikTok, come on, knowing they're hiding behind their computer and they can say or do anything they want to and act as stupid or silly as they want to, and they aren't held accountable for it. They are just one click away from leaving, and then they don't really care. So I think they have been brought up with the fact that flat Earth is stupid, silly, and uneducated, where we actually are not. We're actually the opposite. But they think they can come in and just, make fun of us, and then one click away, they don't have to deal with us anymore. And it's very disingenuous. It's actually kind of hilarious if you think about it, because these people are just so lost that they think they can make fun of us and then go away.
Yeah, definitely right there. But that's the thing, it's like they probably would say other stuff face to face. But I guess being behind the computer and that, they would talk. I know they'd talk differently as into face to face. So I don't know. It's just it just gets so confusing. Just trying to have a discussion and just go round and round in circles.
I think there's 3 still photos that the Globe likes to throw around. I think it's called the Thornbank windmills. The other one is that cruise ship, and the other one is that building or town that's on the other side of the body of water. And anybody who lives on a large body of water knows you get that distortion from day to day, if not almost every day. Where the water looks to be above or rise up, and the water is always blue too. It's always darker than the surrounding water in the foreground, and they don't take into account that can change day to day, if not hour to hour, and it's a still photo. And on those windmills, especially the Thornbank windmills, those windmills are way too close to the shore or way too close to the picture being taken to have that much Earth curvature involved if we lived on a ball of 3,959 mile radius. So that photo, which I think I posted at 52 minutes after the hour. That photo is so disingenuous. It borders on lying. I had a debate yesterday where the person brought that photo up as well as the cruise ship, and as proof of Earth curvature. It's just so disingenuous that people use still photos that can change over just an hour or so, definitely day to day, as proof of Earth curvature. It's such a 4th grade way of debating. It's really tiresome.
Yeah, I think now with all that test, it really has to be time lapse to get to get more data kind of thing. So yeah, still photo just doesn't cut it anymore. But saying that, is there any more data with that photo, like observer height, distance to the windmill height?
I think I've been living on Lake Michigan now for about 4 months, and you can see out pretty far. And if they had windmills out there that I could actually see, there would not be that kind of Earth curvature. Now I have seen. I posted it yesterday. I did see Chicago from Union Pier with my P1000, and I posted it yesterday. And it's about a minute 40, minute 30 video, and it shows the Sears Tower just before sunrise. And you could, and I moved back, and you could see the blue water above the lighter blue water in the foreground, and you could tell something was going on above the water, and it's just so obvious. And I have another video from 32 miles away showing 2 boats in the foreground very clearly, and then this huge wall, I don't want to call it a tidal wave, but this huge wall of water on the other side of those 2 boats, and the other side of those boats was Chicago, 32 miles away. And you can tell that there is so much going on above the water at certain times of the day or week or whatever, that not to show that on a video or, like you said, a time lapse, today in 2023 is just pathetic. I mean, it really is pathetic because it's not hard to get any sort of camera today and take video. You know, maybe a time lapse is more difficult, but if you have a P1000 or P900 or a Sony, you can time lapse it, and you don't have to time lapse it for a long time. Just time lapse it, and that's all you got to do. But I take video. I haven't got the time lapse down on my P1000 yet, but I get the video down. And it's very interesting what's going on about, you know, when you look across water. It's really, really interesting. I never knew it until I got into this new, you know, knowing system that we don't live on a spinning ball.
finally got an interview with the globe Earth opponents I've been speaking to.
I mean, we know how you fight at this point. We know what the plan is. Have you done anything differently in approaching this one?
Yeah, just I guess running a lot more.
What's going on, folks? Let's see, we've got Jim Waterworld in the panel, Wave Frequency, Wave Mixer, got Blue Jumper, Electricity, Elijah, got Effie Batman, Michael Gleason, Mike Power Swan, we got Resolve Systems, and the Gettier Problem with Cuddy down at the bottom of the panel. So welcome one and all. If you're new to this channel, or have not done so already, subscribe to Helio's YouTube channel. Smash the like button. Send him a PayPal. All that good stuff. Welcome to Sunday. I'll be your host this morning. CB.
Morning, CB.
Good morning. Good morning.
Well, I've got your attention. I think I'm tired of being a freak. You want to put me back into being a mixer?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. That would be much appreciated.
I got a question, CB. My mic working?
Yep. What's going on, Dave?
What's up, man? What did you do? What would your advice be if you tuned in, you're a new person, and maybe you think you live on a spinning ball and this and nothing? What's your advice for somebody that thinks that? Just curious.
My advice for someone that's tuning into a globe, that's a good question. Let me get back to my notes here. That's a tough question because people come here with so many preloaded issues that you have to diffuse. But I would say that you should watch film. You should study your opponent. Watch their moves. Then, once you've studied that, then you can plan your attack. But if you're just going to go in, there's a good chance you'll get, in sport reference, you'll get knocked out. Okay, so you don't have to be a flat earther. You don't have to, be a truther, all this stuff. You just learn what the odds are. It's not going to hurt you to at least see both sides of the fence. So that's probably what I would recommend. What about you?
I think that was a good answer, but obviously Beast is telling you to stop the cat. What does that mean?
Stop the cat. Let me look at the chat.
I think you gave a good answer. My hope for people coming in here, don't come in here actively trying to defend something that you believe. Just have an open mind. Listen to what we're saying. Absorb the information. Think about it for yourself. Do your own research. Blah, blah, blah. Back to you guys.
Yep. Tell them to stop the cap. Yeah. I mean, if you just took, I always talk about scooping up a random sample of 10 people. Those random 10 people, they're probably not going to know a lot of the things that we talk about here. Now, they don't know what flat Earth is. They don't know what gravity is. They don't know how big the globe is. This is just a majority of people. It's almost like those videos. You have to keep in mind, who we are really talking to. I'm sure you guys have maybe seen videos of people going up to random strangers on the street with a microphone. Hey, what do you think of can you name 3 countries?
Yeah.
And they're like, London, Paris, and Alaska. It's like, okay, well, I have to keep in mind that whoever made the video is obviously collecting the silliest ones and putting in whatever. But it's not that these people, and it's almost like these are some of the people that we talk to here.
Yep, there's no way to verify this, for example, but when you say that most, if not all, of the people that actually believe the globe don't really know the details of what the globe claims are.
They have no clue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are so in. I'm sorry to interrupt. They are so into their kindergarten, first grade brainwashing. They never grew out of it, and I'm serious when I say that.
Yeah, they say like old schools taught us this, taught us that.
Yeah, they don't believe in the globe. Just like MG42 Pillbox says, they talk about phenomenons that they think prove the globe, but when you're like, let's put a number on that, they're like, hell no, that sounds like something definitive. It sounds like something that I don't. I'm not going to put a number on it. Oh, no, let's put a number on it. Let's put 1 foot off the ground, the horizon is 1 mile away. Hell no. Not putting a number on that. The Earth is spinning. Yeah, of course it is, because you look at the sky. Do we have any tools that actually detect it? Hey, I'm not saying we can or can't do that. Somebody could do that. Hey, stop asking me these hardball questions, man. I don't appreciate it.
Obviously, sigma on octandus exists, though it doesn't. Obviously, Sydney to Santiago across the South Pacific Ocean only exists, but it doesn't. And it's just absolutely amazing that we're taught that there has to be a South Pole star. Now there is the Southern Cross, obviously, but there is no South Pole star called Sigma Octantis. There is none. There is no flight across the South Pacific Ocean only from Santiago to Sydney. All you got to do is look at some sort of a flat Earth map and see that flight takes you over LA or Dallas, and that's why people land there, because it works perfectly. But our brainwashing is so strong. We think that a compass has to work on a globe, even though a compass cannot work on a globe because it can't see through that much ground or mass if it's in the southern hemisphere. But we are taught that it points toward the north because we were taught it lives on a globe. All these, I tell you what, we have so many deep-rooted weeds that go down so far into the ground that if we just mow it on top, it doesn't get the weed. And we got to get the weed. And the weed started when they were 5 years old. And they're 35, 40, 45, 50 years old. And those weeds are so firm and solid in the ground, it's hard to get it out of there.
Yeah, and we don't use Roundup.
We don't use, and the Roundup wouldn't work that far down anyway, would it? I will say this: what Mayhem said the other night. What Mayhem said the other night about hosting some debates, whether they're cosmological or just on a specific topic or two, is great. And I think another thing that would be fun, I don't know if we'd ever do it, is get 5 or 10 globe believers at one time on a panel and have an open panel discussion with a moderator, so we don't have a bunch of over talking, and have 5 globers on here at one time and going back and forth with whoever we choose to have on the flat earth side. I think that would be interesting as long as there wasn't over talking.
The benefit of having multiple people is they sort of hold each other accountable. So one of them will say something out of pocket, like, "Oh, yeah, I can see curvature," and so then you turn to the other one and go, "Can you?" And that's when the pressure's on. Either they'll end up agreeing just on a hive mind type of thing. "Oh, yeah, I can see curve," or they'll call them out. That's what I love. Because a lot of times they don't want to hear it from me. They don't want to hear from you, Jim. They don't want to hear it from us. But if they hear it from someone who they know agrees with them overall, well, that has quite an effect from what I've noticed.
I think it'd be interesting to see. I don't know if it'll ever happen on here, but like two globers that disagree with each other about the globe model. You know, like one of them saw a curve from an airplane, the other one knows they didn't, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If we could stay out of it and keep our mouth shut, let the two globers argue about what they think the globe is, it'd be funny.
I just find fascinating.
The problem is getting them to actually. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, no. You go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, I've just been lagging lately, so apologies there in advance. The problem is just getting them to actually sort of dunk on each other. So they're hesitant. You know, I watch a lot of Fresh and Fit. I've been talking about it here, and you know, not to call anyone out, but just overall, I notice like women, well, they have a hive mind as well. So like, if someone says something stupid, they'll just kind of remain quiet, and no one will like call her out for whatever she just said. So like, I feel like Globers kind of have a similar hive mind. Like, if they hear someone talking about the globe, they won't like call them out because they're on the same team. But it has, I do really appreciate when that does happen. Someone the other day, this was like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. Somebody says, "Oh, I can see curvature." Okay, hold that thought for a moment. Let's flip to our other panel member that's a globe earther. What do you think? Just let him talk. Okay, dude. So like, that person did not want to call him out, even if he disagreed. So yeah, there's two sides to that.
Yeah, I just find it fascinating. As I said before about the Southern Pole Star Sigma Untantis, there is none. And about booking Sydney to Santiago across the South Pacific Ocean only encompasses, sunsets work perfectly on a stationary plane. I mean, they work really, really well. But you got to get away from this mindset that we're rotating, that we're falling back, and the sun is going that way because we're actually falling back on a rotating ball. But sunsets, if you really think about it, which globers don't, because they stay at the 4th grade level, if you think about it, sunsets work perfect on a stationary plane.
Yeah, it's embarrassing too. Like, folks like Matthew Learns will go, "Whoa, sunsets are how we prove the globe." Really, bro?
Yeah.
You're almost pretending like we don't see the sun.
His thing is all celestial. I always put an R in there. There's no R. Celestial. It's always the sun and the moon with them, and the southern star trails, and because they go to the celestial to prove the terrestrial, and and they think, and now Professor Dave is the perfect example of that. Is he thinks you can look up to the sky to prove the ground you walk on, and that's just stupid.
I like how I think it was Heretic when he was talking to Matthew, and he said that sunset thing, and he's like, at the beach, he's like, "So you claim the sun is going behind a convex body of water. Why can't we measure the convex body of water?" And he has no answer for that, That's what it boils down to. They think something's happening, but they can never actually directly prove it, obviously.
I came up with this idea. Probably not my idea. I probably stole it. But there's 5,000 residents of Globerville. Ville. I grew up in a Ville town, so it's village of or town of Globerville. So we have a town of Globers, and they're on social media. There's 5,000 of them, give or take 1,000 or two, and they've come very recently. The Globerville was established very recently. And their sole purpose is to make fun and ridicule of those of us who know we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. And the key residents of Globerville are Loon McToon, Weirdo Craig, FTFE, and now Professor Dave. And those 5,000 members of Globerville take their what do you want to call, talking points away from those three guys. They never take their talking points away from credentialed academics at the college and university level. They only listen to Loon and Craig and now Professor Dave, and that's their talking points. And it's really, really frustrating because those three guys are just in it for the money and the fame, and they could care less if the truth was actually told.
That just gave me an idea. Imagine if you got clout for being a flat earther. People often jump off the bandwagon when things become mainstream or cool. Trying to think of an example, but I used to love this artist back in the day before he got really big, Wiz Khalifa. Facebook.
Yeah, people jumped off that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was giving you an example to you.
MySpace would be another good example, right?
Who's another good example?
I just totally killed CB's train of thought, man.
No, you're good. I just had to step outside for a second, and I'm lagging real bad, so it's probably just me anyway.
Seem fine.
What's causing your lag?
I've just been having some issues lately.
But yeah, when things get too popular, people jump off them, you were saying.
Yeah, just when things get cool, they get lame. You know what I mean? When they get too cool, they're like, all right, this is stupid, then I'm out of here. So I kind of appreciate that Flat Earth has some exclusivity. I know a lot of people are like, no, we got to get it out there. We got to spread the message. And I do agree with that. But when imagine if it got too cool, you know what I mean? Or everyone's like, yeah, Flat Earth, there must be a dome. I can imagine things would get weird pretty quick.
It would get dumb really quick.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Things are dumb right now, though.
Not in the Flat Earth community. There's a lot of dumb Flat Earthers running around saying dumb shit.
It would just get worse. Yeah, it would get worse. So,
but what I mean is, and I've spoken about this before, that it's a high bar to be an effective Flat Earth, speaker at this right now.
It is. You hit it on the nose.
But as more and more people come, as CB saying, as more and more people come to it, that bar will slowly get lower and lower. Because that's what's happened with the globe. Right. That's why we have absolutely fucking ridiculous people coming in with ridiculous climb a tree, proves the globe. That's the bar of the globe, because it's so popular. It's just in the back of is it even in the back of people's minds? No thought whatsoever is put into it. It's an absolute giving of life, the globe.
Yeah, I find it.
And we'll get to that point where the majority of people, Flat Earth is a giving of life, so nobody understands how it works. Nobody understands why we think it's flat, why we know it's flat, the measurements, how we think the celestials work, all this.
Yeah, you just made me think about that.
Well, dude.
And you are so right. The more and more Flat Earthers we get, the lower the bar is going to get. Why? I mean, you just blew my
see it
mind.
with absolute. Sorry, cut you off, Flatsy, but you see it with absolutely everything. Look at YouTube in its heyday when it started. You know, it was like a Wild West. I mean, the internet in general, when it began, it was a Wild West. You know, if people are old enough here in this panel, I'm not particularly the earliest operating systems. You had to have some technical knowledge to get about them. They didn't have functional UIs that made everything easy. But then it was all about accessibility and trying to get it out to a greater demographic. So, you know, we eventually got Windows and how we know it, and everything's easy and available and usable. Happens with everything. You know.
You're talking about dumbing it down for the general public.
Think if you were genuine.
Yeah, pretty much.
Imagine you were a genuine globe believer. You know, it would piss me off. Like, if that was me, it would piss me off that there's like random strangers out here saying crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Carpentry, blah, blah, blah. And you have the one genuine flat or globe earther who's like, no, come on, guys. Like, why are you saying that stuff? You know? It's like, that's how almost it would be like if flat earth got crazy popular as well. We'd be the ones like, oh, no, they're saying freaking infinite plane again, or, you know, whatever. So
I hear flat earthers all the time say things that I'm like, why are they saying that?
Yeah.
Like, I don't. I see it all the time.
Yeah, it would get even worse if it was incentivized to go flat earth. You know what I mean? If there was clout for becoming flat earth. Look at the freaking Dave Farina. How many YouTube followers? They get clout for going against the flat earth. So imagine if it was the other way around. We would just have randos popping in. Oh yeah, I'm flat earth. No, I'm here for the clout. None of us here are doing it for any clout whatsoever. Zero. I make songs or whatever. I jump on the live stream, but I'm not here to get recognized or anything like that. I'm here for my own damn reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm genuinely here because I'm learning so much all the time, and I do it for growing and learning. Like, I'm not doing. I mean, I can say that I'm a bit selfish when I come in here. You know, especially at first. Yeah, I don't know. There's some nuance to it. It's a bit of selfishness because I like being around you guys and talking to you, but it's also because, you know, you all challenge me, and I hope I can do the same back. You know, challenge you and help everybody grow and learn, and not we don't need to degrade. We need to upgrade.
Yeah, the only reason I'm here is because there's absolutely nowhere else to fucking be. I mean, what's the other option? Go back to the water cooler chats, you know what I mean? It's like, this is the place to be, you know?
I said it in one of my songs. We do it for the free. How money?
There's a whole lot of truth to what
paid to be here.
CB is saying about if flat Earth becomes ubiquitous, that there's going to be a lot of ignorance in it. But that's generally the way. There's a lot of ignorance in the mass, right? There's only a couple of sheep that know where they're going. Everybody else just following the flock. And that's generally where we are with any general consensus. People aren't looking into it. They're going with the consensus and they're going with the flock. So they're ignorant to a lot of the information that they think that they believe already. And it wouldn't be any different when flat Earth takes over and becomes the actual paradigm.
Talking about
you just said exactly what I was trying to interject, that it becomes so diluted. You know, the overall goal, at least for me here, is to get people to critically think for themselves and actually, you know, have a thought process behind it. And what we're talking about here is the people that just follow the sheep. And if everybody just started believing in flat Earth, and most of them would be on the Flat Earth Society flying space disc, for example, you know, whatever.
Somebody mentioned the water cooler just a few comments ago. Isaac Newton never talked about the apple falling on top of his head in 1666. He never wrote about it. Never, ever wrote about it. So here's my theory. Newton was sitting around the water cooler, was standing around the water cooler in 1690 with a bunch of fellow employees at the office. And he said, hey, will somebody please make up this story that an apple fell on my head 24 years ago that I proved gravity. And one of the office employees went, okay, I'll do that. And so that's how he came about with 1666 and the apple falling on Newton's head. It happened around a water cooler in an office somewhere. I know that's not very funny, but I tried.
There's something to your revisionist history. I mean, we don't actually know how that really works, and if there is no other history of Newton and the apple falling on his head, I wouldn't be surprised about that either. I didn't look into that to say for sure. So yeah, no, that's how they come up with their stories.
It's interesting in Trismegistus, Hermes Trismegistus Emerald Tablet, that Newton supposedly translated. Trismegistus talked about this invisible force, that permeates everything, and he was talking about the sun because Trismegistus was a pagan sun worshiper, the father of alchemy, and Newton actually talked about that. And he actually interpreted the Emerald Tablet that Trismegistus wrote. And so Trismegistus talks about this invisible force, things like that. So did Newton steal gravity from Trismegistus, who maybe never lived? It's just interesting.
It's very interesting. I mean, because we have examples of revisionist history currently where they go back and revise things, and we're questioning, did it happen like that? I mean, this is where you get this, what's this thing called? There's a phenomenon that people was talking about. I didn't necessarily buy into it. I can't think of it.
Effect.
There you go, the Mandela effect. Yeah, I didn't buy into it as big as people do, but yeah, there is something to the revisionist history and controlling the narratives and the text. Yeah.
That doesn't come up be the reason for the Mandela effect being pushed out, to be honest. Just to gaslight everybody up in preparation for them actually revising history.
Or
Interesting.
Or also, it could be or. But I don't know if you've ever looked into the dead internet. They call it a theory, but
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
But it makes a lot of sense because you look into Google search and you search something and it tells you there's like a billion things that like that match your search, and then once you go from page to page, it'll decrease, and you'll end up with just a couple hundred actual things that correlate with your search. And it's just telling you billions of search pings. So I would.
The dead internet theory is mainly around that most content on the internet is produced by bots, essentially. Bots or produced by AI.
I agree with Flatsy that you get 5 million views or 5 million hits on something, and then you get to the third page and it says we have no more information. What is that?
I've got a little anecdote for this. We all know bots exist, on YouTube comments and all that. You guys know that? What the hell is it? It's like a German named channel where they. Fuck! Hold on, I'll get back to you on this. Just continue.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Is it Kyrgyzstan or something like that? I feel like I know what you're talking about.
It's the one that does all their videos in these like kind of cute cartoon presentation
with the birds
and
the birds.
Man, I can't even really remember properly right now.
It's called like Kyrgyzstan or Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, something like that. But
I've seen it.
Yeah, it's quite a popular channel. It's, a couple million subs or whatever.
Yeah, they do the birds. You can pay to have a bird in the video or something like that. If I'm
Hold on.
following you, but
I'm
sorry
gonna
to
see. I'm
interrupt.
gonna
Go ahead.
search up just to make sure I'm talking about the right thing here.
Yeah, they have some funny videos. One of them's like, "Yo, there's so much space trash. We're never gonna be able to leave the Earth." I remember watching those back in the day. I'll see if I can find it for you.
Anyway, wherever the channel is, it's popular. It's one of them kind of mainstream, like Vsauce type channels. So that's how people kind of see it. Purveyors of truth. And the type of comments I was seeing that were being replicated by bots on there were comments like, "Oh, we're so blessed in the 21st century to have access to information like this for free." That was the type of comments that were showing up multiple times on these videos, and I just thought that's so. It's smart, but it's insidious, Because that's the one. Yeah, in a nutshell, that's what I was missing. But that's the one. And I was just thinking, it's smart how they've done that. It's not just like mindless, repetitive comments just to up the participation or whatever. It's actually comments like getting people to be thankful for this bullshit pseudoscientific indoctrination nonsense information.
Yeah, and we've seen that spill over into the comments on the SpaceX test things that they do. Oh, it was a successful explosion, amazing for history. It's like the emotion. They're going for the emotions. Not even. There's no information there.
Yeah, that's more like a double think going on there. Like failure is success.
Yeah.
But it's just all these small little types of influences that people have no idea is going on around them.
Is that really their official claim, CB? They blew it up on purpose, or what is it?
It was a. How did they phrase it?
Successful explosion?
No, it was like something dismantling or something like that. Do you remember, CB?
No, I don't. I just remember them being applauding the explosion. But no, just what it feels like to me is like they're yanking on the heartstrings a little bit. Wow, we should be amazed this information is free. And people they don't really actually take a look at the information. They're like, huh, wait, that's a good point. We are so blessed. That's amazing. It's like, what was the information though?
This is it, Dave. A rapid, unscheduled disassembly. That was the quote.
Okay, that sounds legit.
Jeez.
Okay.
Hey, you fucking do some insurance fraud on your own home. Is like, oh, it was just a rapid, unscheduled fucking burning down.
Yeah.
It's just so dumb.
When a cop pulls me over for speeding, let's say my car had a rapid acceleration, it was unscheduled. Okay.
Jesus took the wheel. Gravity took the wheel, man.
But we know that explosion was intentional because they have to keep up this idea that space is hard. Space is we're trying our best, but things don't go our way.
We'll never be able to go. Yeah, we'll never be able to send people back. Our rockets keep blowing up. So, don't think that we'll be really sending people up anytime soon if we keep having these failures.
But we did it in 69 with these raggedy ass fucking rockets and lunar modules.
Minimal technology.
Yeah.
They even admitted to Mac. They're like, oh, we only had a calculator.
A bunch of black girls. Our computers were a bunch of black girls in the room.
Yeah, the sad part of the whole moon thing is they destroyed that technology, and it's such a painful process to build it back. So I got to have some sympathy for them there, you know.
That is like the craziest story. It's not like my parents were flat earthers, but they were certainly moon landing deniers. They didn't buy into that story, and so that gives me like an edge because I already was questioning the narrative that was being created.
Well, yeah, you can't go forward with flat Earth with anybody that still actually believes the moon landings took place. As I say, you don't need to be a flat earther to see through that nonsense, and if you can't, there's really no hope for you. You're brain
Anyone to name another technology that was intentionally destroyed? Maybe there is one. Like Betamax.
Oh, right.
Good education systems.
Another bell question.
Yeah.
If you believe in the moon landing, I don't know that we can continue with the conversation going in the direction that we are. We first have to unravel why you believe the moon landing.
Howdy.
Morning.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on here? You guys having a party?
Every day, you know it.
We're cooking, bro. We're cooking.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just here. I'm listening. I'm fixing some brekkie.
We do have a couple new people here, Comars, and we talk to them. We want to try to talk to them. Is my mic working?
You are live, Dave.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, Komar, we'll give you a quick chance to say hello. I sent you a message in the chat, but if you want to chime in, give us a quick greeting. We can boost you up some rolls here.
Is that the Comar that went
come back anytime
with Harold? Was that the name of that movie? Harold and Comar go
like smoking mad weed. That's why you got the cat in the picture.
You have the right to remain silent, Comar, but you have the ability. Evidently you do. Back to you, CB, or Max.
Does this mic work? Well, then,
Was there anybody speaking before I came in here? I don't hear anybody.
Good morning, man.
We were discussing destroying the technology of the moon landing. Have they ever destroyed any other technology that worked before? I can't think of it.
You know, they said it's a painful process to build it back up again, according to them.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
But the first thing you would do after the most successful thing in the history of mankind was destroy the technology that you did it with. That would make sense, right? Okay.
But we destroyed.
You remember what Nixon said? Of course, I do, but a lot of you don't. Nixon said that the moon landing, Apollo 11, was was the greatest creation, or the greatest I forget the word. The greatest achievement in creation in human history since creation, Adam and Eve.
Best thing since sliced bread, huh?
A bread, the moon landing, and creation in the Garden of Eden. I like it.
So they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon, but they're going to Mars, Saturn, Pluto, and every place else.
Hey, we got glittering in here. Looks like I got a picture of a bird for the avatar. Glittering, what's going on? What's good in your hood?
In my hood, only God is good.
Right.
Womp, womp, womp. PD alert.
Jig is up.
We do not care. He's going for a Discord record, the most accounts created by one person, I think. Maybe that's
I never created anything, man. I didn't create anything.
You create a lot of Discord accounts, man.
That's your claim.
Hey, we got Komar in here. Did Komar pipe up?
He declined the invitation to speak.
Who else we got? Oh, we got Eli's back. Was he talking?
What's going on? I'm just listening.
Listening, huh? That's a good idea.
Man, you've been talking the most shit to me.
Well, it's because you don't know anything, man. And you came in here all big and bad and talk about satellites and shit. I'm like, man, sit down. You don't know anything. But let's get somebody that does, right? Invite somebody that you know that knows what they're talking about, so we can thrash them, or at least I will thrash them.
Thrash them.
Well, we just listened to fucking 2 hours of Andrew, who supposedly knew about satellites, and he didn't know shit either. So didn't even know if he's on Discord.
I was listening to that too. Y'all talked over that dude a fuck ton.
Because he's a fucktard. That's why.
There was like 5 people speaking to him while he was trying to make one point by himself.
Yeah, he wasn't making any points, Eli. We've been in this for years. It's the same rambling fucking nonsense forever.
Yeah, but
that's why we talk over, because we know where it's all going every time, because it's the same
why do you
stupid shit.
You don't even want to hear
There is no debate. You guys come in here thinking this is debate. The globe doesn't exist.
Are y'all not looking for globe earthers to talk to right now?
Not to thrash. I want to expose their dumbass to the truth, my good sir.
Do you know any like math? Are you good at math?
Are you good at math? How is that telling us what the shape of the earth is from the standpoint?
Because I was talking about spherical. Do you want me to fucking explain myself, or you go on a rant, dude?
I don't care. You can explain yourself, but it's not going to be relevant. But go ahead. Go ahead.
It pertains to math because of trigonometry. You have to know math to do trigonometry.
Oh my god.
Trigonometry, bro.
Okay.
Did you say trigonometry, bro?
Yeah, that's cool. Like I would rag on him on that, but at this point, I don't want to. He's exposed himself. But you know, it's cool. He can sit here and listen to us thrash his globers. So bring more. Send in the clowns. You know,
I got sent here by my brother, who's a flat earther. He's been trying to convince me for years. So I thought I'll join here and listen to other opinions. So next time we talk, I'll have a more firm understanding of what he's talking about. That's why I'm here.
Well, I mean, have you heard our argument, or are you just in here kind of listening to the debates? Because I mean, honestly,
I know pretty much all your arguments for the most part.
Yeah, but why are you so stubborn then? Because your brother has the right idea, but you're the only one that's stubborn about this, man.
You should see your brother and family.
I would challenge that. I'm going to challenge that a little bit, Eli. Name one argument. Let's start with one.
Like y'all think gravity doesn't exist. It's about density and buoyancy. That's one argument.
Wrong.
That's something I've heard them talk about.
What else?
We don't think gravity doesn't exist. The theory of gravity doesn't exist.
The theory.
Things fall to the ground? Yes, they do. That's the observed phenomenon.
Do they fall to the ground?
The explanation for it that you believe in, we don't believe in
a vacuum.
Eli, obvious it B was trying to tell you what's going on, brother, and you just jumped over him. Like, you see, you were complaining about that earlier about some guy was being talked over. You just talked over obvious it B. Come on, bro.
I thought he was done talking.
He was in the middle of his sentence, bro. All right, obvious, if you want to restate that.
Yeah, so your explanation to the cause of why things go towards the ground, that's what we don't subscribe to.
I didn't give an explanation for why things go to the ground.
I don't need to replace your fantasies, bro. You haven't proven them true.
Proven what? I haven't talked about gravity at all.
You invoke gravity. You say gravity pulls things to the earth. This is what.
No, it's not what I said at all.
Everything to be no, but this is the claim. This is the claim. This is why planets coalesce into spheres because of gravity, etc., etc., etc. We know the whole story. But we don't subscribe to that story.
I'm aware.
That's what we deny. We don't deny the naturally observed phenomena that things go towards the ground. And you haven't, in gravity is not scientifically validated, so we don't have to replace it with anything.
So y'all don't have an explanation for it?
Did you
Look,
just
man,
hear what I said?
It either weighs more than the air or it doesn't.
Okay. So what happens in a vacuum when a feather and a brick fall side by side?
Are you in a vacuum?
I can show you a test of a vacuum and a brick and a feather dropping at the same time, and they hit the ground at the same exact time. There's no air in the chamber.
Yeah. Are you in a vacuum right now?
Do you live in a vacuum?
That's the point, man. We can go into hypothetical scenarios, right? But we don't live in a vacuum.
That's not my point. My point is, if you take away the air that you're saying causes things to fall, then things will fall at the exact same rate, no matter how dense.
You're incorrect, Eli. You're incorrect. Bro, you're incorrect. I just got to point that out. Different elements fall at different rates. They did a test. We have hang on, dude. We have a GIF that actually shows this. They have different elements in a vacuum falling down, and they're all falling at different rates. So that's incorrect. So based upon that, elements. Bro, are you gonna let me finish my statement? So basically,
Hold on, Eli, dude, just chill out, bro.
Okay, so basically the different elements fall at different rates means that we can only come up with an average of the rate of fall. It is not a constant, it's an average, Eli.
I think it's like 9.26 or some shit.
Well, it's close to that. But like, listen, it's the average of the rate of fall is going to vary also with the medium and the object relationship. But still, you know that in the medium of air, that's how the rate of fall is derived from different elements falling at different rates. It's not a constant, and they're not all falling the same. This has already been shown in a vacuum. So that idea that you might have right now, it's not proven. The one that is that all the elements fall at different rates. I'm just saying you probably didn't know that, but you do know. You do know it now. You can look at it.
Things don't fall at different rates in a vacuum. They will hit the ground at the exact same time.
They do, Eli. They do, and you're
you can say that
because they do. There's already a test that's been done that's shown this.
Okay, I have a test that's been done that doesn't show that.
You are.
Wait, Eli, can you look at the chat because you were already saying no, it's not in a vacuum when it was in a vacuum. You're saying this doesn't happen when it is happening.
I just said in a vacuum they fall at the
for you.
I said vacuum. I never said not a vacuum.
You're no, sorry, Eli, you're wrong. Look at the chat, please.
I know what I said.
No, you're just wrong.
Coming out of Jamie's fox mouth. Lol, I watched a couple of those. What am I looking at?
They created a vacuum that was like taller, like a tower, and they conducted the test where they tested the rate of fall for different objects, and according to their density, the more dense things would fall at a faster rate in the vacuum.
That it wasn't a good vacuum.
Eli, you're in the wrong channel, by the way.
I'm saying that they made the vacuum like taller, like a tower, like a building tower, so that they could test the rate of fall for objects that were, denser or less dense.
Yeah, that demonstration shows that it's an average. That's all the demonstration showed. It's an average. It's not a constant.
So if I showed y'all a vacuum where things hit the ground at the exact same, and not any vacuum, by the way, the best vacuum on the planet. If I showed y'all that experiment where a brick and a feather hit the ground at the exact same time without air, what would that mean to you?
We know what you're talking about. I'm talking about they made a better vacuum that was much taller so that they could test the rate of fall better. Is the one that you're talking about? They didn't drop long enough for you to be able to tell what would fall faster.
Right. That's where your demonstration doesn't give a good comparison. And only using that one time, this time was this vacuum that was created with the elements falling at different rates was done over and over again. So the mainstream consensus would agree with us. The demonstration shows that elements fall at different rates, but it's about the same You would say that it's close to about 9.8. So you were right on saying that, but wrong in saying that it's a constant and that's how it falls in a vacuum. You're incorrect on that information.
But to that, I would just say the vacuum wasn't very good if things weren't falling at the same rate.
But these are the mental gymnastics, Eli, that you start to imply because you're saying that this is the case, and you don't see the research that's been done behind this with the demonstration. You're just saying things. You're trying to rescue. You're trying to rescue your globe Earth. I don't know why, bro. Your brother's on the right track, but you, for some reason, you want to make this globe Earth fantasy a reality, and it's not. Sorry, man. It's just that's the way things are. We have demonstrations on our side. You don't.
So Eli, when you brought up your vacuum experiment with the brick and the feather, what was brought to you was a more recent experiment showing that same thing, showing that these things do not fall at the same rate. And the experiment was done by the same people that brought to you the first experiment. You know, the people in the white coats that bring you the information. And so why you would dispute this is beyond me. You're just saying, at this point. They're right.
No, well, I'm saying there's another vacuum that showed differently to what you're saying.
It didn't give the...
You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me when I said there was a more recent test. Right, it's more recent, the one that was done with more accuracy than the one that was previously done.
What makes you say more accurate? What implies that?
They needed more.
Look at the rigor that was implied with what was being used, and the different variations of the elements that were also being used. You can see by the periodic table that was in the background that you can see the different elements that were used at the rate of fall, and they're all falling at different rates. This is the demonstration that not just a bowling ball and feathers, that it's like that's for kindergarten stuff. You're now moving to an advanced level where you're actually trying to define what element is falling at different rates, if they are, if they're not. And you can do this over and over again, and you'll get the same conclusion, which the mainstream rhetoric has now been changed to an average, not a constant. Why are you not getting this, Eli? You're trying to manifest your globe Earth into reality by you saying, it's not going to work, bro. We have demonstration on our side to show us that this isn't the case, like you're saying. That's something you can't produce. It's like, even if you said that there was one that shows something differently, you already show a contradiction in your idea that the Earth is saying that it's falling at the same rate, bro. It's a contradiction already.
It's the same thing, just with a different point. I have an experiment that says something different.
It's a contradiction. So that means that we have a black swan.
Okay.
That means we have a black swan. That means that what you were saying is debunked by the one we have. How about that?
No, they're the same thing. They're two different points with two different
experiments. They're falling at different rates. That's an average that they're getting from the rate of fall. Why are you not getting this?
I can say, no, they're not. They're falling at the same rate. What don't you get?
Are you seeing them fall at the same rate?
Say that, though.
The demonstration is showing you that they're falling at different rates in a vacuum, Eli. Like they're showing
the demonstration I'm showing you shows that they fall at the same rate. So what's the difference in what you're saying?
That means that I have a black swan. That means that I've already thwarted your idea that it's falling at a constant. That means that the one I'm showing you is falling at different rates, and the one you're saying that is falling at a constant. So if I show you something that is contrary to your idea that it's only that way, I've just debunked your way by a demonstration. So that means that you have to go by what's been debunked. It's falsified already. So you don't have something that stands
your
true.
Experiment's falsified.
The variable of
experiment.
Okay, the variable that changed is that they let the objects drop further, like they gave them more room to fall longer. That's the variable. The one that you're talking about, they didn't fall for very long. The new one, they fell for longer and had different results.
You know new and improved, Eli? Do you know what new and improved means? Because this is kind of like a new and improved sort of situation, brother.
Oh, like rocket ships.
Eli, in your fairy tale, they didn't allow in that vacuum the chance for it to accelerate because gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared, which is the acceleration towards your fairy tale center of your Earth. You give it longer to accelerate, your fairy tale goes away, and you cannot prove rocket ship in the vacuum of outer space. There is no propulsion. There is no Newton's third law of motion that applies perfectly here on Earth That is a fairy tale. You can propel a rocket off of nothing. That is a violation of Newton's third law of motion, which you don't care about because you love your globe or your ball so much.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Eli, let's just try to keep it on one topic at a time. I noticed you just tried to bring up rockets there, right? When he brought up new and improved, you're like, well, we have new and improved rockets. Honestly, I don't know if that works, because apparently they destroyed the technology, and now that we have new and improved, we're not able to do the thing that we previously could do. So what you just said doesn't apply. So I just want you to stop throwing things at the wall and hoping that'll stick. Sorry, you were kind of speaking. You want to say that again? Let me turn you up.
What do you mean we can't do what we previously did?
Well, let's stay on topic here. I just noticed you're just throwing things at the wall and hoping it'll stick. Let's try and focus on this thing. And once we get through, maybe we can move on to the other arguments you said.
It's a faulty experiment. We had to have an air pressure to some extent. It wasn't a perfect vacuum.
But Eli, you've just been doing that this whole time.
We can't create a perfect vacuum. You're aware of that, right?
I'm saying it was not a very good vacuum.
Can you define that in any way?
Yeah, I know. You've been
based on
just saying things, Eli. You can't just say things in here.
Based on what, Eli? Thus saith the word of Eli?
Rates.
Yeah, the best vacuum we can create here on Earth is really shitty in comparison to the claimed vacuum of space. So I think we can do 10 to the negative 6 torr.
Conveniently enough, which y'all think is that y'all just hate NASA.
No,
come on. We don't hate NASA.
Bro, focus, Eli. Focus.
Now you're spiraling. Now you're getting emotional.
You're getting emotional, bro. Listen, dude, why are you so emotional about NASA and all these things? You got some kind of thing where you come in here.
Up the best vacuum, which NASA owns. Fuck you talking about?
That's 10 to the negative 6 torr they can create. The claimed vacuum of outer space is 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's fucking magnitudes stronger. I don't think you understand that difference.
I said on Earth.
Yeah, but your argument is, oh well, that other demonstration must have been done in some, a more faulty type of vacuum.
Exactly.
But right now you're arguing the rate of fall being a constant, and it's not. You've already been debunked on that point.
Just because you say it's not doesn't mean it's not.
What are you talking about, dude? I'm not just telling you that. It's a demonstration, dumbass. I've been saying this over and over again. There's a demonstration that shows it's an average, and you could even look it up. It's not coming from me. I'm just telling you, this is already... Mainstream rhetoric has already debunked the idea that it's a constant. Look it up. Stop acting like a dumbass. Look at it. You got Google right in front of you. Look it up.
Literally yesterday I tried to look something up and you called that out immediately. Like, you have to look this up. I mean, now you're telling me to look something up?
Focus,
I said that. Listen,
leave your emotions out of this.
Listen, you did that on the fly. When I was asking you the question, the direct measurement of Earth's curvature, you're like, well, let me look that up. I'm like, fuck, dude, I thought you thought the Earth was a globe and you knew how it was a globe. Why the fuck you gotta look it up right now? That's why I said that. But right now, you think that it's not being said by mainstream rhetoric that the rate of fall is an average. You look that shit up. You'll find out for yourself. That's the difference between yesterday and today, Eli.
Mainstream rhetoric, you're saying everyone thinks that things don't fall at the same rate in a vacuum? Is that what you're saying?
Bro, I'm telling you to look it up. Look it the fuck up. You're going to find out. Why do I have to argue with you? Just look that shit up.
No, I already looked it up and it disagreed with you. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
And what that rate of the fall will change?
Sorry?
What that rate of the fall will change with the surface?
What's the rate of change with the surface?
Sorry? No, I'm asking you what that rate, whatever rate it is, that falling, what that will do with the surface of the Earth.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand. Not trying to be rude.
Okay. I'm asking you what the ultimate relevance of this to the nature of the surface of the Earth is.
No, I was just talking about gravity.
There is none, pretty much. That's his point.
Gravity. Does gravity pulling water? Does gravity pulling water to the center?
Yeah, I know, Sasha, but like we want him to thoroughly flesh out the point that he's on before he goes to that. Because we yesterday, I'll give you the heads up, right? So yesterday I asked him for a direct measurement of Earth's curvature, which I know he doesn't have right now anyway, Sasha. That's what I asked him yesterday. He didn't have that evidence. He was like, "Let me Google it." I'm like, "Fuck, dude. You were in here talking about satellites and all kinds of shit and gravity. Even like yesterday he was talking about gravity, but he doesn't have the evidence of direct measurement of the Earth's surface having curvature per the 8 inches per mile squared and drop over distance. He didn't have that. So now I'm trying to get him to realize that his rate of fall is not a constant. So we're on that point, and we're not moving off of there until his bitch ass goes to the internet and finds that shit out, because he's thinking that we're lying about this, and it's pissing me the fuck off. You need to find out that it's not us telling you it's a constant. It's a fucking average, Eli.
You calm down, buddy. He's a little bit emotional over there.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Look it up.
Rate is not constant. That everybody knows. That what.
Bro, we don't need the tone police, Eli. Just you said you could provide some evidence, so just grab that.
I already said it.
Stick to the information. Stick to the information. Well, you've been just saying a lot of things, so post it in the chat so we can all have a look. Because you're just saying things at this point. Before we even presented the vacuum, you were like, "It's not a vacuum," so just stop doing that and let's stay on this. Come on, man.
Big, I don't understand. You're asking for the proof of the curvature, and he's speaking about all the falling rate. What that has to do with the curvature?
Oh, yesterday,
we haven't even got to the curvature yet.
Yeah, yesterday he couldn't debunk it because he said, "Well, let me look it up." Fuck you, dude. You were in here saying that satellites are going around the globe, but you can't even provide evidence of direct measurement of the Earth's curvature per the drop over distance. So I asked him that yesterday. He couldn't provide it yesterday. So now he's in today spinning our wheels about the constant rate of fall, which to him is going to make gravity a real thing. Now, on that point alone, because he didn't bring the evidence yesterday, right, for drop over distance.
Yeah.
Now he thinks he can jump to gravity being something that he can talk about. And I said, well, if it's a constant, then it should say that everywhere. All the mainstream rhetoric should back up what you're saying. It's not a constant. It's an average, like I've been telling him, but he doesn't want to look it up. He's just being obtuse right now. That's it.
Yep. But the point is, if it's constant or not constant, doesn't matter on the end, because on the end, when you realize maybe it is constant, maybe it is not constant, you need to come back to the nature and to find out if it's curving, because if it's that the role of the gravity, that means it must curve, or do you understand me?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Sasha, but that's not okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to rewind it. Maybe this should be the last time I said it. Yesterday, I asked him for the direct measurement of Earth's curvature. He could not provide it. He was searching all around, and there was some other numpty dipshit that was in here, prissy cow, that was talking about some shit because they both couldn't present it. And I was asking both of them. So the next thing we went to was like, fine, you're fucking debunked because you don't have the evidence. He's like, well, I can't look it up right now. I was like, no, fuck that. You didn't know that when you came in here, and you should know that because you think the Earth's a globe. Okay, so today he respawned, and now he's talking about how the constant is the average, or the constant of gravity pulling everything to the floor is the way that we should look at gravity. I'm telling him mainstream rhetoric is already debunking his idea of the constant rate of fall. It's not a fucking constant in a vacuum where he wants to put a bowling ball and feathers. He needs to look that shit up, because everybody knows on Earth that it's not a bitch ass constant. It's an average. That's what I'm showing him, but he needs to look that up. We're not moving from this fucking point until he brings that fucking information about the average. The average.
The average. And again, I already looked it up, and it says, yeah, they fall at the same rate.
Post a citation.
That shit up. Can somebody please provide him that evidence? If not, I'm going to have to go to my workstation.
Well, Eli, you have access to post things in the chat. Please post what you're saying so we can all follow along. So it's not you just saying things, please.
You could just look up NASA's vacuum experiment. If you want me to send a link, I can.
Bro, yes. Whatever you have, please post it. I mean, this is a YouTube video. Is there something in the video you'd like to address? A specific point?
No, it's just proving that things fall at the same rate in a vacuum due to gravity.
That's not a citation. Fuck you. That's not a citation. That's just a video. Where's the citation?
Can you? Maybe there's something in the video in particular. Eli. Is there something in the video or timestamp? Can you give us something specific besides hurling an entire video?
I already explained what the video was, and I'm sure most of y'all have already seen this because someone already brought up bowling ball and
so do you have a timestamp? Is there something in the video that you'd like us to address specifically? Is there a timestamp you want us to go to, or what?
Out of a vacuum. That's been my entire point this whole time.
So just what's the video for then? Is there, you don't want us to see, there's nothing in the video, there's not a timestamp you want us to go to, you just thought
it's
it was
just
a cool
the video.
or?
It shows things falling in a vacuum at the same rate. That's very straightforward. I don't understand what you don't get about that.
I'm just asking you to be more specific about what you're like us to. You just sent the video, so is there something in the video, particularly a timestamp?
The entire video is my point.
You just think it's a cool video. He just thinks it's a cool video.
Are you like dense? Do you not understand what I'm saying? It's showing things in a vacuum fall at the same rate. That's the whole video. There's no specific point. That's what the whole video goes over. It's not a tangent of different things.
Yeah, hang on, Stevie. Can you cite him? Can you cite him what you just posted? Because he doesn't know. He's not looking at live stream voice text. And this is what I'm showing him is that his own mainstream rhetoric. We're using them as a hostile witness. His own mainstream rhetoric is saying that it's not a constant. That's what's fucked up about this. He thinks that we're saying it, bro. It's his own mainstream rhetoric that's saying it's not a constant. And CB just pulled something up for you. I read it. It's in live stream voice.
I posted two things. There is gravity a constant? No, the acceleration is approximately constant at sea level. It varies. And then another one, gravity is often assumed to be the same everywhere. It's not perfect. Changes with altitude. Blah 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 blah. So
yes.
I'm trying to be a little bit more specific than just posting a video. Is there nothing? You're not being very specific. If we just played the whole video, I'm sure
you just want me to play
we would need to listen to.
What I'm saying is that it?
No, he's not listening. Eli, your fucking constant is not proven. What is the opposite. That it changes. It's variable. Even on the globe mainstream rhetoric, it changes.
If you look it up, it doesn't say that though. Google's first thing.
God, dude.
Mainstream rhetoric is this. That's Google's first explanation.
But Eli, I did look it up. That's why what I posted. Are you not able to read other things in the chat or? Because I did look it up and I have posted stuff.
You're wrong.
You just said wrong. Look it up. Hold on, you just said go to Google and look it up, and I just did exactly that and posted exactly what you said to do, and now you're saying I'm wrong.
You're just wrong.
What's going on here, dude?
You know what? You're just wrong. I'm too emotional. You're just wrong. That's Eli. You're just wrong.
You sound like a kindergartner. I literally looked up the same thing.
That's what you sound like, Eli. That's you.
In a vacuum, surface of the Earth, all objects fall at the same rate under a constant acceleration of gravity equal to 9.81. That's mainstream rhetoric you're talking about that says what does not say.
What's your site? Do you have a citation or anything? Like, can we see a link or a screenshot? Or can you be a little bit more specific?
Yeah, sure. I'll send a screenshot. No, I can't post screenshots in chat. I don't have that privilege.
Can Eli prove?
We'll get a citation then. That would be good.
Can Eli prove gravity? Can Eli ever prove that gravity has been measured? How do you prove or measure gravity? Not the effect of 9.81 meters per second squared falling to the ground, which is the effect. How can you prove that gravity causes the effect? How can you prove it? How can you measure gravity?
Yeah, I get that, Jim.
We're
on the average and constant point right now. We're not going to move off of that until he thoroughly understands it is not a constant. He's going to have to actually concede this point. If not, we're going to overwhelm him with demonstrations and citations that provide evidence that it's an average. We're not moving off this point. We're going to stay right fucking here until he says that. I want to hear him say fucking uncle in this chat. We're not moving off this point.
Okay. My bad.
No, I just don't agree. That's the thing.
I don't give a fuck. It's not an agree to disagree position. It's like you're right and it's listen. Either you're right and we're wrong, or we're right and you're fucking wrong. That's the way it is right now.
I already presented everything I think I need to.
A fucking video? A video? Really? A video?
All you do is post GIFs. You're talking about a video?
We're going to citations, dumbass.
Eli, come on, man. You're being very disingenuous, because before we even posted the video, you said that what was being posted wasn't there. So that's not true. Now you're saying, well, you didn't post any videos. Yes, we did. But now that you have access to the right chat, you should see that it was posted. It wasn't just GIFs and pictures. We posted a video of the vacuum. You said it wasn't a vacuum and wasn't a video.
No, I said I saw
you to follow along in a little bit more genuine way than you are right now, Eli. I mean, please just stop talking over other people and stick to the information and not the people. I don't know you. I don't know who you are. I don't have any reason to say things about you. I'm here for the information. So stop talking about Miggy or Mayhem and talk about the information itself.
What are you talking about? Mayhem's the one calling names and shit.
See, that's what I'm saying. You go right back to, well, Mayhem, forget him. What about the information?
It's hard when
Focus
he's
on the actual argument. You go back to, he's being mean to me. I don't care. Focus on the information. If you have the winning hand,
it's hard to focus when there's a
put your cards on the table.
Yelling names. Do you not understand that?
Dude, focus. Just focus. You're a big boy. You can handle it.
I think I already said I saw the video and I disagree. It's not a good bounty. I'm standing on that.
You're all over the place, my boy. Before we even posted the video, you're like, well, it's not a vacuum. It was a vacuum.
No,
you didn't post the video. We did post the video.
You know, you don't have any evidence, man. You're trying to save yourself. It's not gonna work. I'm gonna fucking bury you here in a minute when I get to my workstation.
Gonna bury me?
Yeah, with citations, dumbass. Because you don't got any. Where's your fucking citation that it's a constant?
Everything you think is true came from a fucking YouTube.
Everything.
See, Eli.
You just posted a YouTube video.
This isn't my belief. I'm not like.
Yes,
fucking
it is.
Don't spiral.
It's a fucking belief, dude. It's been debunked and disproven already. And we're telling you that you're like, nuh-uh. You're gonna die on that hill, bro. You're gonna die on that fucking hill.
Eli, focus, dude. Look.
What do you want me to focus
on? The reason why we're on this topic right now. Oh, okay, I'll tell you. Goddamn.
Y'all are saying like 50
This all started because you said, Jesus, Eli. Hold your horses, dude. This started because you said, I know all your arguments. And I said, okay, I would challenge that. Name one. Okay. Just wait, Eli. You have the floor to speak. No one has muted you, so you're welcome to speak here. It doesn't have to be while I'm speaking. Pipe down.
Go ahead.
The floor is yours. If you can't control your mic, we'll control it for you. So this started because you said that you know all the arguments. I asked you, I challenged that, and I said, name one. You said you don't believe in gravity. First of all, that's not our argument. But now we have to go into this whole gravity thing. So that's where we're on. We're not going to move on to, well, you believe in flat earth because videos. Nope. We're going to go exactly. You said you know all the arguments, so we're going to start with this one. And then once we're done, we're going to move on to the next one to see if what you said was really true, that you know all of our arguments. I'd love to hear an actual argument because we're not even on the first one. We're having to teach you why gravity isn't what you think it is. So we'll proceed.
Yeah, the moment you understand, you know all of our arguments and actually understand them, Eli, you'll be a flat earther. So it's kind of easy to spot when somebody doesn't know or understand our arguments.
Do I have permission?
Usually, still believe in a globe.
Can I ask something about vacuum chamber?
The first thing I said, okay, so do flat earthers believe in gravity, yes or no?
No.
Okay, the first thing I said is y'all don't believe in gravity.
No, define what you mean by gravity.
Hold on. I wouldn't answer it that way. Exactly. I wouldn't answer it that way. Any random sample of strangers off the street, if you ask them what is gravity, they do not know. It's not independent of flat earth. Most people don't know what it is.
Ask Neil
So
deGrasse
you can't just punt it into the conversation.
Eli, I already explained this to you, so don't know why you're acting dumb about it now.
Here's a good answer for you as well. It doesn't kind of matter which gravity you pick. And I know everyone said, experiments and this, that, and the other. Every single one of the mass equations, even associated with mass attracting mass, and the bending and warping of space-time has got a letter of the alphabet in it. And that's the letter R, which is the radius of the Earth. So it doesn't matter which gravity you prove. It's based upon the presupposition that the Earth is a ball, requiring a direct measurement of the R value in some form or another, so we can get the curvature of the Earth. So, yeah, we can pick apart gravity in so many different ways. You ask, do flat earthers believe in gravity? No, there's no scientific experiment that proves it, and it's all based upon the presupposition that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
All right, I'm at my workstation now. Check this out. I looked that up, and there's been some rhetoric that would claim that it's a constant due to Newtonian gravitational big G theory. So we're gonna look at why they would say it's not, right? It says here, and it just starts off with says gravity map reveals Earth's extremes, right? So this is new. It's by New Scientist, and they want to dive into the topic a little bit. Want to lose weight fast? No need to adjust your diet. Just move to higher ground. This weight change is the result of fluctuation in Earth's gravity, which is a new high-resolution map that shows the greater than thought. Gravity is often assumed to be the same everywhere on Earth, but it varies because the planet is not perfectly spherical or uniformly dense. In addition, gravity is weaker at the equator due to centrifugal forces produced by the planet's rotation. It's also weaker at higher altitudes further from Earth's center, such as the summit of Mount Everest. So fuck you and your constant, bitch. And that's per the globe. I'm using them as a hostile witness to show you that this shit that you're saying is not true. So I just fucking debunked your ass. I'm going to put the citation so you can see. This is what your guys are saying. I don't give a fuck about this because I'm not claiming that shit. But I'm going to show you how you're even wrong in your own rhetoric. There you go. So fuck off.
One question: Does things falling in a vacuum chamber in the same rate on 10 centimeters height, the same like a 1,000 meters height in vacuum chamber?
And this shit goes on. Sorry, Sasha. This shit goes on to say NASA and the European Space Agency both have satellites which highly sensitive accelerometers that map the planet's gravitational field, but these are only accurate to within a few kilometers. Adding topographical data, which adjusts for height variations in local terrain, can improve the map's resolution. Accurately constructing tunnels, dams, and even tall buildings require knowledge of local gravity to GPS measurements of height. So higher resolution maps are important for civil engineering. This shit is what they're saying. And I'm showing you that you're fucking wrong about your constant. All right?
That's
it. I don't care. I've just debunked you. What your idea of it being constant?
So what you're talking about is things falling at different rates at different points on Earth. I'm talking about one vacuum. They're at the same point. You can say gravity dictates differently at different densities.
I'm not saying it, dumbass. They are. I'm using them as a hostile witness.
That makes sense.
I'm not saying that they are.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, you were. Earlier you were saying it was a constant. Look at the bowling ball and feathers. I'm like, fucking dude, they're not saying that shit.
Vacuum.
Oh, dude, now you can't change your example to fit whatever you want.
My example was NASA's vacuum, the same vacuum I've been talking about this entire time. I never talked about different points on Earth.
What the fuck is NASA and the European agency saying now?
They're saying the same shit I'm saying.
No, they're not, dumbass. No, they're not. They have highly sensitive accelerometers that map the planet's gravitational field. Fuck.
What's your
I'm
point?
trying to tell you. Oh my God. Yeah, you lost the plot, didn't you, dumbass? You lost the plot of the whole discussion? Did you?
I've been saying the same thing this entire time.
Yeah, no, you haven't, Eli. It's hyper fucking weaselly of you what you're trying to do now.
Fucking weasel,
you just moved the goalpost, bro.
I've been talking about NASA's vacuum chamber.
This is the problem with all you globers, man. You'll not even concede to something that doesn't mean you're going to be a flat earther. Fucking pathetic, man.
Yeah. Look at bro one chiming in. There's a difference between the entire Earth and one vacuum chamber. Fuck off.
Does that not make sense to you?
Oh my god, dude.
Eli.
Do you not agree that there's a difference between the entire Earth and one vacuum chamber?
I just debunked your fucking retarded idea that it's a constant by your own people. They're saying it's not.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
They're not.
Oh my god, bro. What?
They're saying gravity affects differently at different places. I'm talking about the same place.
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? It's not constant, you dumbass.
They do. What are you talking about?
Fucking hell. Hey, there's no saving you, Eli. At least your brother's got it right. You don't. Fuck it.
I bet you're great at family reunions, bro.
Are you trying to say that it's constant, locally constant, or something like that?
I'm saying within a vacuum chamber where things are affected evenly, right? Take away the energy, they will fall at the same rate.
Yeah,
What's
move this argument in that direction?
Oh, bollocks. Sorry. Sorry. Has anybody been dropping any gas in this vacuum chamber? Because you say things, when we drop elements, those are usually solid objects like nickel, iron, a rock, your sock, that type of stuff, right? But yeah, gas. Anyone dropping any gases in a vacuum, does that go down at this constant rate that you keep blabbering on about? No, that don't even do that. The constant rate, that was debunked years ago, and it isn't agreed upon average. They do these experiments all over the world, and then I think it's every 10, 12 years, they correlate, and then they make the maths easy, which they have done for over, I think it's 120 years now. They do this with all weights and measurement standards, and including the speed of light, because these things fluctuate. But they averaged them out to make the maths simple. Because, let's be fair, my friend, if we had to calculate the falling of every single element that we've got, we would have a slightly different mathematical calculation. The variance is slight, but the maths and the measurement is obvious. Different elements do fall at different rates. That's why they have these meetings and experiments to make the maths easier for us when we use them to layman. Why are we still blabbering on about it? Yeah. And no one's dropped any gas, have they? One of probably the main reasons why we're even arguing about this, remember the vacuum is in a container, separating it from blah, 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 blah.
All right, let me jump into the citation once again, because I'm actually quoting the people we're holding as a hostile witness, right? So there's a category there that says free fall favorite. The model pinpoints more extreme differences in gravitational acceleration than previously seen. Standard models predict a minimum gravitational acceleration of 9.7803 meters per second squared at the equator and 9.8322 meters per second squared at the poles. Hertz's model pinpoints unexpected locations with more extreme differences. Mount Nevado, we're going to butcher that name, Huascarin in Peru has lowest gravitational acceleration at 9.7639 meters per second squared, while the highest is at the surface of the Arctic Ocean at 9.8337 meters per second squared. So, yeah, you're fucked.
I don't disagree with that, though.
Yeah, you fucking do. Yeah, you fucking do.
So if I'm saying I agree with it, are you just going to say I disagree with it? What do you mean?
No, you disagree with it because currently you were showing us a fucking bowling ball and feathers, and that's just the way it is. And I'm like,
was that at different places on Earth, or was it at one consistent place?
So what are you saying then? You agree that it's an average now? You agree that it's an average?
I don't understand the point you're trying to make, to be frank.
That it's an average and not a constant, Eli.
Where are you getting average from?
I'll be here shortly to tell you how it's an equivocation. To tell you how it's an equivocation fallacy. It'll be fun. I'll be back.
What the fuck, dude? Are you? I don't know. Something's wrong with you, bro. Like, honestly. I just described to you how it's an average, and even using these guys who are hostile witnesses, because all they're doing, the only thing that they are doing is actually seeing shit fall at different rates. That's all. They're not knowing that the Earth is a globe or not, because they're just assuming that it is. So all these guys are doing
gravitational variation. That makes sense.
That's what I've been fucking saying. Oh my god, dude.
I'm talking about the same vacuum.
Thank you for agreeing with me now. But you should have done that like 30 minutes ago. You should have done that 30 minutes ago. I had to come to my workstation just to provide evidence so that you can say, "Oh, well, I agree with that shit." The fuck?
To your workstation.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? You don't have a workstation?
I'm at work right now.
Well, then why are you asking me?
Just keep them on this subject, and for like 3 more minutes till I get off the train. I have to address.
Yeah. I'm gonna pass you the baton, dude, because I thoroughly fleshed out my point, and I'm good over here. He agreed with me, so I mean, unless you want to bring something else up, you can go ahead. It's good. See, for the people in chat, I'm gonna kind of like let Eli get off the train or whatever. But this is the reason why I didn't want to move off to another point, because there's some people from the side of the globe that think they have the correct idea, and they don't understand that they're not keeping up to date with their even globe rhetoric.
But I never talked about different points on Earth.
Eli, the point was that it's an average because the people everywhere that are measuring the constant rate of fall have been debunked to know that it's not constant, it's an average.
Yeah, because Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
This is what the look. Listen, like
that makes sense.
I don't want to get into that. Bruh. I know. Well, it makes sense now because you've seen the evidence I'm showing you that what these guys are saying. But before it was like, well, I have my.
Else.
You said I have my video and me disagree with everybody here, and I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, it's a fucking average, and you're like, no, it's not. I'm like, yeah, it really is, and you're like, no,
if
it's not. My video.
Places on Earth, yeah, you would have to make an average because there's gravitational variation. That's not what I was saying.
Now you're agreeing with me.
Same point on Earth.
That's the whole point, you numb nuts. That's the entire point, Eli. Holy smokes, dude.
CB, help me out here, bro.
Mayhem. Remember what I told you the other day, bro? Baby steps, man. Baby steps.
I'm talking about one place. In one vacuum, things fall at the same rate. If you're going to go to somewhere else on Earth that might have more mass, maybe, or it turns out gravitational variation exists.
No, that's even fucked. That's fucked too. That idea that you have right there, that's fucked.
Same vacuum. Sorry, same vacuum. They drop different elements, and those different elements fall at a slightly different rate.
That's what I've been saying, Eli.
Start at the beginning again.
I think you just respawn. I think he just respawned, Jedi. That's what happened here.
No, you're saying I was saying something that I never said. I was never talking about different points on Earth. I was talking about the same thing.
I wasn't saying that shit either. I was saying elements.
You just made your fucking point.
Yeah, that's because the rhetoric is saying that in different places on Earth fall at different rates, but that's just not. That's even besides that. Like, because of the fact that you're going to use different elements in the same fucking location, they're still going to fall at different rates. That's not even just location. It's also specific to the element.
Just because you say that doesn't make it true.
What the fuck?
We've showed it, Eli. We've demonstrated it.
Yeah, and I've showed how they put the constant.
Check this out. So check this out. I don't know if you've defined well, or if you've implicitly stated what you meant by the constant, because the constant is, as an idea, is talking about all things being acted on by Big G equally. Now, what you're saying now is actually moving you into an equivocation fallacy, because you're saying, well, there's this caveat. Well, there was a theory that obviously people thought were true at one point, no is not true now, based on the citation that Miggy just gave. So we're talking about two different things. The previously thought idea that gravity is a constant, obviously they can't really say that, because that would be based on a perfect sphere, which coincidentally it would have to be for all the math that they use and blah, 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 blah. But since we're not talking about that now we're talking about this point where at the same spot on the Earth, for instance, in NASA's vacuum, things fall at the same rate. But that's not even true, because it's element dependent. Again, something Miggy just told you. So
You're going to talk
What's
about existence, and yet it would not fall at the same rate because it's very, very, very small.
Do you think I have to get a repetition of what happened after I just did that?
I'm sorry?
I don't need a repetition. And I also don't need, well, technically it's not. I definitely don't need that. Because if you're like, well, technically it's not, then technically Miggy's right.
No, I'm talking about things that are dense, because what I've heard flat earthers say is it's buoyancy and
Please
density.
don't be a bigot. Let's not talk about what flat earthers say. Let's just stick to the point.
Are not flat earthers?
Are you a bigot?
It pertains to the point.
Are you a bigot? In other words, is labeling something the end all be all to some conclusion that you would make? Because that would be bigotrous. Yes, I did make that word up, but we all know what bigotry is.
I don't understand where you're getting that from, though, because I'm not just assuming anything. I'm just telling you what the scientific.
No, what I'm saying is you're labeling flat Earth, right? Flat earthers say, and I'm telling you, don't do that to conclude your point, because that's bigotry. Let your point stand on its own.
No, that's why I'm talking about what I'm talking about. Because the first point to begin with is, what do I know about flat Earth? And my first thing I ever said was, y'all don't believe in gravity. Y'all think it's buoyant.
But that's bigotry, though. That's bigotry.
I'm reciting what I said.
I know, but it's bigotry.
Do you know the definition?
I'm just. Excuse me.
Do you know what bigotry is? Because that's definitely not what it is.
I definitely do. Can somebody bring up the definition, please, for him and read it out loud?
Obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
I didn't do any.
So in the beginning, when we asked you for evidence, your evidence was that flat earthers don't believe in
That's
gravity.
not how the conversation went. I said, I know your arguments. I've heard arguments. He said,
I was literally listening.
Was false.
I was listening to you say that.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I literally heard you say it. Do we have to go back to the live?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, I can't let you finish what you're saying because I made a point and you're trying to reposition yourself.
No,
I don't appreciate that.
What I said at all. You're just wrong. And I'm trying to tell you why you're wrong.
What am I wrong about specifically?
When I joined, I said,
what am I wrong about specific? What did I say that was a fallacy?
What I'm trying to explain right now. If you
use my words. Use my words because you said I'm wrong. Use my words to put in quotes a falsehood that I've stated, that we can go back to the live stream and prove that what I've said was a fallacy.
Okay. So when I first started talking, they asked me, what did
I say that was a fallacy?
Yeah, I'm getting to that. If you'd let me get to that point.
No,
I would
sorry, Eli. He's looking for a direct answer, Eli. Not you just a steamrolling.
I'm trying to give one. If you would give me, 15 seconds.
I already did this. What you're trying to do, I already did for the whole panel. Yes, the topic was you were challenged. You said you know all the flat Earth arguments. I said that's not true. How do you know? Start with one. Then you brought up gravity. Now we're done with gravity.
That's exactly what I just said. So what was wrong about that?
Can I fucking talk?
What was wrong about that summarization? For you to stop.
I would say is wrong about the summarization, please.
I'm sorry. What was wrong about that statement that I summarized for you to stop my point to repeat what you're saying?
You're just talking in circles and not letting me speak.
But I'm not talking in circles. Where in the live stream am I talking in circles? Can I give you $100 if you can prove that point? We have a live stream. You have Cash App?
I don't need your money, bro.
Also, money isn't even an incentive for you to tell the truth.
I'm trying to talk, but you won't fucking let me. So how could I tell the truth?
I love how Miggy was upset, and I knew that I had to come in here for my brother because you're minutes away from probably hitting me with the hard R. I love it how you're squirming right now.
You're bringing race into it now? When was that ever brought up?
Don't worry about it. It was just a little.
No, you just have been spiraling, bro.
When I try and explain myself.
Yeah, you're spiraling and cursing now because I'm just trying
Where do you
to summarize something.
What's irrelevance?
I'm sorry, but I summarized exactly what happened, and you said that I was wrong. And I asked you to put in quotes what was wrong about what I said, and you can't do
what
that.
you're saying is pertaining to exactly what I'm talking about, so I'm trying to recite what I originally said.
But how would I be wrong?
If you would let me explain without cutting me off,
said was wrong, Eli.
All right. Wait a minute. So let's recap before you go. So I said that you guys were speaking about, because I was listening when Creation Bear recapped, when it was asked for you to provide evidence, you said flat earthers don't believe in gravity. What's wrong about that statement?
Can I tell you? Are you gonna cut? Okay, I'm gonna try.
Do you need permission? Holy smokes!
I've been cut off the past 20 times I've tried to talk.
When you get the mic, you start whining. Just go.
Okay, I would love to. So no one ever talked about me providing evidence. They said, what do you know about flat earthers argument? Because I said, I know a lot of your arguments. It's what this started with. You can go to the live stream if you want. And afterward, I said, you don't believe in gravity, you believe in density and buoyancy. That's all I was trying to say.
But that's not an argument. Gravity isn't even related to the flat earth, even though mathematically it's also feasible. So I just
said you don't believe in gravity. You're
kind of showing that you don't know the arguments, Eli.
But what I'm saying is gravity has nothing to do with the flat. It's not an saying I don't believe in gravity is not an argument.
I was telling you what I think y'all believe because y'all were asking me what are my beliefs.
Not believing in something is not a belief.
I was giving you an explanation for what you replace gravity with, which would be density and buoyancy.
Density and buoyancy is a real thing. It's not a replacement.
I know, but you don't factor in gravity. You believe in density and buoyancy. Is that true?
Gravity is yet to be proven. Density and buoyancy is just a demonstration.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You don't believe in gravity. You believe in density and buoyancy.
But do you know why? So do you know?
You're saying that as if it's something
hold on. Do you know the difference between density and buoyancy and the claim on top of it?
No.
Okay, so the difference is the claim on top of it is density is because of the mass of the earth, and so there's gravity. Which is what what Jedi alluded to earlier. So
you don't have to have
the point being, when you say that we don't believe in gravity, well, density and buoyancy is a thing, but believing that the earth is a mass that things are attracted to the center of, that's yet to be proven. Why should we believe it? Oh, but that's not an argument. That's where evidence from the people who are making the claim comes in.
I was trying to explain what y'all believe. Y'all don't believe in gravity.
Okay, but a non-belief in something that doesn't have any evidence is not a belief.
Dude, what? I'm not saying you believe in it. I'm saying you don't think it's true.
Yeah, that's not a belief.
Because I was trying to explain what you supplement it with, which would be density and buoyancy.
Density and buoyancy is not a supplement.
It's the end all.
Density and buoyancy is a demonstration. When you put an ice cube in water, that's not. There's nothing unambiguous about that. So we know that density and buoyancy exists, but you're saying that density and buoyancy exists because the Earth is a mass that pulls things to the center of it.
I
So
literally
that
never
would.
said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I was speaking.
Oh, go ahead.
Is that all? Is that all right? May I finish?
Go ahead.
That would make the mass of the Earth pulling things to the. 1 second. Be patient. 1 second. That would make the mass of the Earth pulling things to the center of it the premise. And premises have to be proven. You understand that?
Yeah, that's what brought me onto a vacuum chamber.
No, no. The premise of the mass of the Earth pulling things to the center of it. A vacuum chamber, and the answer you gave was an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Wait, what?
It's an affirming the consequent fallacy because just like density and buoyancy, you're utilizing yet another effect to prove a premise that has yet to been proven. So that's an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Air has density and gives resistance to things. So if you take it away, what would be pulling things down at different rates? Like, why? You're saying things fall at different rates inside a vacuum, right?
Yeah, well, now that is a non sequitur.
Is that not
Do you
what
know
y'all
what a
think?
non sequitur is?
Explain it to me, please.
Okay, well, I gave you a rebuttal saying that you need to prove a premise, and you said that's what I'm trying to do with the vacuum. I'm like, no, you're using yet another effect, just like density and buoyancy, to prove a premise that is yet to been proven, and that's an affirming the consequent fallacy. What you just responded with was a non sequitur.
I'm saying because things fall at the same rate inside of a vacuum, something is acting on them evenly to make them do so.
Yeah, that's an affirmative consequent on top of begging the question if you're going to presume what that something is without proving it, because that something is the premise that needs to be proven. So it'd be a begging the question on top of affirming the consequent. And,
Very
and
simple.
I'm not just throwing these terms out there. Remember when I asked you to quote me? Well, I can quote you and use your words and form them into the fallacy I just called you out on. We could do that on the live stream. We can pull up the definitions for the fallacies, and you will see that the formulation of words that you're using are the fallacies I'm calling you out on. Which logical fallacies don't belong anywhere in truth.
So did you want to talk about a point now?
Well, I made a point.
Yeah, a fallacy. Okay, it won't happen again.
You cannot use logical
I doubt it.
fallacy to prove something.
That's what I'm saying. You're using a logical fallacy to prove a premise instead of the premise being true in evidence experientially.
Okay.
You don't think that's the problem?
You might not be aware of the
I literally
implications
just said it
of
won't
what a
happen again.
fallacy is.
You said what?
I just said it won't happen again.
Well, I mean, okay, that sounds sincere.
You say that like it's intentional.
So let me make the next statement. No Glover proof comes without a begging the question fallacy. So how on earth are you gonna continue the conversation without doing that?
So you're saying I can't even have a conversation with something you don't think is true?
No, you said it won't happen again, meaning you committing a fallacy to prove a premise. And I'm like,
So if I
okay,
were
well,
to talk
how are
about
we?
it, I
My
can't do
bad.
that.
Did I interrupt you again, or because I was giving you mad space, bro? You all right?
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm not saying you can't talk, but you said that you wouldn't commit a fallacy to prove a premise again. And I offered to you that every globe proof begins with a begging the question fallacy. So how would we be talking about the earth? Now, you can rebut that by saying that's not true, here's evidence without the fallacy, that's also possible. And I'll give you room to do that now if you like.
You just said it was impossible.
Do you believe me?
Prove us wrong. Prove me
we
wrong.
Can't talk about it without making the fallacy then?
Do you believe me or no?
Not really, dude.
Prove it wrong.
I don't understand what you're...
So if you don't believe me, then all you have to do is offer up some evidence or provide an argument that doesn't end in a logical fallacy in the conclusion, or the beginning, or the middle.
Circumnavigation.
What about it?
You can go in the straight line and end up where you started. Can't do that on a flat.
You can't do that on a flat? That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Because
if it were flat,
minus the flat part, you saying going in a straight line means that we live on a ball. That's definitely affirming the consequent. You just said you wouldn't do that.
I didn't say in a straight line means we're on a ball. I said if you go in a straight line and end up where you started, that would mean on a ball.
I'm gonna drop something.
That's not a straight line, ding dong.
Hang on, I'm gonna drop something in live stream voice text. If you guys can look really quick there, so you can bring some context to what he just said. Here.
That's not a straight line, bro. It's a circular path, no matter which way you slice it. So you're saying you can't travel in a circle on a flat surface?
No, I'm saying you can't end up where you started by going
kindergarten level.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we don't have to repeat it again, Eli. We're telling you.
But hold on, I don't really. That's fine. What does it prove? You're saying it proves that the Earth isn't flat.
So if I walked in a straight line,
I heard you, bro.
I'm trying to.
We heard you, Eli.
Well, if
not to cut you off, I'm just saying I just try not to repeat yourself unless someone didn't accept or understand what you said. If I can repeat what you said, I know what you said. So, okay, you can't go in a flat line and end up in the same place if the Earth was flat. You know what the problem for that is?
What is it?
Well, there's a premise, right, for navigation. It requires elevation angles, which require horizontals, which a globe doesn't have, which a flat Earth most certainly, obviously does. Flat, horizontal, synonymous in some cases.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Shall we whip out a navigation book or something, or you want to go through what do you want to do? You want me to cite something or what? Okay, let's start with this. Type in elevation angle. Tell me what you see.
Okay. The angle of elevation, an angle that is formed between a horizontal line and the line of straight. If the line of straight, the angle is formed in the angle of elevation.
That's what I'm talking about. So navigation involves the use of elevation angles, which involve a horizontal, which involve a flat plane.
I honestly don't understand.
You just read it. What part of what you read don't you understand?
I just don't understand why that would disprove going around a ball.
Can I tell you simply? You cannot navigate on curved. You cannot navigate on a curved surface. That's the point.
Can't navigate on a curved surface.
No, you cannot. You can't navigate only on the flat surface.
No, no. He's not under. Listen, he's not understanding that. So I'm trying to keep it simple.
Okay.
And what I'm simply saying is, you need to have angles measured, elevation angles measured from the Earth in order to navigate in the first place. Now, are we agreed, or do you want me to elaborate, expand?
Can you expand on it, please?
Yes. This is a noisy location, so
Okay.
give me about 3 minutes, and then I'll be right back, and we'll revisit.
You could just put stuff in chat and I'll look at it.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, put stuff in chat. I
got you. You can come back.
I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure you like this is connecting with you because I'm not trying to have a disconnect. I love humanity, and even though we do get besides ourselves and argue with each other, sometimes do bad things to each other. That's really not why this server's here. Okay, so when I'm talking about elevation angles, I'm guessing you're thinking, what the hell does that have to do with flat Earth or globe? Like, what does that even have to do with anything? I'm making this point about straight lines, right? I get it. So the bottom line is, in navigation, you need an elevation angle, which means you're going to be using the Earth as a reference or horizontal to get a star's vertical angular measurement. Or it could be a lighthouse, which is a slightly different method. But that would be terrestrial versus celestial navigation. So the whole point being, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to make the ending point, and then I would post something that would basically prove what I'm saying is the case. So what I'm about to say is that when you have the elevation angle, you have a hypotenuse. So the bottom of that is the adjacent, okay? And on the other end is the opposite side, where you have a right angle. That right angle is going to be where that star, if we were using a star to navigate, it would be directly overhead the Earth, and on the ground would be the star's GP, ground position. Now, that's a straight line vertically up from the star, 90 degrees, down to the GP, and then a horizontal line, the adjacent, directly to the observer who's taking the measurement. Meaning, this is done using a plane. It can't be a globe because then you wouldn't have 90 degrees with the GP and yada, yada, yada. Pythagoras would fall apart after that. You wouldn't be able to do it because you don't have the horizontal baseline. Now I'm gonna give me 3 minutes and I'll post some stuff and then I want to hear your response. But forget whatever anybody else is about to say because I know they're gonna try to add some shit. Forget all that. Give me 3 minutes and then I'll come back, I'll post some shit, and then I want your response after you've thought about it.
Sounds good.
All right.
Is anyone else there?
What up, dude?
So I'm going to read this straight from the internet's teat, if you will. When it comes to circumnavigating the Earth, the elevation of angles and landmarks or objects do not invalidate the fact that you can end up where you started. By following a specific route along the surface. Who's going to fucking poison noises while I talk?
Dude, you realize that this is like a show, right? This is like a podcast for entertainment purposes.
Okay, but I'm trying to talk. You're distracting.
But why do you think just reading off something on the internet is workable? It's a workable situation.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
I'm trying to understand what you're talking about, so I need to reference something.
Then reference it.
Do you know what is angle? Do you know what is angle?
Y'all not want me to cut y'all off? Because right now when I'm talking, y'all are just playing fucking noises over me.
Do you know what is angle?
Yeah, I know what an angle is.
Can you have angle with the one curved and one straight line?
Can I finish what I was saying without being cut off?
I'm asking you a simple question. I don't want to be rude. I'm asking you only. You said angle. You know what is angle. I'm asking you now. Can angle have the one straight and one curved line?
Can an angle have a straight and a curved line?
Yeah.
Like at the same time?
Yeah. What is the angle? You said that you know what is the angle.
I said I know what an angle is, like a right angle.
Okay, what is the 45 degrees angle?
It would be acute.
Is it that two straight lines going in the diagonal direction? One is straight and one is going like a diagonally, like a half of the 90.
I don't understand what point you're trying to make.
What is the half of the 90 degrees?
What is the what of 90 degrees?
What is half of 90 degrees?
45 is half of
Is
90.
that okay? How you get that 45 with two straight lines?
I don't understand what you're saying.
How you get 45
Holy
degrees
smokes,
angle?
When you get 45-degree angle?
Yeah.
There's instances. I don't understand like how I can draw one if you want me to make one.
Yeah, and how you get that one?
Eli, the question is really simple. Can you get that angle if one of those lines is curved?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
I have no idea.
Oh, yes, you do.
But you
No,
said you know what an
please,
angle
hold on.
is. So are you so sure?
I don't know. I just don't understand what curvature has to do with a right angle or
just sitting back.
You can't get an angle if one of them is curved. That's the point.
Do you know what a triangle is?
Jedi, you're kind of lagging, bro. I don't know. I'm hearing you lagging on my end.
All right, I'm gonna finish what I was saying before I was cut off by fucking random meme noises.
Man, this is very important. If you don't know what is angles, when Elijah come back, I don't know. It's not useful. It's not good for you. It's
45-degree angles.
Because elevation. We are speaking about elevation angles. We are speaking about elevation angles, and they are used that for in navigation. And what's that?
If y'all want to have an actual discussion, maybe not fucking play meme noises over me talking.
Dude, if you don't like it, just turn it down.
Oh, wait, who's doing?
It's very simple, okay? If you don't want to hear it, other people want to. If
Okay,
you
so who's
don't,
doing it so I can mute it?
Yeah, it's holy crap. You are this bad that you don't know how to turn the bot down?
No, I just don't know who the bot is. Who's making the noise?
Just get back to reading, bro. Just
no, because they're gonna play some fucking dumb noise when I'm reading and cut me off. Like y'all hate when I do.
You're a big boy. You're a big boy. You can handle it.
Okay, so I can cut y'all off too. You can be a big boy then. That's what you're saying.
Let's not. Or you can call Amnesty International.
No, I was talking. I don't think I care if you're talking.
Eli's coming back. Hang on, Eli.
No, I'm not going to. I'll say I can be a big boy and get cut off. I'm going to cut you off.
Relax, dude. Relax. Elijah, you go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was saying, let's not gaslight him. Like, and you know what? I do have to call. I mean, I do feel like a bit of a hypocrite because the thing is, sometimes I don't have patience, and sometimes I feel like, man, I understand how complicated this stuff is when I step into the mind of my cousin or my aunt or someone like that, and I try to think from that position.
Random meme noise when you're talking.
And I'm like, am I truly being a good teacher? Am I really conveying it in a way? Because sometimes I speak and then I listen back and I'm like, holy shit, I know that I understand what I'm saying, but I'm not sure someone new would understand. So we always have to be mindful. I don't know if this guy is new or not, but I'm just going off of this is my first conversation with him, so it is what it is.
I'm really just stuck on people cutting me off, but I'm not allowed to speak when y'all are speaking.
No, I feel you. That is annoying.
It's annoying as fuck, dude.
Stop doing that. Now, I'll tell you this: the bot is not going to stop. So you just go ahead and mute that and let us do what.
Okay, so who's the bot? Does it just say bot on their name, or?
Let me see right now. Where is the bot?
Okay, this is
He has a good point.
I feel this is an IQ test right now.
Hang on, Crit. Let me just let me reply to Elijah. The bot is actually a soundboard that we can all play who have the soundboard ability. So you'd have to mute everybody in here who has the soundboard ability, and you're not going to do that.
People who do that while I'm talking.
Hey, Eli, dude, you're best just rolling with it. Just relax, dude.
Well, I've been cutting off at some point. I'll get really offended by it, but when I talk, I can just...
Listen, pal, you've been arrogant since you arrived, so just start over. Get a grip.
Oh, so I can talk over y'all and just play a fucking soundboard when you're trying to make a...
Listen, y'all. Move on. Move on, y'all.
You ready?
Just relax.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Can you read what I'm about to post in the chat? Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Do you see this photo?
Yeah, the longitude, latitude, ecliptic.
Notice how there's no tilt here. Now that's not going to mean anything to you. It doesn't really mean well. It does mean something for this conversation, but it'll just confuse things. But I just want you to note that there's no tilt here. Now I want you to look at this photo. You see this photo?
A telescope looking up at a star. The equator line.
What's the tripod on?
I don't know what the tripod is supposed to be on.
What is the tripod on?
It's a slope.
No, be quiet, guys. What is the tripod on?
Are you saying like where it's at on Earth, or like?
What is the tripod on in this illustration?
It looks like it's on water to me.
Okay, what shape is the water?
What shape is the water? I mean, it's a part of a sphere.
It's flat. No, everybody else, shut the fuck up.
So it.
What is that the tripod is? Is the tripod standing on the globe, or is it standing on what's that?
Is it standing on a globe?
Check it out. Right there at the bottom right corner, it gives you a clue. What is the
equator
line? Is that what it says?
The bottom right says equator line. Or equator plane. Sorry.
What's the plane? What's the plane?
What's a plane?
Because I asked you what this is. I asked you what this is, and you said you don't know. So now that you know it's an equatorial plane, can we go back to the original question? What is this tripod standing on in this illustration?
A plane.
Right. Okay. Now, moving on. Can you read this?
It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and a relation to delegation, simply a way to picture their place.
Keep going.
Up, or is it just me?
I just don't think he wants to read it out loud anymore. Keep reading, bro. Keep reading.
That was his service. That's divine intervention right there. Sometimes I feel like God is like, no, my son, now is not the time.
Well, I just don't understand what I'm reading.
Well, just read it out loud. We'll help you out.
Yeah, read. Time out. Look, you said you don't understand what you're reading. This literally says that it may be a bit confusing. So we get that, it tells you why it's confusing, and it tells you how not to make it confusing. Isn't that interesting? But go ahead and read that.
The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. When moving the telescope to any place on this disk...
Why'd you skip the sentence before that?
I already read it. Even when moving the telescope...
You know you didn't?
No,
a really simple way. Why don't you start there?
Go ahead.
A really simple way to picture
you cut off.
Is to replace the sphere of Earth with a flat circular platform on which telescope stands. The platform waveform has the size of. Okay, no, I'm not about to do this. If y'all are about to fucking play noises while I'm trying to read.
It creates it. Just chill for a second, please.
Like, y'all understand that's childish as fuck. If y'all actually want to listen to people,
This is part of the server, man. Don't be silly.
Shut up, Sasha. No,
I like how you dismiss them.
All right, can we chill with the soundboard for like 120 seconds?
He's gone.
What? I always look. I don't know if the soundboard made him quit or if I made him quit.
No, it was the soundboard, 100%.
No, it was him. It was you, Elijah. You presented something he did not want to read when CB made him read.
Every day I'm 100-0, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, he walked out.
Bruh.
Listen, man, he walked out when he read that shit out loud, and then CB played that soundboard. He was like, "Fuck it, I'm out." Like that's when he left, bro. Right there.
Bro, you're making his world crumble around him. You know, it's it's overwhelming for people. You have to understand that too.
Yeah, he didn't want to. He just can't bear it, bro.
It was like too much.
But if you do that in mainstream television, in any show, in commercial, you will laugh and you will look like that normally, you know. In normal
but
life.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. Sasha, like you can't help. Like I wanted Eli to bear the fruit of him not knowing, like as a surprise. But when you were giving him the answer, it's not gonna happen through Eli. Like you guys were like giving him the answer. I wanted him to say it. Like you got to confess that shit, because that's when you're gonna know. It's not something that we're saying. It's just how it's presented as a practical way. So
like
Eli
what?
was walking him through that, man.
Like reading letters on the picture, like that, something like that.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to confess it. That's what we're trying to make him do. That's when CB told him, "No, you skip that, bro. Go ahead and read it." So when he read it, he had egg on his face because he just felt fucking bad about it. And now Eli was capitalizing on it, and then the soundboard just like was his out.
I'm not saying only about sentence. I'm saying about word written on the picture of the Elijah posted. That means it's written
I know, but it has to come from him. He's got to be the one to.
I know.
He was like, what does that say? Equator line. Let's skip the flat part.
Yeah.
That was strong. Look, listen, we are fighting strong wizardry. When I argue with someone, the only points that I argue is that something that they said is fallacious. That is the only time you hear me telling someone something. When I'm debating about flat Earth, I'm never telling them shit. Do you guys notice that?
Yeah, of course.
I do the same. I do the same.
Because Sasha, what you like to do is tell people things. I wish you could be more like me.
Yeah, I know. I understand when you are saying when you have the person like this, for example. I even don't want to speak with these persons, but okay.
Yeah,
if you're saying the person if you say with person who really struggle with that to reach the point to I don't know how to explain he needs fucking some kind of information, you know.
He doesn't. That's the whole thing. That's the issue. It's that cognitive dissonance barrier that's keeping him from realizing it, even though the information is right there. He could have just read it. But what happens to his mind is that he skips over it. He doesn't want to read it. That's a confession with your own mouth. So when he does that, like CB pointed out to the sentence, then Eli was like, okay, so now so he's all fucking triggered, and so any little thing was just gonna set him off so he can leave. So that soundboard was like, oh, I'm out. Like,
I was really wishing y'all could have chilled out with responding, because I'm telling you now, guys, I'm very zen. It's a Sunday morning, but I don't fucking like when people interrupt when I'm arguing a point. I really don't. And I'd appreciate it if you guys shut the fuck up when I'm doing that. Because when I'm sharing, I'm sharing. When I'm not, it's blatantly obvious. I would never take food from you. Don't take food from me. He brought up a point after this tedious conversation about gravity and yada, yada, yada. When he said going in a straight line proves that it isn't flat because of circumnavigation, that was the hill that he was supposed to die on. You guys, some of you guys was not patient enough to let that happen, because the point wasn't for him to read. that they use an equatorial plane or whatever the case. That was part of it. But the bottom line is, after he read that, he was supposed to explain to me how what he read and his conclusion about it not being flat based on circumnavigation is a contradiction. It's the law of non-contradiction, another fallacy. I wanted the live stream to hear that, and y'all fucked that up.
I don't think you were ever going to get that.
Yeah, with you guys talking, I was doing pretty fine.
No, he was playing dumb. I think he was playing dumb. I don't know.
I was doing pretty fine. Like we can all agree that my result is the same result I always get when I get enough quiet in here.
You know why you know he was playing dumb is because when he reads his shit, he reads it perfectly, right? And it can be pretty complicated. But yet when he reads your stuff, it's like, okay, what is this?
Yeah, it wasn't.
It's a bias.
I thought he was breaking up or something. I had to give him the benefit of the doubt because I was like, there is no way that he couldn't not read that. Like that was.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm a fucking retard, and I can read that.
It wasn't the perfect flat smack, but as we always talk about the audience, his ejection at that moment spoke volumes because he was building up excuses for days. Well, since I've heard him, 48 hours. But anyways, his ejection there, did he leave the server or did he just leave the chat?
I mean, it's great. It was great. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I'm just saying it wasn't perfect
for us, but people like him can't listen to the live stream. They can hear him be embarrassed or see that, damn, he should be embarrassed, but they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about because I still have to educate an audience somewhere at some point when we start clipping this shit. Like, we can't lose sight of what the main point is, which is educating the general
It's just
public.
a cliffhanger. Someone else will walk out onto that ledge, and it'll be to be continued for the audience, I guess.
And it sucks because when he comes back in, you guys are going to have to restart. And because we got so far at this point, he's not going to allow it to happen a second time. That moment is going to forever be lost. And it's a shame.
I think he left the server, actually. He typed something in chat, but now I don't see it anymore, which I think is because he left the server.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Elijah.
No, he's here. He's in. He swore.
He's in detention.
Yeah.
Maybe he deleted his comments.
No, the bot did. He's in detention. He might have said something vulgar in his comments.
Yeah,
he was whining about being interrupted, basically, again.
I wasn't gonna come in, but Mickey, I heard you about the. It was your day today. It'd be my days, and Miggy comes in, and I'm like, listening to Miggy talk sometimes after I'm like fucking going like just crazy is like sometimes therapeutic, and I'm like, finally, like, oh God, thank you, Jesus. You know, like, so I had to step in and like do something.
I didn't mind, dude, because I already know how it's weird because I was telling the group this too. It's like when you start to work with somebody so often, you know their mannerisms, you know like where they're gonna go next. So I'm like, I know exactly where you're gonna take somebody. So I'm like, guys, shut the fuck up. Don't spoil this shit because you're gonna see what's gonna happen in a moment. And then Sasha's like, no, it's this. I'm like, fuck, I can't get that toothpaste back in the tube, bro. So it's like, you know. And then of course he was looking at chat too, so he was like, oh, you mean it's the equatorial plane? I'm like, fuck, dude, we could have saved that savory moment for Eli. He would have just enjoyed that, you know, and then capitalized on it.
Let me take you down imaginary lane. Let me tell you what you took from me. Like I don't have these things pre-planned. They come to me as you know the events unfold. It just, I don't know. We all do it, you know, when we have a poetic moment. So the moment that I almost had was, you mean to tell me that the thing that Flat Earth has been strawmanned with for I don't know how many years, you can't identify, which is a pizza disc? Like, but I couldn't say that because you said what you said, Sasha, which was infinitely less funny. I like making people laugh as well. How you going to not tell me that that's a disc? I know you've seen a million of them looking at flat Earth because you're a bigot. You believe that that's what we believe. So, oh God, I wanted that so bad. I was so close. I saw him struggling, and I was like, yes. And then here comes.
But if you're a person, Elijah, who wants to know, who wants to find out something, and you will ask me something like this, Sasha, what do you have that I can look into that? And then I will tell you this, Elijah. Elijah, I have at least 100 videos, and they are not less than 1 hour. That means that you need to spend at least 100 hours to watch that. And that is something like a 10% of what I will give you. And there is another 1,000 videos. Not only videos, it's about researching, it's about concluding, logicking, but also together with videos, with the reality and blah, blah, blah. And when you do that, all that things, then you come back here and then you say, I know all argument.
Yeah, but that's a perfect world, Sasha. That shit is.
Yeah, I know.
It's like what we're dealing with is a case by case situation.
Yeah,
everybody's different, and they're not gonna. I get what you're saying.
I will tell you. I will tell you from.
It's not gonna work every time, brother.
Yeah,
it's just not gonna work every time.
Of course, I will tell you from experience because we are people. I also was doubting the flat Earth because for me it was a retarded, stupid idea. 7, 6, 7, I don't remember even years ago. But when I look into that, still it was logical for me. Fuck, this is flat. But I didn't make immediately conclusion about everything. I didn't know about gas pressure. I didn't know about density, buoyancy. I didn't go look into all of it. I didn't know what NASA is doing on ISS. But I look into all of that, of course. I didn't speak in the time on NATO show. I didn't want to say any fucking one word because I only know that we cannot have the curvature. But okay,
Yeah,
that was like, okay, let's question more. Let's see.
Sasha.
Yeah, okay.
Let me challenge you to put everything you just said in one sentence that a 6-year-old can understand.
Okay.
That's the thing. You think that when you're speaking, and this is the point that I was trying to make, when you're speaking, you think it makes sense. What you're saying is true. What I'm saying is true. That doesn't mean it makes sense to someone who has a mind virus. So we have to stop trying to dump into people and start over.
You think the self censoring was like a natural reaction, or you think he actually was doing it like on purpose? Like he would read.
I thought
because you talk about the mind virus, yeah. Because like maybe it's like unconsciously, it's like mute. It's like censoring himself without even knowing it because he can't read it.
He had to read. In what I would think if he did stumble and it wasn't his connection, I would think that it's because he's reading words and he's like, oh, these crafty flat earthers, let me read the whole thing to get the context because I know they're retarded, bigot. Like that's the thing. But when you come into this room, you find there is no out.
Nope.
Yo, Elijah, maybe for the sake of people listening, a quick recap about what we just witnessed with him trying to read the statement. What just happened?
Okay, so the guy basically said that that circumnavigation proves that circumnavigation and going in a straight line and ending up where you started proves that the earth can't be flat. And I asked him how, and then I abandoned that and said, you know what? I said, here's the thing. Do you know what an elevation angle is? I had him Google that. He Googled it. He said a horizontal line and you measure the vertical line, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, right. I was like, so, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I'm not saying verbatim what happened and what I said, but I'm trying to the best of my ability put it in chronological order. So when we got to the elevation angle, basically I could hear in his mind that he didn't know what it had to do with the Earth being a globe or flat. So that's why I asked him, or I had stated, I said, maybe you don't really know what the fuck this has to do with how the Earth is a globe or flat. Am I right or wrong? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, give me a moment. I'm going to post some stuff so that I can get you to understand. He's like, well, could you just explain it? I'm like, well, in order to have an elevation angle, the Earth has to be a flat horizontal plane. Why? Because you're going to have a hypotenuse. You're going to have the you're going to have a star, and then right under that star, vertically 90 degrees, you're going to have a ground position on the Earth. And then it's a straight horizontal line to your position where you're measuring the angle. If the Earth were curving, there could be no 90 degrees there. And I was like, now I'm going to post something that make sense if it doesn't make sense now. So everybody else, just, sit tight while I go get this thing. And so I did, and I posted a picture, an illustration, and the illustration is of someone, someone, with a tripod and a telescope looking up at the, presumably the sky, and the illustration shows that on top of a circular disc, and around that is a globe. So I asked him, I said, what is the tripod sitting on? And he didn't understand where I was going with it, because he was like, the globe is, I'm like, no. What's that the tripod is standing on? He's like, the water. I'm like, no. That circular thing. What is that? And he was like, the equator. And I was like, wait, look at the bottom right of the illustration. What does that say? He said, equator line. I said, read it again. He said, oh, equator plane. And I was like, okay, it's a plane. So what is the thing that the tripod is sitting on top of in this illustration? The equatorial plane. That's right. Now, moving on. Can you read what I'm about to post in the chat? Which read as follows. It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is and we were like, hello, are you there? And he came back, and everybody was like, read that line again. And he started at the next line after the one that he either disconnected through or mumbled through. We don't know which it is. And, we prompted him, no, we didn't hear what you said. Can you go back and start with the line that we didn't hear, which reads as this. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. So at that point, we started playing the soundboards and stuff, and he couldn't take it. And before he could read the rest of the citation, he left. And that's what happened.
Only one but, Elijah. When you was looking for your pictures, I don't know if you hear the conversation between us. He was struggling to explain to understand what is the angle.
You couldn't wait. How about we get the other guy to respond, since he asked me to do that? Is that good? Other guy. What's damn it? I don't know everybody's name. I'm sorry.
There is another guy.
Was that a good summary? To the guy who asked me to summarize.
Yeah, that's complete summary.
All right. I guess Sasha's going to have to be good enough. Thank you. Is that it? Everybody is gone or what?
Oh.
Oh, I'm still here, man. I'm just listening to you guys.
I think the bot is fun, but I don't know, man. Sometimes people are just, I have thick skin, but you got to understand, not everyone is like they can't handle it, man.
I think it's tough when he's in here by himself defending something that we all know it's wrong. And he's not going to win. He's never going to win the argument.
I got a question. Do you think we should give them some hot chocolate and rub their feet? I mean, that seems like a great idea for me.
I think you should let him. I think you should let him fall on his sword first, and then.
I think we should fucking skewer him and expose his bitch ass. But that's just me. Maybe let me say that.
Here's a robe and some Nike flip flops. Now go on and tell us how it's a globe. Here's your hot chocolate. Go on.
This is a fucking war, gentlemen. You're either in the fight or get the fuck out of the way.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. When he reads stupid shit, you throw the bot. But he wasn't reading something stupid. He was reading something that we were trying to explain to him.
All right, so
Kel, let me fill you in. If you want to know the true backstory, go into the lobby and see the BS he was spewing before he even got onto the live stream yesterday. Anyways, I listened to your recap, Eli, while I was doing something. But Elijah, I'm sorry. When you were bringing up him being bigoted and he didn't like hearing that and someone else white knighted could you go back into that? Because a lot of these people, I don't think they realize they're being bigoted. I think it's beyond like them just having a straw man when they arrive.
White knight? Who the fuck is that? Let's jump on that guy.
Yeah, well, maybe it was the same. Maybe it was the same guy. I was just listening, but it seemed like someone said, "Well, that's not the definition of." But anyways, they don't understand that they're taking that. They do have a bigoted attitude.
Yep. That's why he completely abandoned what he was gonna say for the circumnavigation, right? Because I'm like, yo, don't try to argue a point with me based on a label. That's very, very, very shaky ground, my friend. Like, what's so hard about? Like, look at the big, like. See, everybody thinks so macro. That's why you guys have like a superhero complex and save the world because the government is fucked up. It's fine. Look, listen. This place is created. I don't care. No, fuck that. I'm going to say it because it's Sunday. This place was created by something, by some being. Okay? And he didn't just give us flat earth. He also gave us government. Okay? He also gave us all of these other things that we unwittingly say is dumb and wrong because of the wrongdoings of individuals. And if you can't take every situation on a case-by-case scenario, you are a bigot because your heart isn't open and you're too lazy to take a situation for what it is at the time. So going back to this guy, why do you need to argue against some idea? Just talk to me. I'm here. I'm a human being. My heart is pumping. It's not going to pump forever. Your heart is pumping. It's not going to pump forever. I have knowledge. You have knowledge. You and I, let's exchange. What's wrong with that? Anybody would say, well, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, but what we do is not that. Most of the time people come in here and they want to argue against some idea. Just like when people are like, "Oh, you hate." Oh, let me not bring that up. But when you talk about, oh shit, I can't bring that up either.
I guess
we're even like, look at the censorship, man. To not say what is. You
Well,
know what I
guess what
mean?
it is? Maybe I was just thinking as you were talking. I guess what it is what's bringing probably that guy in here are these damage control pieces where they look down, they look down their nose at the flurf, and so this person not only comes in here thinking that we're not aware of the heliocentric model, but they think that we're completely unaware of the specific little reification they have that are spoken of in these damage control things. So I guess
exactly. Let me piggyback off of old Haas. So some of you guys don't know archetypes and character types. This guy is basically what he wants to do is thwart the efforts of his brother, who is a flat earther, and he thinks by coming in here, it would be therapeutic for him to tell his brother that he just destroyed a bunch of numpty, dumbass flat earthers. Because when he was in here the other day, he was saying that, well, I'm here with you guys or flat earthers. Like, he already is a bigot for sure. 100% he was. The next thing that he was trying to do, I don't know if everybody understands a bit of psychology, but he was trying to demonstrate to his brother the idea of flat earth is fucking stupid, and he's gonna come here to destroy flat earth and then go back and tell his brother how he done that. So why is he wants to redeem his brother back to the globe because he thinks that's a more sane approach. But when every time he comes in here and he starts to be destroyed, it chips away at that possibility. So when he's in here now, he's not listening. He doesn't want to say buzzwords. He doesn't want to put himself into a corner. He wants an out. So by playing the little sissy kind of like candy ass, oh, you're playing soundboard effects. And then you guys fall for that fucking shit and say, oh, let's not play soundboard fucking shit. It's just a demonstration of how he's trying to cope with the fact that he doesn't have a fucking answer to anything we gotta give him. I've identified him, I've weighed him, measured him, and found him wanting in that respect. But you guys can continue to analyze him till the cows come home. I already told you exactly what Eli said. He's a fucking bigot. And because he wants to redeem his brother, he's going to keep coming back here until he thwarts the effort somehow. There. That's it.
And look, honestly, the sound when someone's playing a violin when you're speaking, it's funny. If you're having a real conversation and not all wrapped up in some sort of zealot chant, it's funny. And it's just they can use it as a reminder to say, oh, I guess I'm going into my feelings bag now. Maybe I should just stick to the topic of the server. But they don't use it like that. They just build them up as excuses. Anyways, but
it is funny. It's funny to us, and it might be funny to an audience,
yeah,
but it's not funny to a demented-minded, tormented person. Like, right? Like,
yeah, it's not to him. But what I'm saying is, if someone comes here for a legit, honest conversation, it's fun. I've heard them laugh.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, you're right. For him, it's not funny, but he needs to check himself to realize, dude, maybe it is funny if they keep playing the violin. Maybe that's a logical fallacy, but yeah.
And I have to say, man, I look, guys, this was my feeling, and I did fall back, but I'm gonna say this, and only you're gonna understand, but. When it happens, you're gonna know. But I'm never gonna do it in a way that's distasteful. I am going to bring to head the truth in the red pill community. They're not all the way there. They need my help. That is a challenge. A manly challenge to all those in the red pill community who thinks that the earth is a globe. Let's get this show on the road. Let's have a conversation, because I like to talk about logical fallacies as much as the next guy, and I would love to have a conversation about the flat earth, and I'm not about to hold any punches. Please, let's move this along. I'm tired of the numpties. I want new blood. That blood is yours. Take the offer.
I think the red pill community are still numpties, Elijah.
I'm not saying that I'll give him a chance because I'd be a bigot. I need someone from the red pill community to come to me or let me come to them and have a communication. Because right now, red pill is just a label for those that label themselves red pillars. So I can't say anything other than I'd like to have a conversation because then I'd be a bigot if I went further.
A red pill does mean, observing the truth, right? But the truth for what it is. But there are different subjects to it. I mean, there's dating, there's flat Earth, there's a bunch of shit that comes with being a red pillar, and so not everyone is at that level where you are.
Well, shit, I just got a download from Gregory, man, about what a relationship ought to be. Spoken from what we believe to be the divine word of God. That is very different from what a lot of people, red pillars included, think about relationships. Now, that doesn't mean I'm right. That just means, pretty please, can we have a conversation and see what makes sense and what doesn't? I'm always downloading information. I always got a ton of shit that's interesting to say. And I'd love the platform to have it. If you guys will have me, if you're out there listening, I'm just putting that out there. I'm putting my faith in God, and I don't. You know what? I'm not sure exactly what I should be doing, but whatever it is, I'd like God to put me on a platform to speak the truth. That's it. I love this platform. I would like to expand it out to more places. There should be hundreds of people coming in here. Off the shit that just happened and off the what was playing on the bot earlier with the dude that was like not 100%, he doesn't even know if he's alive or if his brain is somewhere and more people need to hear that. Oh, turn that fuck! Are you patronizing me?
Bro, like, I guess I could comment on that a little bit. There's a lot of times when, if I'm not on my phone, I'm on my phone a lot because I want to be outside and doing other stuff. So I don't even have access to the soundboard when I'm on the phone. So the few rare times that I'll sit down at the computer, maybe I'll fire it up. Now, this guy, he did the thing where when you get the microphone, instead of just proceeding forward, you just start complaining. So can I speak now? Like, bro, you haven't even been muted. The gap and the silence, that's your cue to go ahead. So there's just the constant whining. I'm like, all right, dude, now we got to get the violin out. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. This is probably the first time in his life that someone's spoken to him that way, or like he's been in in this type of environment. Who knows, right? I mean, people are soft, man.
These so-called teachers and educators. The first thing isn't to dump information in you. That's not what our education system does. What our education system does is tear away at your critical thinking skills. Nobody can argue against that because the first thing they used as a weapon was cosmology. How are you going to tell me what makes absolute logical sense isn't what it is? Okay, none of my senses, not my eyes, not my feelings, not anything informs me that I'm on a globe. And the reason for that is swap out real logic and real senses for hypothetical, theoretical senses, because This place is just too vast to understand. So let's help you understand how much we don't understand. It makes no fucking sense.
I think, Elijah, you're hitting on a good key point here. And that's why this place is not about like, oh, we're against the government. Oh, we're against that. No, we're against the fact that your critical thinking skills have been hijacked and they're taken away from you. So we're going to actually show you that you can, with your senses, identify the real and physical and natural world around you. And you don't need some fucking idiot telling you that there's floating globes in the vacuum of space and they're doing all kinds of shit. So that's like number one. It's like a restoration of your sanity, because it's insane to think these things are true. That you're outside of your perception of your senses. That some other shit is happening that you cannot perceive. As in, your senses are just something that are tricking you. Well, because you can't know reality for real. But go talk to that fucking expert that's gonna be able to do that for you. Because he studied this shit for 20 years and he knows the difference. But you, my friend, you don't know shit. You're just a peon. Fuck that.
I mean, we were all Globers at one point, right? I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, that's true, but it also stems into other areas. Okay, so it's not just the fact that they're talking about cosmology. That's a big fucking part of it. It's other areas of thinking. With like, well, I like Donald Trump. Well, I hate Donald Trump. Well, if you're either one of those camps, you're fucked up, right? Like, so there's this idea that you have to be one or the other. It's like, well, why the fuck can I say that he does some good shit and some bad shit? He's just a person, you know? Why is it gotta be I gotta be all one way or the other with shit? Like, it's critical thinking. It's thinking about the world around you and how to perceive things and logically and reasonably come to a conclusion without having fucked up ideas.
hey, let me throw out a speculation to see what you guys think. So YouTube just recently changed it so that you can talk about elections, whether they're true or not, right? So, last election, I think it was fucking rigged, right? And the Democrats fucking won. But why do you think now, right before the next election's about to come up, why do you think they just made it so that you can talk about it now? It's fine. Your account won't get banned if you talk about it.
I'd still be careful with that topic, Kel. It's YouTube that changed the policy, but still don't know about Discord.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know. I'm just putting that out there.
Kel just wanted to hear some more sound effects.
Yeah.
Yeah, wrong server.
It is interesting.
It's Speculation Sunday, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
Off topic, bro.
I was just saying, I'm not sure if we don't talk about it because of YouTube or because of Discord. Some things are because of Discord, some things are because of YouTube. Don't know which one that falls in, what category that one falls into.
Well, I mean, I thought we always self-censored because of YouTube, because we're live.
No. Because of Discord, too. Medical stuff's definitely Discord side, along with YouTube.
Yeah, and as I think Crypto reminded me a long time ago, at least, back then, it was a subject of the Holocaust. Not allowed to talk about that. Discord will censor that.
Yeah. I don't feel like Discord cares that much about that, the Trump thing. But just in case, because I'm not sure. If one of the admins want to come in and clarify.
It's mainly what's been typed over text. Discord can save that information and then translate it over to the algorithm. Stuff that's being typed over text is being recorded. Whereas YouTube does it mainly in like video format, like algorithms that pick up like words that you're saying and stuff. Yeah. They're less lenient, or I should say more lenient on the fact that when you say certain buzzwords. So Discord's a little bit more strict with text.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We don't do that here.
We can talk about that change in policy, Kel.
Oh, I was just asking. I was just curious. I mean, I have my opinions, but I don't know. I was just curious about what you guys thought. Because, you know, it makes sense that they would change it, you know, right before an election to kind of, you know, allow certain people that weren't able to comment on the subject before to comment on it, depending on the outcome. Just saying.
Yeah.
An election is an idea that some people will get. I mean, ultimately, it boils down to this person or these persons in office will allow me this or that, or the person that is in office because they're not who I want won't allow me this or that. What is this or that? Like and that's a rhetorical question because nobody in office can stop you from providing for your family and becoming wealthy. So what does it even matter? Other than it being the biggest distraction we've ever seen.
Well, even right now, Elijah, you're censored. It's not because you want to be.
That's not stopping me from making money, getting a platform, and then getting more people to listen than I've ever imagined. Nobody's stopping me from doing that. I made the point the other day because my stepson is like, dang, I just wish I had this many followers on YouTube. And I'm like, how many? You know, let's put a number on it. I don't know. Like, you know, a good 20, 30,000, 40,000, 100,000, something viral would be nice. And I'm like, what's stopping you from going to the next nondescript, quote unquote, platform and getting, you know, 500 people from each of those? Wouldn't that still equate to the amount of ears that you want and the revenue that you want? Yeah. I never thought of it that way. Right. Nobody's stopping you from getting ears. Just your perception. I'm telling you, man, I'm a lazy individual. If I were less lazy than I am, I would be taking you all in a direction so fast that you'd have vertigo. But I'm lazy. That's the honest to God truth. I'm being real with y'all. And at the same time, what I'm saying is very real and very true.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a certain side, you know, ends up winning, right? And however they did it, whether it was legitimate or not, right? They silence everyone else from talking about it, right? And then the new election comes in, and then they're like, okay, we need to open the floodgates back, you know, just in case. And so
yeah, it's probably in preparation to throw Biden under the bus.
Throw Biden under the bus?
I don't know. I don't keep up with politics, man. I mean, he throws himself under the bus, obviously, but what I mean is, you know, just
I think you have it the other way around.
Flip-flops between Republican and Democratic presidents, so you're going to get a Republican in 2024, probably. So they just threw the Democrat under the bus, and they've opened it back up for all the criticism regarding 2020 to come out and kind of, you know, be floating around the internet for people to take in.
No, you have it the other way around. they opened it back up so that whoever wins, and if it is a Republican, like you said, they can criticize him. But they closed it before, right? Because they didn't want criticism for the person that won before, which is our current president.
Yeah, but every previous president gets thrown under the bus. That's just the pattern. Every failing in their presidency just gets dumped on them and forgotten, because that's what politics is about. Just endlessly sweeping everything under the rug and moving on to the next, charade. No, I mean, politics is fucking the epitome of diet woke, so don't ultimately care.
And we got Kevin Canister in here. Kevin, if you have any questions, you came in yesterday, bro. If you want to ask any questions, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings. Thanks. I have one question. If you can maybe give me maybe somebody can give some more details connected to the SpaceX project, especially all these satellites which are traveling on the skies. How does it work in the terms of flat Earth and all these things? Somebody knows? I'm quite interested about that.
It's a dog and pony show, Kevin.
What does that mean?
It's basically just theater for the mind.
Yeah, but how does it work? It's not only on TVs. You can see it on your own eyes. They are traveling.
Like what?
Huh?
Demonstrate one thing you can see with your own eyes that definitively gives you the understanding that space is a vacuum and the planets are floating around. How do you know that definitively?
No, I just mean that I can see that there is some things which are some lights traveling.
Like I'm asking you the question. Like what do you think that they're presenting that's true that you can verify? Name one thing.
I don't know. I'm just imagining that they use some kind of drones or balloons which are, in like drag line.
Yeah, that's the point I'm getting to, Kevin. The point that I'm making right now is that it's a theater for your mind. Everything they're presenting to you cannot be validated by you as a researcher. Like you're the person who's going to research this information and find out if this is valid or not. So how can you take anything that they're saying and then validate it to be true? This is where I want you to critically think about what's being posed to you from the mainstream, like Elon Musk and SpaceX and all these things that you just mentioned. How can you verify the thing they're saying is true? That's what I'm asking you.
Here's another good question.
Hang on, Kel. Let him think about it.
Okay.
I'm thinking, but I just need to have some argument to that. I'm actually seeing.
That is the argument. You know how you didn't give me an answer? That's the reason why nobody can give you an answer as well. They're going to come up with the same problem that you have. It's not able to be validated. So it was the answer to your question. So you were asking, well, how can I look at all of these things and then find out if it's true or not? Can you present any information that would validate that to be true?
I don't know. That was the point of the question also.
Right.
If there is any...
What was the answer you gave me?
Only my imagination. How cool it actually works.
Exactly. That is the same answer you're going to get from everybody else, sir. The same answer.
I don't know. I don't know what is the official statement. If there is some pictures, if CGIs or not, or real pictures, videos of the satellites flying through the skies.
Yeah. That doesn't what we get people to understand in this forum is that it doesn't matter what information is presented to you. How can you take that information and validate it? How is that information going to be manifest in reality to be true? You're going to have to think about it. And when you do, you just gave me the answer. Only in my imagination. That is the same answer that everybody who's presented this information will give you. The same thing. Well, I can only imagine that it's true. That's it. That's the answer.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask you this. Why is it that you think that we have fucking drones on Mars? You know, we got rockets. Every time they shoot up a rocket, we see a camera on a rocket, right? And it shows us a picture of, whatever the rocket's looking at, right? Why don't we have any space pictures of like Earth, of any other planets, right, that are not CGI? Like, why is that?
Yeah, that's exactly true. That it will be so easy to show us real picture of satellites in the sky and the planet Earth made picture from the space, other than the 60 years old from moon and like that.
No, it's deeper than that. They literally landed, not literally. They claim that they literally landed a piece of equipment on Mars.
Yeah, they have.
Elijah, you're very low, man.
Yeah, you're very low, dude.
Yeah, but did you hear the point or not? I might ask Indio if I could start dissing people for mentioning that my mic is low.
Well, just to point out, maybe you can move closer to it.
Well, I have you boosted like 200%, dude. I'm just telling you it's low. That's all I'm saying.
All right, but if you tell me it's low tomorrow after this conversation, I'm going to be upset.
I'm not trying to lie to you.
I know you're not lying. I'm telling you, I'm aware.
Can you used to do like this? It's always the same, Elijah. Is that all right? Sometimes it's better, but it's always the same.
There you go. Everybody knows this. I don't need you guys to say your mic is low when my mic is low. Because I know this and you guys know this. And I'm not going to put my phone on speaker every single time somebody wants to hear me louder. If the point can be heard, then the point can be heard. I know when my background is super loud, it's not super loud. I know I'm low, but I'm assuming you can hear me when I go on the live stream. I know it's audible. Now, to the point that I made. Do you understand?
Who was the guy who asked about satellites? He asked you a question.
It was Kevin Canister.
Elijah's talking right now, but I don't hear him.
No, I'm not.
Oh, your shit was lighting up. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to that too.
Seeing as that we send equipment along these vast distances, why aren't there any pictures?
Can you answer that, Kevin?
No, I'm barely able to hear that. Sorry, mate. I'm barely breathing in order to hear that.
We put devices on Mars, supposedly. Why don't we have pictures?
Why we doesn't have a picture
that if we can put a piece of metal from Earth onto Mars, why don't we have any pictures of any planets that are just pictures?
Yeah, Yeah, and on the other side, the pictures, the real pictures, what we have of planets or stars looks absolutely different compared to those we are getting from media. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, if we can send machines to other places in space, which is a second law of thermodynamics violation, by the way, why don't we have any pictures is the question.
Yeah. I'm on the same page. I don't know.
Right.
Because there hasn't been any device which has been able to make this picture. Yesterday I have been working with OpenAI. This is the the chat with intelligence and what was the proper name of it? OpenAI.
ChatGPT.
Yeah. Asking why we doesn't have pictures of satellites being in stars, and the answer was very interesting. That's something in terms that these devices are not equipped with photographs, being able making pictures of other satellites in space. Like what? So they are very, very sophisticated devices for making pictures, and they are not able to make a picture of themselves or other satellites.
You know why that's fucking bullshit? Because when they have the rover on Mars, supposedly, they take pictures, right?
Yeah.
So what the fuck?
Yeah.
So they're just lying to you, dude. And you know this, so why did you even ask that question if you know this?
My question has been related to the SpaceX. So for me, it is interesting. How does it work? The thing which is moving on the skies in line so fast.
Hey, wait. Can you ask me a quick question about the Mars subject? So, you know what a drone is, right? With 4 propellers, flies around, remote control, all that sort of stuff. Right?
Yeah.
All right. So, NASA claims that they sent a drone to Mars and that it was able to take off and fly over the surface of Mars and then land. Like they say that a drone with 4 propellers, not so dissimilar from the ones that they claim that we use over here over the Earth. So my question to you is: do you believe that we have the technological capability to create a drone to use propellers to propel itself upwards and forwards in a medium that is 0.5% the gaseous density of the air we breathe here? Well, 0.5% of the air we breathe here is effectively what they say is on the surface of Mars. Do you believe that it's possible to achieve that?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it seems kind of like they're basically talking about Harry Potter magic and doing things in a medium that they can't really do, right? Kind of seems like that, right?
Sorry, I'm a little bit lost because of my English, So you need to speak a little bit slower, please.
In fantasy novels, we call this a plot hole, right? Because there's a problem with the story, and there's a plot that doesn't fit into the story, so we call it plot holes. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, the hole is that no drone in that kind of medium, no drone that we could ever make would ever propel itself upwards and forwards. Would get itself off the ground. It would just spin its propellers really fast and stay on the ground, just as it would inside a vacuum.
Yeah, but what do you mean with saying that? What is the connection to SpaceX project?
I understood your question. You were like, what about the satellites and all the stuff up there and the information they're receiving, right? That was really the question. Like, what's up with that?
No. The question is that we are able to see the SpaceX projects. I don't know what is it, if it is satellites or it's not actually satellites, but some kind of devices. I think there is like 6 or maybe 12 of them. Everyone in line, traveling together very fast on the skies, and you can see them
Right,
during the
right.
night.
And you're like,
So
what's up with that, man?
yes. So how does it work when
All
it
right,
is?
so I'm about
Have
to
we,
I'm
have
about to
we
show you right now. I knew what you were asking. I'm about to show you right now. Look in the live
yeah.
stream.
Yeah.
Because these satellites have to communicate with us here on the ground, right? In order for us to have the information.
I actually doesn't not know what this
Okay,
device
if there's
is
satellites
for.
up there and we're down here, there would need to be a transfer of information from there to here. Yes or no? It's not just going off into, it's not coming back, right?
Um, I
There's a
don't know.
satellite, there's a signal, we receive it here on Earth. Yes or no?
Yeah, we should naturally. Yeah.
What is a satellite for?
For transferring
Transmitting
data
and
or
transferring.
pictures.
Does that transfer go from the satellite back to Earth?
Mm, yeah, this is what they are telling us. So I don't believe
Right,
that
right.
because
That's
I
what I'm
don't
just
believe for
saying. Like,
satellite.
if you agree with that, then
Yeah.
we can move on. Do you see the chat?
Chat? What chat you mean?
Live stream voice text.
No.
Right underneath this voice channel that you're speaking in.
Uh, Sorry, man. I'm just get lost. What chat you mean, please? Yes.
Live stream voice text right under the live stream that you're in right now. That you click to come in here. Right under
Okay.
that. Voice text.
Yeah, I get it. I have it. There's picture from you, yeah?
Yes, Elijah F. You see the guy?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a video where he's explaining satellite and the data propagation. So what he's explaining at this particular point in the video, you see where his hand is? He's explaining that this line is flat. He says
Okay.
even though we know the earth is curved, uh, for angles and math sake, for geometry sake, we're just gonna assume that the earth is flat. That's what that is. So in order for satellites to relay anything, they have to have these angles. In order to have these angles, you have to be on a plane. That's point blank. Whatever they're doing with satellites, it most definitely includes the horizontal plane of the earth. As you can see right there in that screenshot. And you can look deeper into satellites, not just the imagery, but the math itself, and you'll find this. So it's really not that complicated. Whatever they're doing it over a flat stationary Earth,
Okay.
and that's how that works.
Isn't that similar to sonar?
How so?
That it needs to be on a plane?
Why would sonar need to be on a plane? It just needs to be in a medium like water.
Well, I mean, in a plane medium, I guess, of water. I guess you could say.
I mean, the statement is too ambiguous because all you need is for the signal to bounce back off of something. Doesn't even have to do with the Earth. Now, if we're talking about a distance, that would involve a hump of Earth in the way, then that would be different. But sonar bouncing from something and coming back is like it's not this. It's not what I'm showing you here. Don't you guys love the gifts that I bring you guys?
Yeah, I see Eli.
What's up, One Deck?
How you doing, bro? You all right?
I'm chilling, hanging in there.
Nice one, mate. Nice one. One thing I've learned from Eli and the guys on FED is like, you know, right now we're talking about satellites and space, but you do get dragged out into these conversations which can all be very interesting, and I find myself doing it sometimes. But at the end of the day, we have to start with the supposed measurement of a globe, then to look at everything else that's attached to that. And without that, we can't really start to talk about anything else. And I've learned that from Eli and the guys on FED and on here now. And it can sound just boring and strict if you just stick to that, but basically that's the roots of it. There's no evidence of the measurement of a globe. So therefore, we can't pass go, we can't collect £200, and we can't go any further on until that's proven. And I'm sorry, it's just as simple as that. Isn't that right, Eli?
I mean, I don't know if this is right or not, but the only reason why I brought up sonar was because if we're on a globe, right, it wouldn't have anything to bounce back from. But if we're on a flat plane, then eventually it'll bounce back.
If we was on a globe, there would be physical measurements that we could do to prove that, and there is none.
But yeah, with satellites, I mean, if you look at Google Earth, I mean, supposedly there's satellites in space. I don't know, or somewhere around up there. But yet, when you zoom out in Google Earth, eventually it gets to the point where it becomes like CGI, right? Like it goes from being an actual picture to like not.
But you can't rely on Google Earth's just a cartoon, mate. You can't rely on that.
Well, actually, if you zoom in enough, it's actually real. But if you zoom out to a certain extent, it becomes a cartoon.
Yeah, it's just a picture on a phone or a PC, mate. It's not dealing with reality at all.
I'm just saying, if it was a satellite, you'd be able to zoom out on Google Earth far more than what you can currently.
Well, there is actually no satellites in space because space is fake, isn't it? It violates the second law of thermodynamics, which we all know. There might be things floating around in the sky at some sort of level, but
that's the point that I'm making.
Good one. Yeah, I agree with you then.
The guy asked if there's satellites in space. I don't know, whatever. Then you look at Google Earth, right? If there's satellites in space, we would be able to see the Earth from a farther distance. But that's not the case on Google Earth.
Yeah, but you can't have an area called space in a vacuum because it goes against natural law. So you don't have to go any further than that.
I know, but I don't want to just end it there. I'd rather just
But this is what we do. We find ourselves speaking about useless points of view, which is ridiculous. We don't need to talk about space because we know it's not real. It's against natural law. So anything to do with space is fake. So we don't even need to go there.
But it is worthy to expose the incoherency or absurd implications of a premise.
Yeah, I don't want to just end it there. I mean, it's kind of boring. Like, doesn't make for good, conversations.
Yeah, that was my point, though. I mean, I used to get into these conversations think, it's talking about gravity and other bits and pieces associated with the globe claims, but there's no point, really.
There is a point. There's a point to expose incoherency and absurd implications of someone's premise.
First of all, we need evidence of a globe with the geometry that they claim, and until we've got that, it's a waste of time talking about anything else.
Yeah, let's redirect to the person that's in the room that has those questions instead of talking amongst ourselves, because I think that's not benefiting the person that's really wanted to know these questions. Kevin Canister, are you there?
Does mayhem sound very low for anyone else?
Do I sound low?
No, you sound quite happy.
No, you sound
to me, mate.
Okay. You sound okay.
Am I like a little bit low, or?
You sound much quieter to me than usual.
Oh, that's weird.
How do I sound? Do I sound English?
You sound normal to me, Jedi.
You sound like a fucking beast. How about that?
Oh,
you don't feel low, do you, man?
No, I don't know. It's weird. All my sound levels look like to be okay. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know. Shit. Am I lower than usual though, guys? Or am I? What's the deal here?
To me, you sound lower than usual.
No, he's just not shouting at a baller. He's gone down to his normal calm level, guys.
Fucking
yeah.
Well, we got Kevin Canister, anyways. He was asking those questions, and so Kevin, did you have any more? Because can you see the discussion that they were having amongst themselves, that it's not relevant because you still have to provide evidence for drop over distance, direct measurement of drop over distance. Everything points back to that. Kevin?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm thinking. Thank you.
Yes, do you understand that? Do you understand that those are derivative topics, meaning that they're secondary? The primary topic should be the question that if the Earth is a globe or not, by way of directly measuring it with drop over distance.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
The question of satellites and technology working above our heads, as in your example, Starlink, giving you high-speed internet through the medium of the vacuum of space, is secondary to the fact that if you don't even know if they're flying around a globe or not, you haven't even found out if that's true.
Yeah, so but what is it actually? That's what I'm interested.
I know that's what you're interested in, Kevin. That's why I'm addressing that. I know that's what you're interested in, but you haven't got the evidence if the Earth is actually a globe or it's not. That's the issue. I know that's what you're interested in, but it's not giving you evidence if the Earth is actually a globe or not. So you're not going to, whether or not technology works the way you think it does in the sky, it's not going to tell you anything about the ground that you're standing on. Do you understand now?
Yeah.
Right. We have to start there first. Because somebody that's asking if Starlink is going to give you high-speed internet, it's not going to give you the answer if the Earth is a globe or not. That's just not going to get us there.
Yeah, so the main purpose of this Starlink is to give you the speed internet, correct?
Yeah, high-speed internet, yes. According to their claim of what they wanted to be doing, allegedly.
Okay. Yeah. Only
is that
for
the question you were asking? You were asking, what are they doing?
No. It was just how does it work? What is flying over there?
Well, if you look up Project Loon, Google Loon, they were attempting to do the same thing, but they discontinued their project. But they have the information online. You can go and research how it works. But they were using balloon technology. They didn't say they were going to launch satellites into space. Their satellites were going to be operating on balloons. The same exact thing like Starlink. Exactly the same. Except these guys were going to use balloons.
But I kind of see that I see. I took Gregory's like what Gregory said to prove the absurdity or the contradictory nature of what they think within what they think. So I already said, instead of saying, well, the vacuum of space isn't real, you need to prove a globe, I said, oh look, they use a plane for the propagation of these signals to satellites. Looky that. So I just cut through all of that. Instead of asking questions, I just went straight to it.
Kevin, did you understand that? I don't know if you got that, Elijah. We gotta.
He did. I spoke to him earlier. I asked him to look at the picture. He saw the picture. It is what it is. I said, look at the geometry there. I said, if you look into the math and you know how they're supposedly getting these signals from these angles, it would expose that it's actually a horizontal plane that they're using. So it's like the end there. Unless you're challenging that or not believing that. Hey, Gregory, by the way. All right, I gotta go, guys. Back on the live. I'm listening on the live stream, by the way. One deck. I was letting you know that I'm still listening. I'm just nobody fucking drag me back to the live stream, man. Just like.
Well, if there's a nupty that comes in here, you know you're gonna want to. Fucking Eli. Kevin, did you understand what Eli was saying?
Not too sure. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I figured. You're gonna drag him back in the live stream. You know that, right? Why are you saying that?
Hey, Kevin. After watching the last,
Sorry, I understand what he's saying, but you know the point. It doesn't actually matter. You are right with this. It's not. This is secondary issue, but when we have so many arguments of those things, how they are trying to explain us the globe Earth, we have argument for everything, but
it's a distraction. It's a distraction, Kevin, from the point. It's a distraction from the fundamental claim of what the Earth actually is. It's a distraction. It's getting you away from actually realizing that that information hasn't been validated, that the Earth is actually a globe or not. They'd rather work off the premise that how technology works on a globe already.
Yeah.
So they're not going back to the first point, which is actually describing to you how they know it's actually a globe, that the technology is flying around.
Yeah, it's called begging the question. That they presume a globe and then talk about other things. That's what they've all done from day one, including the Eratosthenes story and Al-Biruni story. They all had to presume a globe and then work out some measurements and mathematics and just do some wizardry tricks. And that's how it works. Yep. There's no actual hard evidence, geometric measurements of drop over distance of the supposed globe. And they never will be.
Mayhem, do you agree that a position must be coherent first in order to be empirically verifiable?
No, it has to be. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to make it understood as empirical if it's not coherent.
So that's why I'm in the coherency part.
Maybe
because they can't even get to the empirical verification point if they can't even demonstrate the coherency of their position first. And also if that includes if their premises imply absurdities.
Yeah, because if they're saying
they do.
If they're saying that there are satellites flying in the sky, that's all right. But if they're saying there are satellites flying around the sphere, that's a little bit problem.
Kevin, what do you think about that?
Sorry, mate. I cannot concentrate too much for now, so I will study a little bit more about this Starlink and all this shit. But it's not the point of prove the flat Earth or globe Earth. That's true. It doesn't really matter whatever it is.
Okay. So I mean, you want to take your time? That's fine.
Yeah, baby steps.
Yeah, but maybe you can help me and send the audio. What have you been sending yesterday evening? So many times of the.
Oh yeah. Hang on a second. I'm actually
Send
gonna
it-
put it.
Yeah, send it into the
put it in live
link.
stream. I'm gonna put it in live stream voice text, Kevin, so you can download it. But I do want to play it on the bot. It's only a minute.
Yeah, I can study it a bit more in order to understand it properly because it's really interesting. So that's everything. All right, thanks, mate.
Yeah, let me look for it real quick.
Hey, Mayhem, do you watch that podcast? Fuck, I forget the name of it now. You know who McQueen is?
No,
showing up a few times on Fresh and Fit.
I don't know those characters, so you might want to tell me what it's about.
Oh, that might be creation. Shit, I confuse you two. I don't know why. Anyways, they're having the podcast, right? They got the two girls there, and then John Zerka starts talking about the flat Earth, and then McQueen is like, "Yeah, the Earth is flat," and he talks about how he's like he took a plane trip to like I think it was Thailand, and he said that all the way to Thailand it was completely flat. I don't know.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna play this. This is what that's what the gentleman Kevin was talking about. I'm gonna play it for you guys.
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for.
Yeah, that was it. Just a demonstration.
Yeah, it says it all right there, doesn't it, really?
Really? I mean, we don't have to go farther into this, but for a lot of people, because we played it, there was a guy that came in here, his name is Prissy Cow, and he was denying the very same demonstration within the demonstration, saying that that's not the definition of entropy, so therefore it cannot be possible. I'm like, he just displayed in a demonstration that he was showing that there's nothing changing here. No energy change, nothing changes. The only thing that changed was that gas expanded into the vacuum. That's it. Nothing else. And he was refuting that on his, like, I guess his idea of what he can construe with his information of like what entropy actually is in his mind. So I was like, entropy is exactly the way George Porter is describing it in this demonstration. But he was saying no to it, so.
I mean, there'll be no demonstrations of the high pressure gas next to a low pressure gas not moving or expanding into it. There's none of them examples anywhere to be seen or to be found, because it doesn't happen naturally on Earth. Ever.
Well, these are the mental gymnastics that were used to kind of like say that it's not the case. And I don't know if he was being a contrarian. I just know that he was trying to refute the point, basically on the premise of nuh-uh. That's all it was. And then he was stating another point, which was an example that he said that it has to be energy change. I was like, that's not the demonstration here, is it? And it's still called entropy, and the second law was still in play. So you can't say that it's not. And then he's like, well, that's not entropy. He started to use another example he was starting to construct, which was not the example that George Porter used. So, which is expansion of gas into a vacuum.
This is what it's like. These people, I don't know why they're so obsessed with the globe. It's like, they've got to have this globe. I mean, they have to have it at any cost.
That's a psychological.
They'll do anything for it to keep it alive. They lie. They make things up, which aren't true, just for their own minds. The globe alive.
Well, in order to deconstruct, you have to understand the place where the person's coming from, depending on whether their cognitive bias is strong or maybe they have no investment in it. It all really just depends. Like once you start to identify that they are going to refute everything you say based on their bias, no matter what the information you present, then you address differently than you would somebody who's a bit more reasonable and be like, no, I could be wrong. I don't know. Like, I don't really know too much about this, which is probably a mind you can work with when they're not as invested as, some people are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But you have to talk to them first and find out where that boundary is.
I would say it's not the globe that they need. It's the comfort of the notion that they don't live in a world full of complete zealotry and incompetence.
That's fair.
Every single individual must be wary of that, of themselves and of others.
Yeah. Well, they think everybody's doing their job. They're doing it right. They're on it. We're steering the ship. But the truth is, humanity's just kind of a headless chicken at the moment. And that's a scary notion for them.
It's a weird way to put it, man. But yeah, okay, I go with that. In a way, yeah, because obviously,
Mimo always puts it in his analogy of we're on a ship, and the people we call the rulers or whatever, they've built this kind of like fake control station to give off the idea that they're in control and they're taking humanity in whatever direction, but they're just as clueless as well, which is the truth.
I would say it this way though. Obviously, I think we're called to be sober-minded. Okay, so there is a kind of a way that we deal with our senses and the reality of our world around us, the physical, natural world. There's some things that we can know, but then there's a reach where our knowledge can't penetrate or know beyond.
They're not
and those limitations are known. But the thing is, where that limitation should be, then that's where the theories and ideas and philosophy and all that comes into play. Whereas okay, so you say that the world is not a globe by perceiving it in a particular way, but outside of your perception, there's something else bigger happening, like that you can't perceive. But we've figured it out, right? Because it's like beyond your perception. This guy who studied this shit for 20 years will be able to tell you, though. And then that's the whole, where people want to feel like,
that's why they come in here and they treat us as if we are gods of the flat Earth paradigm. Like, we can tell you what's going on outside the Earth, if there even is an outside, because they're coming from that paradigm where they think there's people that exist that can tell them what happened billions of years ago, how everything came to be,
Yeah, I could see the idea of what I wouldn't say that everybody's running around like headless chickens. I would think that there's the idea that people have to have an explanation, and then those who would say like our knowledge extends to a limit, like we don't have infinite knowledge, like that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, but you know how
they do
involuntary.
They do ask that though, don't they? When they come in here, well, then explain to me how seasons work. I mean, it's the tone of how they're asking us questions. It's like, I have my explanation. Now you're gonna have to give me another better one. If you want to say that this isn't the case, then give me something else that I can work with, because you're not giving me anything. And so that's, you know what I mean? Like,
the limit of the knowledge that we're able to be privy to is involuntary. So when people try to go beyond that, that's an instance of hubris.
We see how they deify scientists, They're the purveyors of truth in this reality for them. They're the ones that can know all, and I'm not a scientist, so I can't know this, or I can't think about this. So,
they put them
that's
in
their psychology.
They put them in camps to be above reproach, I think, and that's just like you can't.
Yeah, that would be a god. That would be a god who's infallible.
Right.
So they deify them.
But they call it the scientific. What is it? The word the words they're using here, the body of science. That's what they call it, right? The body of science.
They think humans should know everything, but we're not all knowing. There are things in this world that we might not ever really get to know.
But what I meant, Miggy, with going back on the headless chicken comment was Globers in their current psychology have this idea that everybody around them, their neighbors, their colleagues, whoever, they're all being vigilant with the thoughts and ideas and concepts in their mind, and they've scrutinized them and come to the conclusions they're at for good reason. But the reality is, as we hear it from their mouths when they say, there's no way the whole world could be deceived about this, people would have figured it out. But the reality is, no, people didn't figure out. They could figure out if they want to, but we know that they consciously push against figuring it out, because we see them come in here, they get the information, then they spiral. They can't handle the truth, essentially.
Isn't it the other way around? Our ancestors knew that there was flat?
Yeah.
And then
now
we've been deceived.
But everybody that's alive today, So
when they say that, it's just an unjustified predication. They have to assert that so that they can make their modus tollens work. Well, if that was the case, everyone would know now. Everyone doesn't know now, therefore it isn't the case, even though that second part of their modus tollens doesn't actually follow. It could be the case that there's all this deception and conspiracy and wickedness happening, and it is the case that not everyone, even the vast majority of persons of the human race, have yet to come to be aware of that and expose it. Just because something is happening doesn't necessarily mean that any individual or even the majority does know that it's happening. It doesn't follow. And even when people do know that it's happening, some people, for various reasons, including cowardice or fear, refuse to acknowledge it, refuse to believe it even, let alone acknowledge it, let alone make others aware.
I think I manifested him into this chat room. Prissy Cow, are you there? I was just talking like not 5 minutes ago. Did you go away and research the things we talked about yesterday?
Briefly.
What is the outcome of that? What have you thought about?
Which part?
On our discussion yesterday, remember we were talking about direct measurement of Earth's curvature?
Yeah. You want to know how it was previously measured before modern technology?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. I did not come here to discuss anything.
Man, that's the topic of the server, bro. Come on now. Why are we here if not to discuss and to reason with each other? Why are we here?
Yeah, I'm here to talk about flat Earth and not try and prove.
Well, that's exactly what we're doing,
Earth.
my good man. All right, so let me give you a roll so you can
How
post
does
things.
measuring the globe Earth? What does that have to do with the flat Earth?
Did you just call it great?
What has that to do? Everything. You know why? If water doesn't curve, what it is?
Bro, what?
Bro, it's a simple question. If water doesn't curve, what it is?
I thought we were talking about measuring the Earth's surface.
Yeah. Is it water the surface of the earth, or it is not?
Yeah.
How much of water surface we have on the earth?
Between 72 and 75%.
Oh, great. Okay. If water doesn't curve, what it is?
But it does.
So I don't think we know the percentage.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, we don't
Okay,
know.
that's good. That's what Miguel. I'm not seeing. Nobody's seeing, and nobody could see. Even that mainstream communicator, science communicator, will tell you that you will not see even from I don't know which height. What are you saying? Your priest, heliocentric priest, telling you that you cannot see the curvature from height, not from the beach. What are you saying then?
Bro, I didn't even bring that up.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what is astrophysicist saying. Why are you telling that you can see when astrophysicist is saying that you cannot see? Should I listen to you or the astrophysicist?
May I suggest we go through the 3 points?
Yeah, I think we've drifted a bit. I think the gentleman was saying. I think the gentleman was saying, what's the point of proving the measurement of the globe? Well, that would be to prove the globe.
Yeah,
and
I want you guys to prove the flat Earth.
Well, here's a question, Prissy.
Do you realize?
That's
Well,
why
hold on,
I'm
buddy.
here.
Do you realize that if we prove the globe, like if we could prove the globe, then we wouldn't be here talking about the Earth being flat. You understand that?
What do you mean by flat Earth?
I've been shown evidence.
What do you mean by flat Earth? Because maybe you have something in mind what all people here does not have, and you are saying,
an
"I want
alternative shape to the Earth being a globe."
Well, I think the first thing we need to establish is if you could tell us the geometry of your globe, the measurements involved, and then we can talk you through that.
So do you know what the radius is?
Yeah, and how far we can see to the horizon. So if you can talk us through that, and then we'll go from there.
But I'm not trying to convince you that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, we don't care. We're just trying to talk to you. All right. So
You have to begin somewhere. So where would you like to begin?
So do you know
how the Earth is flat?
Come on, you went to
Okay, so that's why they told you repeatedly that if we don't detect curvature, then necessarily indicates that it's not curving. Ergo, it's a plane.
Okay, now we're just repeating ourselves. Gregory, two of us already said that.
He wasn't getting it. So
I know, but I don't think saying it to him a third time is going to help him get it more. He's either going to get it or not get it.
Can you explain?
Okay, well, why are you saying that to me? That's not a problem for me.
Can you explain some natural phenomena? I don't know. I came here to find out because I can't find the information online about.
So we're kind of going. Listen, we're kind of going from one tangential subject to another tangential subject. Let's just try and keep this on point. So let's ask you, first of all, now, you believe you are on a planet, right? A spherical object, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
All right. Whatever, yeah. So do you know what the radius of this is that we were taught in school, in public school?
Why would I need to know the radius to know that it's a sphere?
What did you just say?
You can be standing in a house and know that it's a house without knowing the square footage of the house.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just simply, dude. I'm not trying. Listen, buddy. Listen. I'm not
see the house.
To lead you into any corner. I'm just asking you a simple question. Do you know what the radius is of this globe Earth you believe in is?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. So, in other words, no.
So he doesn't know the measurement.
So
why would I need to know the measurements to know that it's right?
Anyway, let's stay on topic. Let's stay focused, everyone. Let's stay focused. So, I'll just tell you, because I don't feel like bothering to send you to go look it up. I'll just tell you. 3,959 miles. All right. So that's the radius of the globe Earth that we were taught in school. So now a globe or a spherical object necessitates curvature on the surface. So the question I have for you is, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? And what was the method of how they did that?
Yes.
All right, tell us.
You have stakes at two different points, and you measure the angle during a solstice when the sun is overhead, and you calculate the difference between the angle of the shadows.
And do you get the radius from that?
You're asking me about the surface of the Earth, not the radius.
Oh,
what?
Yeah, that's one and the same.
You're talking about shadows, mate.
Yes, because you can use the degrees in which the shadows fall on the stick and depending on how far apart the sticks are, then you know the difference in angle,
and how
you can calculate that. So if there's a difference in angle in 7.2 degrees,
and you know that difference is due to curvature.
yes, because why would there be a shadow in one place and a shadow not in one place? Or why would there be a difference?
That's a question. That's a question, not an argument.
Okay.
Does the guy know
There
what
is a difference. There is a difference in shadow angles.
Are you saying
because of that, it cannot be on a flat plane?
And you know that difference is due to curvature. How?
Because I know it's not flat because of that.
That doesn't.
How else? If you have a flat plane and you shine a light directly above it, there will be two different angles of shadows if you put two sticks on the flat plane.
Yep.
Okay,
happens in a living room.
Happens in a living room? All the shadows are the okay.
Prissy, let's slow down. So you just appealed to the Eratosthenes measurement, right?
Yeah.
So are you looking in live stream voice text?
I can.
Do you see where I tagged you?
I'm scrolling down.
Scroll up a little bit. You'll see Gregory.
Does the gentleman know you can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
You can.
Hang on, one thing at a time.
Oh my God, you aren't really gonna bring that up, right?
So, do you see the images that I posted?
Yes.
So you see how this appeal is insufficient to even necessarily prove that we live on a ball, let alone even strongly indicate.
Saying at the same time, that would work, but the measurements were taken at two different times.
Okay, so you did the same operation at two different times.
Yes.
And this is what happens.
The sun would be in a different position.
Yes.
That's not Eratosthenes.
You're flying to a rebuttal. You're flying to a premise and rebuttal to what I'm saying, but it doesn't actually contradict or refute what I'm saying.
Okay.
So no matter how many times you do the operation,
I argue against the flat Earth model.
But wait, you can clearly hear me in the middle of the sentence.
Answer my question.
But you can clearly hear me in the middle of the sentence. Your approach to this discussion is not fruitful. Not going to get us anywhere.
That's why I didn't want to have the discussion.
Okay, so if you don't want to have the discussion, mute your microphone.
No, I was trying to ask about flat Earth, not explain globe Earth.
Okay, but your approach to the discussion so far is not fruitful.
I didn't approach this discussion. You forced it upon me.
I didn't force anything upon you.
Yes, I tried to move on, and you guys said no.
Okay, you don't have the right to just fly from point to point to point and refuse to let us to address the objections that you raised.
1 point. I didn't say anything.
Okay, so all you're doing is just obfuscating and complaining now.
I was in the call. I was silent, and you guys started asking me questions. How is that my approach to it?
Okay, all you're doing is whining and obfuscating. Instead of just being quiet and let other people finish their sentences, you critically consider what they have to say to you. You want to do that. So, what's your choice right now?
I disagree.
So what is your choice from this point forward?
Are you asking what would I like to do?
What is your choice from this point forward? You're so smart with all these objections. You can't understand that simple question. Would you like to discuss the matter like you're an adult, or do you want to keep whining and obfuscating?
I don't want to discuss the matter.
Okay, so end of matter then. Ain't no need to talking to someone who don't want to actually have a discussion.
I do want to have a discussion, just not about.
So you're contradicting yourself. Which one is it? Do you want to have a discussion or not?
I want to have a discussion about this.
So what do you want to talk about, since you're so concerned about what you want?
I want to know how other celestial bodies work in the flat Earth theory.
Yeah,
so you want people to explain the coherency of their cosmic paradigm, but you're not really concerned about what cosmic paradigm you concretely exist in.
Yeah. Okay, if you guys are right, then the cosmic paradigm I'm asking about is the one I concretely exist in.
Of course.
Okay, so can you explain it to me? I want to know more about it.
Okay, why don't we go to the heavens first? You're not native to the heavens, you're native to the earth.
I know, but I know about, like, I cannot find the explanation online from
why would you ask for that? Wait, hold on. Let me ask you something. Why would you ask us? Oh, can you hear me? No, hold on. Let me point out the distinction to you. So there's one thing, there's an explanation, and then there's another thing which is very different, which is a demonstration of something, which would involve you having knowledge about something afterwards. You can demonstrate something to be true, and then you have knowledge. Now, an explanation is just based in mere blind belief. So I could point up at the sky and say, oh, the sun is made up of thousands of glowing unicorns just circling around each other in the sky. And you could believe that, and that would be stupid, but that's an explanation. So why are you asking us for explanations? Why don't you ask us for demonstrations of what the luminaries in the skies are? Why are you asking for a religious belief from us?
Because to most people, those words mean very similar things.
Well, stupid people, I guess. But no, objective reality and religion and blind belief have nothing to do with each other. Religion is one thing.
And I have a demonstration.
Blind belief is another thing, whatever. It's kind of go together. But objective reality has nothing to do with blind belief.
Okay, so can I have a demonstration?
I don't have one. So I guess you're just going to have to look up at the sky and wonder what the sun, moon, and stars are, because I don't have a demonstration. Sucks for you. Sucks for me, too. Whatever.
Okay. So the reason I can't find a demonstration of how other celestial bodies interact with the Earth is because you don't know it yet.
And neither does
nobody
anyone
does,
else.
as far as you know. No one's demonstrated.
I mean, give yourself pause, and think about it. No one has a demonstration except the heavens themselves. I mean, what do you think you're asking?
Yes.
Just a quickie, guys. One thing, we can get elevation angles to all the celestial bodies and find out their GP. When we do celestial navigation, so you get the GP of the sun, say that's the ground position, and there'll be a distance of that GP ground position from the GP to the observer, and that will be a level plane. That's the radius. That's the radius for the circle of equal elevation.
That's good information, One Deck. But I think the topic of what we're actually trying for him to critically think about is the fact that he thinks that these explanations coming from the globe Earth paradigm give reason for him to understand that the cosmological understanding of these things are some way valid in a weird theoretical way. But like when he's asking us to present information of what they are, and maybe just for us to maybe speculate, and we don't give him an answer, it's like for him, like that's the damaging part for our side. So
no,
he doesn't
it's not
understand.
damaging to not have an answer.
Prissy. Falsification is independent of replacement. When we falsify the thing that the claim of the stars being made of plasma, and we ask you, how do you know? If you say science, that's not an answer. So if we ask you certain questions about cosmology and you have no answer to them, or you give us an explanation of something in Wikipedia, that is not describing what those things in the sky are. That is some kind of an idea that someone had when they looked up and thought about something. That's it. You're borrowing somebody else's ideas and telling us those borrowed ideas and saying, look, this is what the stars are. But you yourself cannot validate that as a person. You can't validate any information.
Trying to. I just wanted to know what your guys' thoughts were on it.
But it doesn't matter what our thoughts on it. Each one of us can have a different thought about what they are. We're not here to talk about what our thoughts are on things that we're going to speculate. We're getting to the heart of the issue.
I thought it was Speculation Sunday.
Prissy, I understand this, but for you right now, you need to understand the paradigm in which you can actually discern what is real and what is not. And so for you, we can stop the Speculation Sunday and talk about the important things for you, because you're wrapped up in this globe Earth idea, right? Everything that it talks about. So we're trying to identify how you can have that discernment, and then perhaps we can shift to Speculation Sunday once you get it. But if you're still in the idea that the Earth is a globe because you have explanations, why are we going to speculate? That's not going to help you any. We're just enabling you at that point.
Okay, so the same exact point as asking me questions about globe Earth.
Right. So
if we don't have the same foundation, nothing makes sense.
Well, no, you can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. The thing is, you're going to have to realize that the claims that have been told you about the globe, if there's no way to validate them, then they can't be real. It's like me telling you a story of Narnia or Middle Earth, like Lord of the Rings. Like if I'm telling you a story,
to interrupt you, but I do need to get going.
Well, we'll come back and pick up where we left off. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll be back probably tomorrow night, maybe later. See ya.
Yep. See ya. See, that's what it is. Because we don't want. I was going to speculate. If we were going to speculate, he would stay here another hour and a half, probably speculating. It's not it. I'm not going to do that. It's Speculation Sunday. I get it. But for somebody who doesn't understand how to discern reality at this point, it's not helping him.
Oh yeah, I was going to say
can't force him to talk about whatever he doesn't want to talk about. That's why I asked him, "What do you want to talk about right now?"
Speculation Sunday is for it's for the regulars in here. It's not for the new people.
But he said the cosmology, how we explain. But Deck 1 explained to him how stars work and that we are using in the practical way to navigate over the sea. That's the point.
Yeah, that's a whole other topic, though. He was.
Yeah, I know, but we don't know what is going on in the sky. But we are using that sky lights to navigate on the ground.
Sure.
Okay. Good.
I don't think anybody's debating that. I think his idea of what they are the topic of what he wanted to talk about, Sasha.
Yeah, but did you hear? Yeah. He said, "I want to hear about flat Earth. I'm not insisting about globe." Of course, you want to hear about flat Earth. You cannot speak about flat Earth if you don't speak about globes. That's my point.
He wanted to hear about flat Earth from the perspective of what do we think the things in the sky are, not how they work within navigation. He wants us to say, you tell me about the flat Earth in regards to the things in the sky. How do they operate? Like, you tell me, what do you think they are? Like, that's his idea of us explaining to him about what flat Earth is from that perspective.
I know. He wants model, or something.
Right. We can't do that. That's not what we're doing here.
I know.
I mean, there's only so much that we can say. I mean, at present we only know so much. So he wants to hear an alternative physics doctrine concerning the nature and operation of the celestial bodies.
But yeah, who knows? Thinking all the time that thing is in the vacuum of the space. That means whatever we are still in vacuum of the space.
Well, it sounded like he was perfectly ready to suspend that so long as we had a better explanation versus the one he currently holds. And as per everybody here, we can't do that unless you want to, and then you're going to enable him to think about something that you thought about, which is going to be contrary to what somebody else thinks about in here. So why are we going to do that? That's fruitless for him.
I mean, the question itself is valid. What do you say about the heavens? I mean, that's a valid question. It's just that after you ask the question, the answers you received were not as satisfactory as you anticipated or would like them to be. They're not as detailed, nuanced, and complex as you would like them, like the cosmic paradigm that we've been taught. But oh well. So with that being said, moving on to the next question, let's talk about something we know more about and can actually be privy to know.
I think he needs to understand more clearly that at what point we depart from science or not. Like that, we're not going to give him an answer that departs from science. We're trying to stay with science, and that the globe model is the one that departs from science and makes claims that are departed from science. I don't think he understands that fully yet.
That's worthy to point that out. That's worthy.
It might take him a few sessions, I think. But he hasn't given up, but he still keeps coming back, and that's the reason why it's like I don't mind speculation Sunday amongst ourselves, and we talk about things, but entertaining a new person into this topic, I don't think it's beneficial in that way. That is usually the case, I think. Meanwhile,
and of course, a better term than science, which is vague and insufficient. Usually in this context right now, science is being said in the sense of course, empirical fact. Empirical fact.
Right, as in not just theoretical, like theoretical physics is not science. That's basically like the upshot of what we should be telling him to understand, and that most of the globe model is theoretical. If not all.
In principle, at best, theoretical physics is at best trying to contemplate and analyze the coherency of the paradigm which we conceive and explain. That's good. If we're not reflective, then that's not a good thing. But at worst, of course, it's just flying off the rails into wild speculation, forsaking trying to empirically verify the notions. Somebody's roboting terribly.
Someone get a translator.
I know. It'll come back. That should clear things up.
Yeah, the last thing I said. The worst part when people do theoretical physics or fail to adequately do theoretical physics is flying off the rails into wild imaginations and speculations, abandoning trying to do empirical verification.
Well, since we don't have any other new person in here, we can speculate if we want to today, of course. If anybody had any speculations they want to talk about.
Yeah, I have one. Since we're talking about like stars and planets, why do they show us CGI instead of showing us how it really looks like, how like planets really look?
They just want you to get the whole real picture, you know, the emotion and the feeling behind it.
Because real pictures are very ugly.
I think the real pictures would kind of indicate that there's something wrong with the line that they've taken to explain what these heavenly bodies actually are.
I mean, we don't really need to know anything about these heavenly bodies. All the distances, if there is a distance, it's irrelevant.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it's God's work, it's Creator's work. Leave it up there. Let's concentrate down here.
Hey, that guy you were talking to yesterday, one day, did he ever take the bait and want to come in here? Or he just
no, I keep probing.
He blocked you.
Well, no, he's an agent, Mayhem, and he's caused me some grief over the last few years, but he's a nightmare. So I'm trying to get him on here now. I've sent him some information. He just keeps wanting to debate me on Instagram. Like I said, come on, Mayhem's in here, the guys are in here. You've got all the proof, you know, come in. I'm trying to entice him in. You probably dealt with him before under another guise, probably. you will probably know him because he's definitely an agent of some sort. He's a nightmare.
Perhaps.
But I'm trying to entice him in here so we can.
No, you can have your debate with him. I'll just be hanging around in case you want to tag me in or whatever. Then I'll jump in.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, thanks anyway, mate. Appreciate your help. Appreciate your knowledge, and I'm loving the server. So, good work.
Yeah, it's we give them a run for their money, man. It's what we do. Flatty, are you here? Or maybe she's not here.
I am. I'm just cooking. I can't really talk right now.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I didn't know if you were here or not.
I mean, I'm listening.
We got Plagueman in here. Hey, yo, what's up, Plague? I haven't seen you in a while, bro. What you been up to?
Miggy, what's happening, bro?
Chilling, man. Just doing our thing. But yeah, I haven't seen you in a minute. Like, you been busy with life and whatnot?
Yeah, man. I started a training company for young athletes. So your boy's been busy, and I had twins too, man. So
congratulations, bro. Dang.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I didn't even know.
What a blessing.
My wife and I we already had a son and a daughter, and she's pregnant again, and we was like, okay, well let's not find out what the gender or sex of the baby is. And then like the whole time she's like, I feel like I'm having two babies. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And then the day of the delivery, we had him at home actually, man. And the first baby comes through, and then she's like, there's another one. I'm like, what?
Oh.
And then my other little baby comes flying out of there, bro. And I'm just like, what the fuck just happened to my life? Like, just yesterday, I was a father of two babies. Now, overnight, I got four babies. So
four babies, bro.
Yeah, man. Life's been
blessing, bro.
Yeah, man. It's been a huge blessing. At the same time, I'm training athletes here in the Houston area. And every once in a while, bro, I tune in. I catch you a lot, so I'm good. I catch you, but y'all be having me rolling, man. It's still one of the best platform podcasts, radio, however you want to call it, man.
Yeah.
On the air, you boys speak that truth, speak that heat, and just boys can't take it, man.
Nah, man. We're gonna fuck them up when they come in here, bro. You already know we're. There's no way out of this, man. It's like they check in, but they ain't checking out, bro. No, because
I have. Go ahead.
No, you go, man.
I was gonna say, I hear, you guys like talk about like, I mean, it's like it's a landslide when these guys come in here, and like me listening, I'm still learning. That's why I shut my mouth. I just love to hear, and then I can weigh it on my time, and then I can come back and say, all right, he was lying or he was telling the truth. But a lot of because I'm still new to the server. A lot of the guys or women who come in here, I don't, and I'm speaking from my own perspective, I don't believe that they understand who's in here and what you guys know, and ladies, what all of y'all know. And then when they come in here without that acknowledgement or knowledge of knowing that, they're bombarded literally by, I mean, y'all are scholars. Like, if there is another group of men and women who know this stuff better, show me.
Yeah.
Seriously, show me. And just with that, like, they don't know what they're getting themselves into. So the facts is just like, I think they should honestly just listen, dude. But it's hard to listen because they come in here thinking they're finna, tell what it is, and I know the truth, and well, you didn't know this, and it's just like every single time while I'm listening, I'm just like, dude, that shit ain't gonna fly, bro.
Yeah, you're like, oh, they're gonna get it now, man. They're fucking up. Yeah.
And I'm just on the other end. It's muted, but I'm just like, damn. I'm like, and I see you change your name, bro. I like it.
I had to be mayhem, dude, because it's really like it's also like a character that I embody, because it's like at one point I was like, I could be Miggy, because my friends know me as Miggy because my name is Miguel in real life. So it's like when they see me though, these guys, I'm fucking mayhem to them. Like there's no other way I can't let it go, because we've been okay. So I would say it this way: critical thinking has been pushed down so far that you, like, as a person, people just want you to nod your head, be like a yes man, and we're individuals, each and every one of us. We're special, we're unique, we have our own abilities. Like everybody's like in that way, we can think for ourselves, but the overwhelming consensus is to keep us like fucking cattle, dude, and just like be like sheep and just believe what everybody else does. And it's like we can't be individuals like that, like free thinkers and whatnot. It's like, I mean, I want to think differently too, but like at the same time, if they're imposing this idea on me, I have no other recourse, but to think whatever, because they got academia, bro. They got all the PhDs behind them. Like they got all that shit. What do we got? We got each other. That's it. We don't got their.
I mean, I used to feel the same way. Like the guys who have all the letters behind their names, the PhD scientists of physics and astrophysics, like to the person who don't know nothing, like it sounds great. It's like, damn, you're an astrophysicist. I don't know what astro means and I don't know what physicist means, but sure, man, I believe everything you say. And then when you get in a place like this, and none of us, or y'all rather, have, I mean, I don't know if personalized, but I'm sure none of y'all are anything like these quote unquote pseudo scientist guys, but y'all don't speak that stuff. And it is so simply understood. That's how I know it's truth, because things that are confusing, it's a lie. That's my bar. Like if it's confusing and I got to keep asking question after question after question after question, and I'm unsure, it's like, all right, bro, that's a lie. The truth should be easily understood, and you can't even fight with it. So that's my take on it. But I love the work that you guys do, man. All of you guys. So I'm just blessed to hear it. So I'm not dumb when I go speak it. I'm like, no, I got a whole gang of fellas and women who.
Hell yeah, bro. and if you have somebody that's kind of against that, you'd be like, look, man, I'm gonna shoot you a link. Just go talk to them guys, and if you can hold your feet in there and just like not move, you can stand on all 10 toes and say what you say about the globe, then I'm gonna give you that, right? But if you start to crumble, or if you start to like, oh fuck, I don't have an answer to this, then we'll start to really see if you did have the information you thought that would support the idea that Earth is a globe. You know what I mean? But like, the big thing too, because I always tell people here, it's like I look forward to the next generation of critical thinkers, bro. I'm doing this for those guys, for your family, for your kids, for them to actually be curious and to wonder about the world and ask questions, not just believe whatever they're told. Like, process the information. How do you know that's real? Like, let's talk about that, right? Like, engage with your critical thinking and never stop. And that's the thing. Like, when it stops and you're like, no, just believe me, man. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. But then it's like the person doesn't ask them more questions. They're not curious. And you just become a slave, just like whatever that guy says because he's an authority figure. You know what I mean? And that, I don't know. I feel like that's an enemy to that human thought. So.
Yeah, I can't live like that, man. Like, I think that's, coming into the server, I've only been here for like a year or something, but just hearing all you guys speak and just listening in, like, it's really put a defibrillator on my mind to like, check shit before I just say, all right, bet, that's the real, like, check that shit, man, and when you check it, you feel good to say, man, I went through the steps to see if I can prove it wrong. And like, all right, that's the truth. At least right now, once you've weighed everything, but that's the way you got to live your life, man. Because everything else, that shit gonna come back void, man. I can imagine my sons or daughter growing up believing that they're living like I did, believing that they're living on a spinning ball, man. Like, looking at them, like, changing their diapers. I'm like, dude, how could you grow up and believe that shit? Like, no way.
Yeah.
No way. So, yeah, man, I'm gonna get back to my babies, man, and doing some studying and stuff. But I'm here, guys.
I appreciate
the thing is as well. the thing is as well with Mayhem's, like with the free questions as well, is like they all know what's going on now with the free questions, so they must be racking their brains. Like, it's not. We know what they're going to say about the free questions. They're going to come out with Eratosthenes, Alberuni. They might come out with some bullshit about geodesics and satellites, but we can just debunk any of them. So there's nothing else they can say, really. I mean, they must be trying to think of something, but sooner or later they're not going to come in here because there's no fucking way out apart from being destroyed.
Dude, I have a question. Hey guys.
What's up, Leonel?
Hey, what's up, man? Mayhem. Do I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah, that's it. What's question,
dude? I was like in the debate flat Earth and more Discord server, and I go there to have fun, man. Like, I'm one of the few flat earthers to go there, and it's just like, I think that if it wouldn't be for like the few flat earthers that are there, like the server would be dead. But they asked me a question the other day, and I didn't know how to respond it, man. I didn't know how to respond it.
Okay. What'd they ask you?
They were like, well, so if the earth, like, the question is like, okay, so how is it, how would you explain that in 12 hours, like during the day, like we experience the sun in the sky for 12 hours, for example, in the equator, during summer. Do you know what I mean? Like, how come, like, the question that haunts me is like, when we look at the sky, in theory, we're looking at a small portion of the entire sky, right? Like,
compared
right?
to the whole Earth. Yeah.
What was the question?
I don't know. He hasn't got it to it yet.
No,
so
I
my
want to
question
help.
is like,
As our season.
Okay. So like, so let's say that we experience 12 hours. We experience 12 hours of daytime, for example, in summer. Like, how come we see the sun in the sky for 12 hours? I know that we don't understand a lot of things about the sun, like, but like, how do we respond to that question?
Have you ever noticed that when the sun is in the sky for longer, when your day is longer for 12 hours, the sun is actually higher in the sky as compared to, say, winter months where you don't have, say, maybe 6, 7, 8 hours of sunlight. The sun is very low on the horizon. So just by observing what the sun does, you realise that it's because the sun is higher in the sky, dependent on your location, and when that happens, you see it for longer. Because that's what we observe, right? Especially myself in the UK, when it's winter, I notice the sun goes across the sky very low to the horizon when compared to the summer.
Yeah, we have daylight now for the 17 hour, 8, 9, sorry, 7 hours maybe of dark, and other it's all day in UK.
But again, mate, I've got to go very quickly. But we got onto this earlier again, right? We're talking about lights in the sky. Yeah, we don't know what the sun's doing. It's moving in a certain way. It's giving light in different areas. It appears to be higher sometimes and lower, and things like that. That's got nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth, so it doesn't matter. We don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So,
Leonel, I'll tell you one day.
I'm just going to go.
Go ahead, one day.
I'm going to go now. So when they start asking you questions about, the sun and how it works on a flat Earth, say, well, it's got nothing to do with the Earth. What's happening in the sky? It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So it's irrelevant. Right. So anyway, guys, Mayhem, love all you guys. I've got to go. I'll see you in a bit.
Talk to you later, one deck. All right. So what it is, Leonel, it's a fallacy. The fallacy is the burden of proof reversal. So what they're doing is reversing the burden of proof and having you explain something to them. They're very good at this, okay? The burden of proof reversal fallacy. That's what they've just used on you. And, well, you being somebody who wants to have a debate with them would indulge a question like that. But it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So flat earth is not, it's not an offend, defend position. It's completely offensive. That means that it's going to, well, and the two ways that you can describe offensive. When you're on the offense, you're completely doing the asking of the questions, right? You don't ever defend any points because you don't have to. There isn't a position you're taking. You're asking them to provide all the evidence, right? So it's also offensive. It's also offensive in the sense of like it's going to offend them because it's the truth. So in every way, the discussion that we have about the shape of the earth is an offensive position for you, Lionel. So when you discuss it with them, if they turn around and say, no, you're going to have to explain how this is possible on your flat earth if you want to have a discussion with me. They're setting a trap for you in one that you're not going to be able to have an explanation. They already know this, so they're setting that trap up knowing that the end of that is you're going to be like, well, I don't know. And just like you said, so when you started talking to us, you're like, I didn't know how to answer them. That's exactly what they want for you to say. And come in here and then say that, as in, gotcha, you couldn't answer it, so now you're stuck. You're not. It was a classic case of burden of proof reversal fallacy, whereas we're not making a claim. The claim that has been made is as people who advocate for the earth being a globe. Pretty simple.
I mean, are you asking about like how the sun, how the light kind of wraps around a little bit? Is that what your question is? Because, I mean, there's some
like,
simple...
Yeah. I mean, like,
I don't see
that. Listen. It doesn't make sense in their theory either. Like, I don't understand how it works in their theory either.
They've got explanations though.
But you guys are able to see like a small chunk of your sky also, whether if you're on a globe or on a flat earth.
Yeah, I think you're trying to reason with the idea of how it actually works, Lionel. That's the issue that we're having.
Yeah.
Is you're trying to figure it out, and that's the problem that I'm telling you. The problem is you're trying to figure this out, as in how is it possible that this is working anyway, not just on flat earth or globe earth, just how does this work? You're trying to figure that out, and in the process, you're getting kind of like stuck in a place where you don't have an answer, and they're capitalizing on that. They're
exactly.
like, you see?
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
that is the psychology that they're applying on your mind, and you're taking it as a loss, not a big loss, but I'm saying you're like in this particular scenario, you're like, well, I don't know, and you're like, you see, you don't know, so why are you in here saying anything about it? And so they capitalize on that, and they'll continue to do so if you allow them to. Is what I'm saying. They're extremely they use a lot of debate tactics like fallacies. We already know this in this channel. We know they're gonna do that.
It gives me like the feeling that they have made up something. Like we're not like they made something up. They made a theory, and so like they're able. It's kind of like and I don't want to do that. I don't want to make something up. You know, like I don't want to.
Right about that, Lionel. You're spot on. If you're saying it in the sense that they make up a theory regarding the flat Earth, all the globalists have their own little unique idea of what they think the flat Earth is and how things work on it and how things can or can't. You know, they all have that in their head.
Well,
so you're right.
Just for your own speculation, not when you're debating the topic, but the video I posted, like halfway through it shows a little simple example of how it could work speculation wise for you. You know, I think it's a pretty simple idea.
I will come. Thank you so much. I will come back right now. My battery, my phone's gonna die. Okay, so I will come back in a little bit.
See ya, man.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
What's up, John? We got also our Arcturus.
What up, dude?
Just chilling. We got Arcturus. Let's see. Arcturus, are you there? Brand new to the server. I just unmuted your mic. You can speak if you want to, Arcturus. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Arcturus. Are you there? We might chime in. Anyway, back to you guys.
Seems to be technical difficulties. Hate it when that happens. Okay, so hey. Oh, wait, go ahead.
No, you go.
Oh, okay. So I didn't spend a lot of time because there's a lot of stuff to go through, I guess, maybe, but so not saying I believe it or anything, but I'm just trying to understand the premises, right?
Ah, shit, you're not a concave now, are you, Jenny?
I wanted to ask about it.
The concave Earth? Yeah, I've heard about it many times. But before you go on, Jenny, I just want to address Arcturus had given our friend Obvious it'd be something in the DMs, it looks like? Or is it, what channel is that?
Nah, he never gave it to me. Someone else posted that on our channel. I think it's from another server, so just
basically,
he's coming in with some heat.
Yeah, it looks like it too. I like it. So we might table the discussion as soon as he pipes in here. I think he's probably channeling his anti-flat earth numpties here in just a moment, but we might have a spectacle here in our hands. We don't know yet. Arcturus, you're going to have to chime in to kind of talk about that if you want to. If not, we'll talk to Jenny about what she wants to know of concave Earth.
Save us from the concave Earth.
I don't mind. You can ask questions. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. Today's Speculation Sunday, so unless Arcturus pipes in there, go ahead. What information did you?
Yeah. Yeah, if the new person is listening and you get your stuff figured out, please feel free to interrupt, I guess.
Mic check, 1, 2. Did I lose you guys? What's going on?
No, we're still here, buddy. We're still here.
Jenny, you went quiet. I don't know. Maybe. Somebody from our side throttling her connection so she won't talk about concave.
Okay, I should be good. Sorry about that. My Wi-Fi goes wonky. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm not saying I believe it or anything. I just, saw some of their conceptual ideas on how it's supposed to work. And I was thinking, okay, so everybody's looking at the same time at the celestial sphere with this glass ceiling going around the inside. Anyway, how is the North Star supposed to work with that? Because, for everyone in the Northern Hemisphere, you can see that every day throughout the entire year.
Are you talking about the concave Earth, Jenny? Because I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just curious about it because I never spent any time into it because, we had the whack job Lord Stephen Christ ruining it.
Well, I think it was always concave.
Yeah. No, I'm being silly. I'm being totally silly. But anyway, seriously though, how's the North Star supposed to work?
They're talking about like a sphere in the sky. So the sphere is okay. So you got
not a hemisphere, right? They're talking
no. Like there's a black ball in the sky.
Yes, inside, and we're on the underside of the shell.
Yeah. So for people that are trying to figure this out, so instead of being on top of the globe, like on the outside of the globe, we're in the inside of the globe. And so when the globe spins, just like a bucket of water is held to the surface because, forces.
It's referred to as cellular cosmology or cosmogony. But still, I don't want to spend a lot of time into it when I can't. I would, in order for me, I feel like a glober or something, because I'm not trying to be convinced either, but I didn't need one question to be answered. How does the North Star work with that? I don't think that's possible. I
I don't know, like in what regards are you talking about? Like, how does the North Star work on that?
Okay, so on the
globe in the sky,
on the black ball,
yeah,
right in the middle, where's the North Star supposed to be in all that?
Fuck, I don't know that part.
Dude, but do you know what I'm saying though?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're trying to reconcile how is it even possible if they're using this as a proposal. Yeah, I don't. They're fucked up. But like, it's not.
And
it's
you know
not
the way they get, the way they get people in is, they're also, not only talking about their own beliefs, but they're also dispelling the heliocentric model, and that's what's getting people into it.
No, it's more like it's okay. You know how they're actually, the way they're putting out to the world is that you start from globe Earth, you go to flat Earth, and then concave is like the highest level, man. It's like
no.
Yeah, I'm serious. I am not kidding you. This is how they're saying it is. Flat Earth is like the middle ground, so the concave Earth is like you ascend to the highest level of enlightenment. So once you learn concave, that's the pinnacle. So what it is they're hijacking perspective.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at, kind of, sort of. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing globe Earth is doing, basically, with a project, with like, okay, so like, if we're going to take the example of a long hallway, right? And we're saying that the ground looks like it's ramping up because of the perspective. It's perspective,
right?
Basically. Then they're going to claim that reason that you see that is because it's curving up. Concave Earth.
Okay, it's interesting you bring that up because I got this screenshot right here. I don't know if that's familiar to you, but like I said, it's a rabbit hole, and I was kind of doing a lot of when I was listening to stuff, and and then they, like I said, they point out how the heliocentric model is not possible, not under the idea of concave Earth, but just that alone. That's, to me, if they get anybody interested in that topic, it would be because of that sidebar conversation.
It's ridiculous, Jenny. But like the same.
So the basic thing is it's not a ball like they tell us. Any way you look at it.
Yeah, they actually have a ball, dude. We're just inside of it, and also there's another.
Oh my god!
There's another ball above our heads that are it's blocking our view from seeing.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, so isn't people's idea that the reason why we see a rainbow is because of a dome type enclosure?
Yeah, but they would use the ball because if they would say the black ball is
no. Okay, so wait. I mean, it would have to be some sort of okay, in the concave Earth. This is what I gathered in the short time I spent in it. That there's a ceiling. And I'm gathering it's parallel to the Earth as it's inside the ball, the sphere. Have you heard of that at all, Maggie?
It's a ball inside another ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So we have a concave structure. Well, so wouldn't it be parallel to us, the ceiling? That's what I'm thinking. I mean, how would that? I'm trying to wrap my mind around it just for fun.
Yeah, I don't know
how Sunday.
Yeah, you pun intended, right? Wrap your mind around it. So, yeah, it's basically you're inside of a ball, right? And so you're everywhere away from you. Everything's gonna be ramping up, and then when you look up, that thing you're looking up at is another ball inside the ball you're already in. So that black ball, that holds the stars and the sun and the moon, is constantly
okay.
It's like a disco ball above your head. Think of it like that. Like it's a disco ball above your head. A black ball.
Well, I think they claim that we see an apparent sun and moon somehow. And then I was just skipping over this really long video. I mean, I didn't want to spend an hour watching the one video. I was just seeing what topics they were discussing. And one of them was airplane flights that, according to them, allegedly, the airplane is always, the nose is always up.
Look, I'll let the guy answer for himself. Second, stationary Nate, just answer Jenny, since you're a concave earther. I don't want to go too far into it. You probably already have.
Wait, hold on. Can I interject for a second? So you just want to say that some concave Earth or John was trying to say, oh, the plane is flying with the nose always up, and it's because the Earth is concave. Well, it's like
I know it.
So that's true. Planes often, that type of plane, 747, 757, they fly with the nose up. But is that due to any curvature of the surface, or is that just so it stays at the same height that it wants?
Ryan, let stationary Nate explain, dude.
Nice.
Right there. Let him explain.
It's like you have to establish it as curved before you can say, the plane needs to do that because it's curved. You have to establish it as being curved before you can say the plane needs to do that because it's curved.
Yeah, I get it, bro.
Because of lasers.
Yeah, but we're not letting stationary Nate explain it. We just hear him out.
Okay, go, dude.
Case. Stationary Nate, go ahead.
Yeah, so they have to have a nose pitch to stay at altitude, and the faster these jumbo jets or these jets go, the higher they need to pitch their nose.
And some say it's to maintain the consistent altitude, and concave earthers say because of the curvature. Is that the right term that concave earthers use?
Clarifying question. You said the faster they go, the higher they need to pitch their nose. But is it the faster they go, or is it the higher they are?
The faster they go, because they'll lose altitude. If they just keep their nose at like 3 degrees or 2 degrees, if they go faster, they're gonna lose altitude. They're gonna go down in altitude essentially. So the faster they go, the higher they have to have their pitch angle.
Wait, wouldn't that? I'm confused though. I mean, if they're going faster as opposed to slower, and had a higher pitch angle, wouldn't that? You're saying that wouldn't cause them to gain altitude? It just sounds like that would make them gain altitude, not stay the same altitude. I don't know. Well, it's just like if the airplane's pointing its nose more so upward as opposed to less so upward, and it's traveling at a higher speed as opposed to a smaller, lower speed, wouldn't that mean it's flying upward in the air and gaining altitude?
That's a really good question, and I'm not a jet, I'm not a pilot, I'm not in that field whatsoever, so I'm really just relaying a lot of the information that I've gained about that. So
what's the main concave or earther explanation? Not necessarily yours, but what's the main talking point for them on that one? You know what I mean? Not saying you don't have to be an expert on it to kind of touch on it. You know what I mean?
You just
Sorry
said
to keep saying that.
You just said it, Jenny. It was some concave earther somewhere saying that the reason why the nose is tipping itself upwards is because the Earth is concave and it needs to follow the curvature of the concave Earth.
No, to me, it just seems like it's going through a different atmospheric conditions or something, right? What would you say?
Yeah, so I'm really just listening. I'm not even gonna say anything because.
Oh yeah.
I know there's.
Hey,
a lot
dude,
of
you're free.
Here, so
it's speculation. Hey, it's Speculation Sunday, so today is a free hall pass for that. You can say
it's a hall pass for sure. But, if you don't want to talk, man, no one's gonna force you. But if you want to, explain to Jenny everything about concave. If you want, if not, that's cool.
Yeah, okay, but really, actually, I want to know what's the concave Earth main explanation for how the North Star works. I mean, I've just seen a few conceptual ideas of, not saying it's their model because I know that's a touchy subject, but the idea of how it's supposed to work, right? So how is the North Star supposed to work?
What do you mean? Like, how is it supposed to work? Like, I don't know.
All right, so the whole us being on the inside shell of the sphere, and then the entire landmass is encapsulated somehow, and then we're all able to look at the same black ball of space or whatever it is in the middle, right? And it's supposed to be rotating. So how does the North Star work? How can we see it every night of the year?
In the northern
in the northern hemisphere, every night of the year, you can locate the Polaris. How does that work? And I'm not trying to say, hey, gotcha or anything. I don't talk like that. I'm genuinely want to know what the talking points are.
Because when we all look up, we're all looking up at the same thing. So if you're in the northern hemisphere, if you got two people in the northern hemisphere and they're both looking up, they may see.
Wait a minute. Sorry. I apologize for interrupting you. So we think we're looking up, but if you consider the conceptual model idea, whatever, we're looking towards the center of the sphere at a black ball of space. Yeah.
You're looking in, technically, according to him.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, but if we were to, yeah, but we're looking in towards the center. Everyone is. So how does the North Star work? At least for people that are in the northern hemisphere.
Because the North Star is going to be on the top of the celestial sphere, and the South Star, Sigma Octantis, is going to be on the south part of that sphere. So if you're in the southern hemisphere, you're looking up. You'll, of course, there's very few places you can see Sigma Octantis, but
all right, I appreciate that.
But
okay, so Polaris
as well. So if you're in the northern hemisphere, you're looking up. You're looking on the northern side of the celestial sphere. Everyone's looking up,
down at the top of the sphere.
However you want to look at it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. No, okay. So just to make sure I understood what you said. Polaris is at the top of the celestial sphere. That's why everybody in the northern hemisphere can see it. And then Sigma on Sigma Octantis?
Or the Southern Crux, or any constellation in the southern hemisphere.
That's at the bottom of the celestial sphere.
Yes.
And are there flat earthers that say you can see the celestial, the southern star cross from the northern hemisphere?
I think you can. There's I don't know how far up above the equator you have to be, but
okay, so you might have to be really close, still in the northern hemisphere, but closer towards the equator.
Correct.
Okay, I get that. All right. Yeah. It's a extremely wild idea.
Crazy, huh?
Yeah. And there seems to be. Oh, go ahead.
See what I posted on live stream voice text 50 minutes after the hour?
Get out of here, you little scamp. You're so funny.
You're so cute.
Oh man, but for real, it's a bizarre concept. Wait, who said something else? I thought I heard somebody else talking besides Mayhem.
I think there was.
Me?
Leonel.
Leonel. Oh.
Dude, your connection right now is trash, bro.
That explains it.
Probably got 1,000 ping.
Lionel left the flat Earth debate Discord. He came back to the concave debate.
And
you're getting disconnected, brother. Boom. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say planes don't even come close to convince me of a concave Earth. Now, I've spent maybe under half an hour looking at it, the whole thing, so I really can't go too far in the conversation. I was just wondering about what the WTF on the North Star.
But Jenny, think about what you just said. Like you just said, convince. Like, why would you want anyone to convince you about
No, I
anything?
don't.
I mean,
I did
wouldn't you
say
want them to
that a few
demonstrate
minutes
it?
ago.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you want them to demonstrate it via direct measurement?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And planes are not any kind of demonstration so far. No. Or any kind of example.
I feel like Elijah was listening to the conversation with this emoji. They just
I
posted.
think so too.
We all were, Maggie. We all were.
I know, but look, man, I've known Jenny for a while, so I know where she's coming from. So to me, it's innocent. But like, still, some people are like, Jenny, what you talking about, man? What's going on
Right.
here? We gotta sit you down here because what's going on? Like, we gotta have a talk, intervention
Okay.
time or something.
All I know is long time ago, I remember briefly skimming over that monkey business, Lord Stephen Christ. And he was the one that, was kind of spearheading that, like, I don't know, 6 years ago or something. But it just, the vibe didn't sit with me. And it just didn't, like, when I first came across Flat Earth, I'm like, wait, what? And like instantly, I had a bunch of the questions that seemed to be at that point in time satisfied. And when I hear anything about concave Earth, I'm like, So that's kind of where I am. I'm going to not be auto believing or any kind of shit like that. I mean, yeah, there's no way. I mean, I don't think so. I haven't heard anything. Okay, what's supposed to be the most convincing point in favor of the concave Earth?
Oh, you'd have to ask the stationary Nate.
Yeah, where is he still in here?
Yeah, he's here. I don't know if he wants to get on the mic, but yeah, he's here.
No. I don't want to know. I'm not asking for his personal opinion about it. I want to know what the main, like, that the community's main points. Like, what's supposed to be their black swan? That's what I want to know.
Well,
What's the concave Earth?
They claim the southern, what is it called?
Ross.
Southern celestial pole. No, the southern celestial pole.
Yeah.
Man, yeah.
What about it?
Well, their claim is that there are stars, right, circling around the south celestial pole, just as there are in the north celestial pole, and in the middle of the equator, the stars apparently they claim that the stars just travel from east to west, like above you, like in a straight angle,
I think
Are you talking about the globe, or is you speaking with Lionel?
I'm saying with the Glober's claim.
Yeah, Jenny's asking about concavers right now.
Yeah, concave Earth, man.
Well, the thing is, like, my phone got turned off. Then my.
You're good. I get it. But yeah,
Jenny, India was explaining the other day that there was some measurement done where there was a 8-inch deviation upwards. So concavers latched onto that, saying, "Well, it
are we talking about laser observations?"
I can't remember exactly now. Might have been.
Yeah, because I've seen screenshots of how lasers behave, and I'm like, so they're trying to use atmospheric conditions or something, or that just doesn't. I'd have to hear a lot more about it to go with that.
I don't think you do.
Well, if I was really bored, I might. I mean, it's difficult to get that bored, but I could, maybe.
Believe it or not, we got Putin in the chat, so maybe we can ask him. He might know some things. All right, so Putin, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by? You fucking left. Damn it. All right, so let's see who else is in here. Coco Coping Martin is joined us again from yesterday, as you guys may or may not know him.
I remember Mr. Coping from yesterday, Mayhem.
Yeah, he was coping yesterday.
He definitely was coping, yeah. Well, actually, I don't think he was coping very well. Maybe he's here to tell us. I don't know, maybe he can fill us in what's happened over the last 24 hours for him. How he's been coping.
What's a good word, coping? Coco, are you there? Hello. I don't know, man. I don't know, Mayhem. I'm doing okay. Yeah, really? Did you have an okay day? Yeah, kind of. It was, yesterday's conversation really threw me off. No shit. Oh, what part? Well, when I talked to Jedi, he made a lot of sense. So, I don't know. Yeah, I know. Usually happens. He does make a lot of sense. And I've always told him to get his own channel. Yeah, I think he needs his own channel too. YouTube, right? Yeah, YouTube. I've been telling him to get a channel on YouTube, but I don't know what's why he's dragging his feet. We could ask him that. Maybe you want to ask him. Sure. Jedi, if you're there, how come you don't have
motherfucker, calm down.
The sphere is not a real sphere. It's not a real hemisphere. We know that the angles that we get and the numbers that we put to those angles have to do with perspective. Like, it's not in a real sphere. Like, look at the chat when I'm posting, because I don't want to have to come in here to feel like I'm being heard.
That was you, Janae.
Or it is Sunday, Elijah. Speculation Sunday. Oh,
he disappeared.
but yeah, I brought up rainbows actually, I don't know, 10 minutes ago or something.
Man, look at the Gettier problem. Man, he's on it like paint. That's how our eyeballs see the world, by the way. What he just posted. Really cool.
Super neat.
Yeah. Super duper.
My gosh.
We do have like maybe, as far as I can tell, like 3 concavers in this chat.
Actually, we would have to look up to look at the center.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't think that. To be honest. I thought the concavers on this server died out. You've resurrected them.
Oh, well, maybe that's good. We can flesh them out.
They can run around because, the enemy of our enemy is our friend, right? So we're going to use them against the global.
Okay, so
you guys think it's fucking convex? These guys say concave. All right, you guys duke it out. Let's see who wins.
All right, I do not agree with that image that was just posted by Gettier. Sorry, dude. Okay, so
Wait. What?
No, I don't agree with it. So
okay, so
if he was, inside the sphere, even in the position that is in, wouldn't you have to like look up?
No. Okay, so when you're looking, so think of it like
is this like?
I have a delayed because I'm listening to you. I know it's Sunday. Here's my response to the speculation. The end. Use the added information to inform yourself.
Okay.
Not you. But I'm like I'm posting in the chat. It's like nobody ever gives a damn. It's not you. I'm just saying in general. I've been posting. I'm always. Well, I'm not always posting, but when I'm not in here, I post in hopes that somebody goes, "Oh, Eli said this." That never happens. I'm like, "What the fuck, man?" I'm like tagging people. It's like, what's the point of this, right? Like, if I was a Glober, you'd be like, "Oh, look what he posted in here. Look what he typed in the chat." Like, treat me like a Glober and address me when I type. That's all.
Well, hey, I got a question.
All, I'm the one that brings up the rainbows. Yes, and I always said it was a biaxial crystal. It's not actually something that's spherical shape.
Okay, but it's dome shape.
I actually no, not dome shape. I always say the Earth is flat. I always say that the sky is flat. Because check it out. Okay. When you have a flashlight, right? Well, maybe the lens it's convex, sometimes it's flat. The bottom line is when it's shown, when the light is shown through that lens, right? On the ground, there's a circle.
Right.
You don't need a bowl or half a bowl or whatever the bowl to have this effect. I don't know why. Like, it's not a. Everybody's saying rainbows are because of the dome. It's not. No, there's no necessity for.
But
you to
there's a
have
lens of some
circle.
sort. The lens.
Yeah. And
Okay, so I think that
it's
sounds
flat.
like a
That's my
concave Earth
personal-
thing.
Not if the sky is flat, Jenny. That's why I'm asking you to look at the chat.
Okay.
That sounds like you're not gonna look at the chat.
No, I'm my finger is on my phone right now. Okay. So you talking about the one where it's the angle of and the elevation? You said
Oh, hey, I got a question.
the sky is flat, like yeah.
That's how
I saved that
look at the
image,
diagram.
dude. Dude, I saved that image. I did.
So here's the thing. If everything drops because of perspective from your 180-degree view of the sky, and it's different for everybody, unless everyone has a personal dome up there, it's not a dome. Like, it shouldn't. Are we all like? Am I crazy for saying that?
No, I've heard you guys talk about this before.
Sorry,
You know,
Elijah.
like
Think about it. I can
Elijah,
only see a
you've got
certain
to mute
amount of
YouTube,
sky.
dude. You've got to mute YouTube. Thank you, mate. Sorry, dude.
I can only see a certain amount of sky, the same as everyone else. Regardless of that, the sky does the same thing for everyone that it does for me. It's just at different times.
Right.
So everyone can't have a dome. That doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, because the dome is bigger than our perspective. Hello.
No, what I'm saying is,
well, if there was a dome, I'm saying if there was a dome, it would be larger than what our perspective is.
Right. So they're saying the celestial sphere is. Listen, did you know that there's something called what's it called? An astrolabe. Okay,
right.
And it has the stars on this side of the equator. And when you flip it around, it has the rest. It's a perspective. It has nothing to do with the sky being a bowl. It could be. I highly doubt it because of how we navigate it.
So to you, the celestial sphere is outside of us.
No, what I'm saying is, if you understand the celestial sphere, it's not an actual sphere. In fact, if you're looking at the chat, I'm trying to. I'm so. It's not. When the sun is dropping away from you, is it because it's getting lower in altitude?
No.
Exactly.
Just means it's going farther away. Whatever else it's doing. I mean, how would I know?
But we use that angle to navigate. So what I'm saying is, if you were to plot it on a piece of paper, yeah, it would look like a sphere, because how else would you be able to illustrate the difference in elevation change from your perspective? So it looks like that. That's not what it actually is. We would all say, well, the earth is not curving, the sun is moving away. Now, you don't have to take the next step and say, because the sky is flat, bitch. You don't have to go and do that, but I'm just saying.
I can appreciate
the sky is flat.
I can appreciate mechanical devices, strictly mechanical devices like an astrolabe versus, some sort of electronic piece
an
of
astrolabe
equipment.
just gives you the stars and stuff, where they are. Like, it's not even. I'm just saying. All I'm trying to say is, it looks like based on the angles to things, if you plot them, say in a model, and call it a celestial sphere, what we know is it's not actually that. That's what we know. It's not actually things dropping like it would be on an actual sphere. We know that that's not the case.
What would be dropping? What do you mean? On the celestial sphere?
Sam, if it was a literal celestial sphere, then the sun would have to change in altitude. But you just agreed that you just said, like, I'm assuming that the sun goes away, there is no change in altitude.
Okay, so the northern hemisphere would be one side of a bowl, and the southern hemisphere would be an underside, also a bowl. So
not a bowl. Just because they call it a celestial sphere doesn't make it a literal bowl. Like why are we not understanding this? Like that's how they got because the globe is really just the sky, the inside of the sky on the top and the bottom. And they're like, well, you know, those angles transposed onto the ground, they just call that the globe because of the relationship that the ground has with the stuff in the sky. So if the ground is flat, what is the sky? Because they have no problem saying, well, the earth is curved and that's why we have a celestial sphere. So what would be the opposite? Anyway, I've said as much.
I get it. You think it's absurd. I get where you're coming from. Yes.
Not we think it's absurd. And it's the celestial sphere model. No one has proposed that it's not. No one. People in that use this for navigation know it's not an actual sphere. That's the thing. Like the people run around saying it's a sphere, a half a sphere. That's what's not true. Like it's not that I believe or disbelieve. Like, well, anyway. All right, I'm out.
Okay.
We got some new people that are in here, so
yay! Perfect timing.
Yeah, we'll address the new people, and I'd just like to say there's been some people that have been here before, like Coco Coping Martin. If you're here, you can open up your mic. Lily Purr was sort of a conversation we're having with him. Monotone, very soft-spoken, but also sophist. We were having discussions with them, me and Eli, the other day. I don't know if he wants to talk about anything today in regards to the shape of the earth conversation. And let's see. I think Stationary Nate is the concave earther that's in here, but out of that scope, I think the rest of us are the usual suspects. So mostly everybody here is of the mind that the earth is not a globe or concave. So
all right, well, unless anybody's opposed, which I'm okay with, Mayhem, anyway, you can reiterate what our brother was trying to passionately relay to everyone.
It's just these, like, people are using the idea that the earth is a celestial sphere in the sense, like, the regards of how they're talking about it. And the perception is, like, if we're talking about the level plane of existence being like the one that we're on, then how are we not correlating or saying that it's the same, that we would be looking up at the sky? But with perspective, we're going to claim that it's, visually how we perceive the star at an angle, in front of us. Like we'd say it's like 30 degrees off the horizon or something. And when you're using that, that idea that it's a, curved surface, above our heads, like the surface of the sky, like it's, and why wouldn't it be just like use of perspective and not that it's actually curving? You know what I'm saying? So like, are we saying that the same thing for the sun? Like when we see it moving across the sky, it's just moving across the sky. It's not going over any curve. Visually, with perspective, it looks like it could follow like that arc path, the arc path in the sky. But is it really arcing over our heads? That's the question, right? How are you then going to propose that you're going to be able to see that and solidify that it's arcing for real? That's apparently what you see, right? With the movement of the sun across the sky from horizon to horizon. And obviously you'd be able to navigate using points that you'd be able to say, okay, I'm looking at the star, and earlier it was at like 45 degrees. Now it's at like 30 degrees. It's moving lower in my vision because, you know, it's a different position than it was like, you know, a few hours ago or whatever. And then because of that, people make their conclusions that the sky is arcing above our head. I think he's just saying that if we're running with the understanding that the Earth itself is flat and level plane, well, then you would also relate that to the sky. That how is it then arcing over us if there's no arcing to be had? Like, how is it arcing if we're moving across the Earth on a level plane, and then the sky is doing the same? You know, we're just visually seeing it with perspective. So in our parent view, so that goes back to the Gettier problems demonstration, the illustration of that guy, the way he sees the Earth. So visually in our perspective, the way we see things is that way. So Gettier, put that other put the hallway example right underneath that one that you have. Watch this. Oh, you guys will see if he's listening to me, you'll see the example of the hallway. There it is. Thanks, Gettier. So do you see the hallway? So if you're look at that illustration of the guy with that little perspective, I guess, half dome in front of him. So he was seeing everything converge to the eye line. As per that example of the illustration, everything's converging to the eye line of that person. So he's looking at a level plane across his eye line, but at the same time, in the middle of his eye line, everything is converging from below him and above him and from the sides. Can you see that? How it converges to a point? Hello?
I'm looking at the voice text.
Yeah, that's the way everything's. That's why it looks like the floor is ramping up and the ceiling is ramping down and the walls like they're ramping in. Can you see that?
So with this in mind, is the idea of the dome, it's hijacking our perspective, how our eyes work?
So, yeah, exactly. And that's the point. If we're to say that we're on, do you get it now, Jenny?
I do. Thanks.
Yeah, that's it. I'll just
It's
stop
not
there.
surprising that's how that works out. It's not surprising to me.
Well, I mean, this is the reason why people think the Earth is a globe, right? That's why they're hijacking perspective and then.
I think somebody made a meme out of it, like that song, Your Own Personal Jesus. I think somebody said Your Own Personal Dome, and I think you guys are making fun of it. I mean, quite some time ago, I seem to remember.
Well, I mean, that also has different meanings in the context they're using it for. But
yeah,
in this specific context, I mean, if we're talking about a level plane, right? Why are we stopping there and saying the sky is a dome? You know what I'm saying? The only thing I say is that visually, what it's represented as is that because of our perspective. That's how our eyeballs are viewing the world. But when we measure things or when we try to figure out if there is any drop over distance or if hallways are actually converging to a point, what do we find out? That's not really the case, right? As you walk further into the hallway, the walls are the same feet apart and the floor and the ceiling are the same feet apart. This is just how our eyes are working to see it and at a distance away from us.
Okay, so if the sky is flat, then I don't understand how the South Pole star works.
Everything that we see so everything that you see in the sky is working off of the perspective of the viewer. So you're apparently seeing the positions from your perspective, right? So when I'm in a different location, my perspective of what I'm seeing is vastly different from yours. The positions of the stars, anyway, they're going to look different to me than they do to you from where you're viewing them. Do you get it? Like, think of the long hallway, right? We're just in different parts of that hallway. And due to the fact that I'm in a different place, I see things differently in the location of where I'm at versus you.
Well, okay, but I thought the sky is like a clock and it's turning, right?
Yeah. Well, so it's
moving. Where does the the south. I mean, the Southern Cross. I'm not familiar with the names of what's the Sigma Octantis?
Yeah.
That's supposed to be the Southern Pole Star. How does?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Even
not
though
trying to be a crazy glober, but how does that work on the flat Earth?
There isn't that, but like everything that they see is just it's perspective to the person. So when they're viewing the stars in the sky and they're trying to explain how it works on the flat Earth, like they're not realizing that they're coming from a paradigm that's telling their mind that it's actually a dome or it's a globe. Or
well, no, what I was thinking, I'll be honest with you, how I was trying to reimagine it is it is Sunday. I'm going to remind you about the cosmic egg theory. So the heavens would be like a flat, moving above the flat Earth. The heavens would be a level above us.
Okay.
Right. So I was trying to think about how Sigma Octantis works with the cosmic egg. I mean, if you're talking about a flat sky, good to go along with our flat Earth. That's the closest I can come to picture what's going on. If I'm not, because I've always kind of thought of the dome.
Yeah.
With the flat Earth, so.
Right, but that. Only,
I mean, I'm not cemented in the idea. I mean, just everything I've heard so far, just kind of, oh, that's interesting, but nothing I'd be willing to fight over.
Right. The perspective is the perspective is apparently it looks like a personal dome. What it really is would extend over the flat plane of existence in reality. Like you couldn't say that personal dome it encumbers the entirety of the cosmos or the sky above us, right? You couldn't say that because it extends farther past your limitation of your view. And therefore, if somebody is farther away from you, let's say in any cardinal direction, they would see the perspective of that star in a different position in the sky. So let's say you're looking at whatever in the south, right?
Yeah, see this
on the horizon, it looks like it's in a different position, but then you would be able to say from where you're standing at that position is like 45 degrees versus where I'm standing at. It would look like it's higher than that or whatever, depending on where I'm at.
This is why Miggy and I are like the only two flat earthers that say, I don't know if we should be saying that everything goes in a circle and that's that.
Yeah.
Because look, now people can't understand why I would say that the ceiling is possibly flat. Even those, the thing is, we also know that it's not a perspective thing, that you can see the stars, seeming to diverge, meaning they're going in different directions, even though we also say they all go from east to west. But you know what I'm talking about. When you're on this side, the stars are going this way, and whatever the stars are doing over there are doing the arc over that way. And we're like, well, what's it circling over there? Well, you see them diverging. You see one circling one way and the other circling the other way. What about there's two? I don't know. But we're not asking the right questions. We're just still stuck in this heliocentric bullshit for some reason. Yeah, nobody's even touching the questions that Miggy and I be asking.
Yeah, it's a residual baggage. I think that it's they're trying to detach from the concept, but it's extremely difficult because we're trying to conceptualize it in a way that would make sense from a perspective that there has to be some sort of logical reason to an enclosed state like a dome or like a globe with the perspective of standing on a curved surface or shit.
Okay,
concave,
guys.
It depends.
So for all intents and purposes in layman's terms, you guys think however the barrier would be, it's a lid.
Contained system for sure. I mean, we obviously know that much.
Okay. Well, yeah. So if it's flat, then it have to be a lid.
Yeah, I don't know if that wasn't the point of contention. I don't think. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, no. My thoughts are kind of going back to my original speculation.
Yeah.
So no, it's all good.
That's and I don't want to further that with actually going into a bit more of like my personal understanding of how I connected to biblical scriptures, but I don't want to get into that to solidify a point that I want to make, but because it's more of a speculation, let's say, because I'm using the scriptures to actually solidify my point. But like from my perspective, it's a speculation that is solidified in the scriptural stance. But like I would go along with it because of the fact that I've thought about it in many different ways because it didn't make sense to me. I was looking at the earth in a way that I was trying to describe. So look, I was looking at it from the dome perspective, like a giant dome, right? And I was saying, okay, well, coming from the globe, it was because we're standing on a curved surface, right? We're standing on the actual globe. And looking at it from that point, of course, it's not a globe because it doesn't measure globe. So I'm like, okay, so could it be that the earth is covered in a dome? All right. So that made some sense at some point, right? So then I was like, yeah, I could see the dome working over the earth. Then I was like, well, wait a minute. If I'm seeing the dome where I'm at and the other person that's living wherever they live is seeing a dome where they're at, the dome would be a small dome because it would be only on my working over my perspective. And it will only encumber the area where I can visually see from horizon to horizon. You know what I mean? So only in my area, I don't think that doesn't work. So it's like a personal dome, and I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't make any sense in the macro. It's only in the micro that could make sense. In the macro, it'd have to be the entire giant dome that's over everything, not just my own perspective, would have to make some sense, right? Do you guys see where I'm separating the micro from the macro? Because like I could visually see things, and I'm like, well, I think it could make sense from my personal vantage point.
Okay, can't there be both? Can't there be the individual dome and then a large dome?
It couldn't. I don't think there would be a conflict, right? The conflict of it being a larger dome would then mean that I can't have my personal dome. I could only see it in the macro, not the micro. But because I see it in the micro, because I'm seeing it in the micro, I'm seeing it like as it is where I'm at in the micro scale. Because the earth and the sky is not only from my visual perspective, it's also in yours or whatever country you're from and wherever state you're in and whatever place you're at. So that would mean that everybody on earth has their own personal vantage point of what they're looking at the sky. So I can't declare that it's a dome because I'm only seeing a micro dome. I'm not seeing the macro. The macro would be the entire earth, and I can't see that. So I'm only seeing what I can see from my vantage. That's why it's micro. It's not macro. Macro is like if it was the the dome was over the whole entire earth, then you'd have to describe how it was over the whole entire earth as a dome. That's what I'm saying. But visually, in my perspective, what I can see is from horizon to horizon, it looks like the sun arcs over my position, apparently.
Hey, Miggy.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but this is a little bit pertinent. Okay, so do you remember quite a number of years ago, somebody, I can't remember who started it, but somebody had taken a video of an actual book, and I believe it was an encyclopedia, an old one, and people looked up the encyclopedia under Antarctica, and this was allegedly before the Antarctic Treaty.
Right.
And there's a claim, well, it was allegedly in the text that they said there was a dome. And they said it was a certain feet in height. Okay, what about that?
Okay, so let's analyze that a little bit, because look at what it says right there. The Antarctic flights prove that, and thank you, obviously, B, for putting that in there. The Antarctic flights prove that inland areas to be featureless in character with a dome 13,000 feet high and about latitude 80 degrees south. So, just based on this information that you're reading off of this, right? If we were to go with that, that means the dome is 13,000 feet high in that location, which would mean that the dome that they're seeing above them would extend to that level, meaning that's not very high if you know 13,000 feet up. So how could you then visualize the entirety of the sky working off of that experience if it's only 13,000 feet in the air? There's a lot of contradictions that are going to be happening if you're visually seeing a dome that's only 13,000 feet up in the air.
If the sky was curving, then what would that do for our angles and navigation on the Earth?
I can appreciate navigation because that's something that's repeated, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't get any angles.
And so if you look into it a little bit, it's in conflict with the dome idea. Second of all, you know the scriptures doesn't even say that it's a dome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Isaiah 40:22 talks about it being a tent. So it could be a Hebrew. If you look up Hebrew tent and see a picture of it on the internet, it could be a Hebrew tent. And you can also, take that 13,000 feet at the 80th south parallel, and you could extrapolate it out if it's a tent and the center part of it over the North Pole is taller. So there are some of us who speculate that the top of the dome, which would be over the North Pole, is 385,000 feet, high, which would be like 74 miles. Now, I know that's just, an opinion, but if it was some sort of a tent or some sort of a dome, it would be bigger at zero, at zero North Pole than it would be at 80 degrees south.
I can rebut that. I'll wait for Elijah to come in here if you want me to.
That's my opinion.
Yep. Eli, you there?
Height is a speculation. Can't say that because our method of navigation doesn't include heights. But the thing is that height is irrelevant, is interesting for the angles we use to navigate, because the angles that we navigate, the distance that we travel on the ground is because that's the distance in the sky, which means that it's in concordance with what the ground is doing. The sky is doing what the ground is doing. That's what to me it's saying. It's not, I mean, because it's it has more to do with the sky and what the sky is doing above the flat earth. The angle working with the dome is not how it works. That's the thing.
So you're saying the navigation could work if the sky was flat? I'm not sure if I am.
Yeah, because you'd have an area of equal altitude between those stars.
Yep.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, Jedi's correct. So it'd be working off of the ground position to where the location of the star is to the position of the observer, but not necessarily in the fact that you're trying to resolve whether it's the idea that it's working over a dome or it's just a representation of where that star is from your perspective. And this is where the confusion happens. This is like why perspective gets hijacked to then assert you know what I mean? Because we see the world in this way, the outcome of the conclusion, like what you think you're standing on or what you think you're looking at is either a dome or a globe, because that's been hijacked to that. We can understand the perspective of how I'm saying this word a lot, but like the visualization of why that's been hijacked from the part of the globe. We understand that, but it's then becomes a bit more like muddied, when we're starting to understand like, well, from the flat earth perspective, how is that being used? Because now we're saying it's a dome. How do we know that? We're asserting that based on what? Our perspective? But what does that tell us? Are we looking at the macro dome of the entire earth, or is this just the way the eyes work? You know what I mean? At some point, something's being hijacked. And that's what the globe earth was using that information to do. They're taking how we see the world to then say, well, duh, it's a globe,
See, okay. For me, it's more logical if the sky was horizontal. Like I never really understood the thing about the dome, although it has been drawn, many in old old paintings, you know.
Oh, your perspective, right? That's
Sorry, Mayhem. When people say the sky is horizontal, it kind of invokes something that's two-dimensional. Sky's got to be three-dimensional, right?
Yeah.
When you can't say it starts here. So it can't be two-dimensional. Horizontal. I can get maybe a base of it, but within or further out. That's got to be three-dimensional. And those things are not, well, they're within that area, right? That's why we can't get definite distances to things.
I agree with that.
It's yeah. So it just didn't. We have to remember the three-dimensionality. We kind of get stuck on the barrier and the kind of invoking of the shape of that, and we have to remember the stars are not stuck to the barrier.
Well, but I'm only saying my speculation coming from the scriptures.
Do you know what? I'll pull that back a little bit. We can't tell either way.
Yeah,
right?
that's better.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah.
I agree with you there, because the scriptures would then say they're shaking, like heaven's shaking, and like the stars fall to the ground like figs falling from a tree. So that shaking, like when you shake the fig tree, they fall. So that when the heavens tremble, they're gonna fall. So what? I won't. It's speculation Sunday, I know, but I don't want to get the point lost with where we're at. No, this is important, right? Because we're talking about how to critically think about this subject when you're already talking about flat Earth. But because of so much peeling away from where we started, Jedi, we were talking about like ice walls and domes, and like we were all over the place. I mean, we're just taking everything in, right? For 2015 and that kind of stuff. And now it's like we are kind of very reserved on what we say. Okay, we're gonna sign off on this, saying that this is what reality is.
We've gone around the block a few times and we've been hit with a few sticks and stones along the way, mate. So we've had to learn our lessons. It's again the sharpening of the sword, but we're very careful not to make claims. That's why I had to come back and say that we're not sure either way. We have to remember there are things that we don't know, especially with regards to, say, Antarctica. I don't know. I ain't been there, right? Same with the sky. I don't know. I ain't been there, right? How could I possibly know? So to give explanations is we're digging a hole for ourselves.
True.
But it is Speculation Sunday, so I guess we could speculate.
I got
yeah.
If I introduce Rainy Day Gamer, I know him from another server. He's got a few speculations he'd like to share with the live stream.
I unmuted him.
I do. Oh wait, well, one more thing. Look, I have a bike with a light on the front, and the outer portion is a disc. It's completely flat. And the light propagation onto the floor is a square. We don't even know what the geometry. We don't even know what shape the light is on the ground. Like I guarantee no one's ever considered that till I just said it. Why do we feel we need to make all these assumptions? That's what clouds our judgment. We know. Look, being a believer in the scripture and all, we know bupkis about the macro world. That's what the book says, the good book. I mean, if you think about the things that you have to assume in order to come to certain conclusions, it's like, that's telling you right there. It's just, you know what's more maddening? The things we could know that we don't, like how high we can go. We could probably figure we probably could have more of a truth than the sky not being the limit. Like somebody somewhere perhaps knows, like Operation Fishbowl, for whatever reason they called it that. We just don't know.
Or you're not meant to know.
All right, since we're in Speculation Sunday and I feel like Elijah led me to something, I do want to say this is the war against the creator, right? So all of it has to deal with like a set of ideals that people running around with and making factions out of them. So we're trying to get people to critically think about things and not to always take in certain ideas if it's impossible to actually be definitive on these things. But at the same time, the war against the creator has always been to kind of go to that place and try to find out what this whole realm is. Because if once, I would say it this way, the enemy of the creator has always wanted us to get on his side so that we can fight against the creator and be against him and you know, I guess go against that barrier that's keeping us from him and his location where he is. So there's certain things that are being said out there about trying to break through this barrier, through this contained system that we're in. And you know, I'm working off of Speculation Sundays, guys, so don't jump on me. I'm just telling you that because when I read the scriptures, it was leaning more towards how I find out how the one who was thrown down here to be with us is now pissed off because he can't go back to that place. So he wants to destroy that barrier between us and the creator so that he can go back and usurp his, I don't know for what reason he thinks he's going to do it. He's not going to win.
Is that Space Force?
Space? What about space?
Yeah, Space Force. They're going to break down the barriers.
No, I mean, we're talking about Fishbowl, Operation Fishbowl, and what's her face? The wannabe president that wasn't. What's her name?
Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, she was just saying, and we know we're destroying the highest of glass. I know a glass ceiling she was referring to in that moment, but I'm saying it was like a jab at the idea that if you break through the ceiling, that you know that's above us, that the highest of glass ceiling, and there's 1,000 cracks up there. So was referring to like women and the movement and stuff. But like what we're talking about, because of the enemy, this is also like another. It could be taken in a different context, I think. But
I think Hillary Clinton. I think Hillary Clinton meant that as a double entendre. I think that was an homage to who she worships. And then, you know, the secondary level was for, you know, the dummies, you know, that don't think and they just need something to consume. So,
right.
You know.
I think so too. Like my whole thing with this is the entire point of I said, hold on. The whole entire point of Genesis is to explain the fall of man. Or it's just a story of the fall of man. How God said, you know me through my creation, and also be fruitful and multiply. And the one thing that they did is deny that he'd given them all that he had and listen to, thank you, and listen to the snake when the snake said, actually, you can have more knowledge that God is hiding from you. You can have more knowledge. That's the crux of that entire thing. Here we are talking about things we know we don't know, but are trying to like, I know how emotional it gets because we stared at the sky for like a fucking year straight or 6 months straight, however long it was, trying to come up with something, and all roads led to a dead end. Unless we wanted to be religious and start telling people, well, hey, this is this. You don't hear me telling people it's a Pac-Man square Earth, regardless of what I believe. I don't even know how to explain that to anybody.
Sure you can. You ever played Pac-Man? It's all squares.
No, but I mean, I get what Elijah's saying. So, and what Jenny's point is the same as the way I thought too. It's it has that double meaning. But most of the things that we look at, like what the big governments are actually doing, they're also things that they do are double meaning. But everything, for some reason or another, it seems to be against a creator all the time. Every single thing, like rallying the troops to, like, why do you? And it's always against humanity. Like, we're the only, like, when we follow what they do, that we're destroying ourselves, like our brothers and sisters. You know, every nation under the sun is against each other. Why? Because of the agendas that are being pushed on us. You got to hate this person to hate that person. You got to be a Democrat. No, you got to be a Republican. No, you got to be this. You got to be that. We're being fed this story, and we're hurting each other, and we're not seeing the distraction that's getting put over us right now, because the bigger game is to destroy the people who are made to be in the image of the Creator, and we're falling
stewards.
for it.
We're stewards. We're supposed to be stewards. So this and actually, like, humans have gotten it right, both right and wrong, because this is God's kingdom, and in a kingdom there's a hierarchy. Okay, and I know that earlier this week we spoke about kingdoms and slavery and blah 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 blah. But honestly, if you're not a slave to one thing, you're a slave to another. Let's just keep it real. So with this being the kingdom, the whole point of us being here is that we are supposed to expand that kingdom. We're supposed to be making this place better, not going to Mars because this place is fucked up.
Yeah, right.
I think go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Thanks. I think what Elijah was talking about was Genesis 3:4, where it says, "And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." So Satan was tempting, Eve to go ahead and do it because she might be a god.
Yeah, that's lawyer ease for you, man. If there was a first lawyer that was ever created, that was that moment right there. That's the first lawyer. Dang. That's the first lawyer that ever was. Did God really say you will die? Mm-mm.
Wow. That's awesome. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, that's just like a lawyer would do. And so that person, or that snake, deceived Eve on the premise of, like, you're not going to really, when you bite it, you're not going to die. That's not what's going to happen, but your eyes will be open. So the temptation increased, right? Not only was the fruit itself looked like something that you'd want to eat, but it was now enticing because you're going to gain some benefit from eating it. And so this was like the enticement of that, so that the woman was deceived from eating that, and her eyes were open. And so because the idea you're going to become like God, knowing good and evil, whereas the previous way that they were innocent. So think of it like kids. Like,
sorry.
There you go on, Elijah.
Think about it like this. Just think long and hard. The good Lord, He exposes, right? He shows. He reveals. Okay. The lawyers, they tell you. They interpret. These are the two differences. What is my example of God revealing something that He did not have to say, even though there was a necessity before men even thought it? Adam was in the garden. God told him, this is what you do. You do the gardening. You take care of the animals. You name the animals. You do all that. That was His job before Eve came. Eve wasn't supposed to do all that. He was already doing that. So why did God create a woman for Adam? Well, it was revealed to Adam. Damn, man, I'm going to call this thing a gorilla. Wait, that's a gorilla male and that's a gorilla female. Oh my gosh, that's a gorilla. That's a lion male and that's a lion female. It is now revealed to me that I'm fucking lonely, man. And God said, I got you, bro. He didn't know he was lonely until he started naming. Think about it. Think about it.
Comparison.
He didn't tell Adam, yo, you're lonely, fam. I'm going to do this. It was revealed.
I heard somebody say once that we base our reality on comparison. Like, maybe my word usage isn't what it should be, but Yeah, he compared
that's good.
himself to the animals. He compared himself to the animals. Say, wait, I don't have a companion. He observed how they interacted, I would imagine, right? But that's coming away from probably what you were saying, so go ahead.
What are you trying to identify
No,
as?
that was exactly what I was saying, Jenny. Spot on.
Oh, thanks.
It's a fall into duality. I don't think it's a literal thing. It's about energy. It's about good and bad, light and dark. It's just duality. The ancients always looked up and named the heavenly bodies and everything, for that matter, after beings. And it's good because it's got more feel to it rather than the cold facts, numbers and so on that we attribute to these things. Because everything's alive. Everything's ultimately alive.
Yeah, you're cold because it was hot. You're hot because it was cold before. Again, not something anyone has to tell you, not something a lawyer has to come along and convince you of, but because of God's creation itself, it's revealed to you. Something that that no one can take away. Now, these are the kinds of truths that the guy earlier, the audio I was listening to, would have you think, well, actually, that hot and cold and those neurons firing off telling me this and that, I don't even know that's real. I could be in a computer somewhere. Like, this is the shit. This is the shit I would pray that you guys avoid.
Yeah, brain in the jar scenario, and that's why that's the enemy of critical thinking right there. Having the mind virus that actually gets your whole worldview all fucked up, for lack of better words. But I mean, this is what we're working with. But yeah, we're deep into Speculation Sunday, and we got Kosho joining us right now. But at the same time, we got other people that are in the chat. We got RoboPig 3002. Let's see, RoboPig.
Hello.
Like to say hello to you.
Hi.
How's it going, man? So what brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? I see you're brand new to the server, so what's up, man?
Well, I just came here to learn. I was curious. I myself am a globe earther, but I'm not here to change anyone's opinion. Like I said, I'm here to learn. I just try to ask questions and want to know why people think differently than me. That's really it.
Hey, look, we're happy to engage with you so long as you're able to have that discussion with us. But before we actually start talking with you, just a quick introduction of like what you think about the Earth, and then we'll go from there. So, like, what evidence would there be to solidify in your mind that the Earth is indeed a globe?
Well, no, I'm not really here to argue. I just came here to listen.
That's not an argument, really. I'm not asking you to argue. Just state what you think, why you think the Earth is a globe. Like, what is the evidence that you have for it being a globe?
I'm just saying I don't really feel like talking about anything right now. Like I just don't.
So you're saying there is no evidence?
No,
like you just base your understanding.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
all we're getting to right now is just how you know that there's evidence for you to solidify the Earth is a globe. And we're all good. Like, hey, so long as you got that evidence, we're good, right? But if you're saying there is no evidence, that's fine.
I already regret saying my position on this.
Hey, just so you know, we are in full-on conversation mode. We're not in debate mode here. You can share your thoughts, and we're not going to dogpile you.
I'm just haven't even. It takes me I wish I was better at debate. It takes me a really long time to just formulate my thoughts. I have to sit down and just think with myself for a bit. So I hate getting questions asked really abruptly. So
why the Earth is a globe is a hard question to go about.
Well, it was more like you just said my name out, and I was like, oh wait, what? I'm not ready whatsoever to answer.
That the Earth is a globe.
Just its shape or whatever. I was just I wasn't here to talk or anything. Really.
Well, no, we're always.
If you don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, man, that's your business.
What I'm saying right now is I was muted for a reason. I didn't really have anything to say. I was more just wanting to listen to what you guys were saying.
Well, we were having a conversation about our speculations with the different topics, but usually when somebody new comes in here, we just like to, as an introductory, we like for them to tell us, you know, who they are, where they came from, how they found us, and also what their position is. So basically, like, that you think the Earth is a globe based on, I don't know, navigation, for example, or whatever. But if you don't know why you believe the Earth is a globe, that's fine. I don't care. To me, it doesn't matter. I know that it's just a belief, but if you are solidifying that it's a belief and it's not something you know, that's good too. You know, I'm good with that.
Well said.
But yeah, if you do want to have a discussion about it, you can feel free to unmute your mic or ask us any questions you like. How about that? You can even ask us questions.
Sure, yeah, no, that's really why I was here. One thing just regardless of sense, how exactly does Antarctica work from the flat earther standpoint? Because I saw the map, you guys. Well, just where is I can't post any images. It's going to take a really long time to find.
Where it shows the ice ring. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Just about.
Let me give you some. Let me give you some image. Let me give you some image posting perms so that you can do that if you want to post any images.
No, you guys have probably seen the image many times here.
You can post the image in the live stream voice text. It's the text channel right above the voice channel that you're in right now, RoboPig.
Yeah, no, I just pretty far back. Bear with me.
Take your time.
Thanks.
We're here 24/7. So why are you coming around here, Kosho? You bored or what?
Yeah, just listening. Gosho is definitely my favorite of the anti-flat earthers, and that's saying something. Because he makes me laugh every now and again, and a laugh goes a long way with me. So
appreciate that, but I gotta say I don't consider myself an anti-flat earther though. But
you are. Come on,
Kosho, check this out, dude. Hey, we have the arena that's open just recently. We're actually starting to hand out tickets and flyers and all. We're getting all that ready. But that's what we're going to start doing. So underneath this voice channel, I don't know if you can see it or not, but the arena's up. We're trying to get some debates scheduled. I know a few people in the anti-flat earth arena, but yeah, if you want to, or if you want to get somebody that you know to debate any one of us, you can do so. Or set it up, let's say. And it's, with this, it can be on topics. Like, remember, you were a part of the arena before, so you know how we do it with objections, objection, and then you'd have a minute to explain your objection and so on.
All right, yeah.
Just, and of course, if somebody challenges you, you can deny the challenge. You don't have to always accept it, but you can deny it. So
I challenge Kosho to a debate, and we can set up the structure and the subject topics and the length of time. I just like to have it on. On live, not live stream, but on. So I can share my screen with information as well.
Yeah, I think the arena's the ability to do that will be in the arena, not here in this channel. So, but it will be live stream either way. So we'll have it on. I'm gonna stream my stream, and also Helio Skeptic's gonna stream. Well, with these scheduled debates that we have in the future, so that's for your benefit, Kosho. So you have something to look back if you want to, if you want to do that. So Jim, Waterworld is challenging you. I don't know if you wanted to accept it or not, but you don't have to. It's up to you.
I accepted his challenge. We scheduled it and everything.
Where?
Actually, we did not schedule it. That is incorrect. I asked Gio to schedule it. He has not scheduled it. We had no schedule. We had no time. We had nothing. I had your agreement on a VC on a chat one time when we were both there that you would do it, but Gio never followed up on it. So it was never scheduled, Kosho. You agreed to it, and that's where it was left at.
I mean, we can just do it. You want to, and you guys know, when I was announcing the arena and the rules, we can go by arena rules. That way it'll be fair for both of you. because it's going to have to be moderated with the objections and the referee and all that stuff, so you guys can go as hard as you want in there. But we typically want to keep it to an hour and a half to 2 hours at the max. So kind of make sure that whatever points you want to discuss, they have to make sure that they fit within that time frame.
Yeah, today's Sunday. If we, this is up to you, Mayhem, obviously. If we want to set something up for, I know I have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's really good weather, so I want to be out with my P1000 around the beaches. So anytime this following weekend, Saturday or Sunday, Kosho wanted to step up and do something, and you were agreeable to it, I'm all in. Again, I just want to be able to share a screen.
All right, so that'd be up to Kosho. What do you think, Kosho, this weekend, Saturday or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you gonna give us an update if you're gonna be available or what?
Yeah, I mean, Saturday, was that a week from now? What was the topic again, Jim?
I'm actually, if we have an hour and a half or 2 hours, I'm open to just about any topic, or we can just make it open to cosmology, which is, a very much of an open topic, and then each one of us can take it either direction we want to. If we do we make a statement and somebody objects, which I've never done, which sounds really fun. That's fine, but we don't have to have a specific topic other than cosmology. And
you guys gonna freestyle?
Yeah, I don't mind freestyling whatsoever. I don't mind going. I can debate for up to 6 hours. I got 3, 4, 5 hours worth of information to share.
I don't know.
So
what do you think?
Yeah, I think if you narrow down the topic and we identify, each of our positions, beforehand, I think that would I would be fine with doing that on Saturday.
Jim, I guess it's up to you. Whatever topics you want to run, then, because he wants to narrow it down. So obviously, it's not freestyle.
I'll let him pick the topics. If we want to do measurements, observations, that would be great. If we wanted to do, I made the list. Excuse me, just a second. Forgive me. I posted a list of things that I like to talk about. Let's see if Kosho likes to talk about them. Just a second. Forgive me. I actually posted it in your voice text a little while ago. Okay. Well,
I don't think we should go over like at least 3 topics, because that's a lot of topics, because one topic could last 20, 30 minutes even. So
I have 8 favorite topics, 8, and Kosho can pick 3 of them. I want to talk about the speed of light, photon, and removing the 186,000 miles per second fairy tale. I would definitely talk about removing little g and replacing it with a and density and buoyancy. I would definitely talk about motion of the Earth, of the sun around the motion of the Earth around the sun. I would love that. That would be my number 1 topic I want to talk about. And then you have the second law of thermodynamics, Newton's third law of motion, inverse square law of light, and then the physics of water and the physics of light. Any one of those is fine with me if you want to pick out 3. But number 1 would be remove the motion of the Earth around the sun. That would be my number 1 topic that I'd like to talk about.
Yeah, we can do all 8.
All of them. I don't know if time. I don't know if time's going to permit, man. That's a lot of topics, to be honest. But we'll see. Look, we'll go as far as we'll go as far as we can go. I'll see who's going to moderate this, because we have to still choose somebody. And like it's going to be fair to the actual objections. That's how we're fair. We're not fair to like bias. We're fair to the objections. If the objection is valid, it can stay. If it's invalid, you lose 1. You only get 3 of them. So you get 3 objections. If the objection to the point is valid, it stays. You don't lose any objections. But if for example, if you exhaust your objections, you can't object anymore. The person will continue to be able to speak without being objected to. That these are the arena rules. Like that's how it's going to go. If you abide by them, then I don't think there's going to be an issue.
If Kosho is kind enough to let me pick 3, I would like to pick the motion of the Earth around the sun. I would like to pick intellectually destroying gravity and replace it with something else. And then probably, I don't know, Newton's third law of motion would be great.
It's up to Kosho at this point. I don't care.
Oh yeah, I mean that's fine. I said any of those three is fine, or 8 or whatever. It sounds kind of like it's all repetitive, so maybe you could change the last one to something else. But yeah, the other ones look fine.
Yeah, I obviously we disagree. The two sides disagree on the inverse square law of light. We disagree on Newton's third law of motion. We disagree on the second law of thermodynamics. You guys believe, because Einstein told you that light is constant, C is constant. You guys have been given G, which is now the Bain warping of space-time. And you've been given that we go around the sun in an elliptical orbit instead of a circular orbit. And I would like to debunk that very much so. So that's why I said, the motion of the Earth around the sun, replace little g and Newton's third law of motion, if that's okay. Obviously, whatever you think, Kosho, is fine with me.
Okay. I mean, just to be clear, you said that the debate is whether or not the motion of the Earth around the sun is an elliptical orbit or a circular orbit.
No.
You agree? You think it's a circular orbit?
No. Sorry. There's no motion of the Earth around the sun. That is my number one position. My number two position is that gravity does not exist. And my third position would be Newton's third law of motion, which outer space travel says screw. Forget that. I can push off of nothing in outer space because I want to go to outer space. So that would be my three things.
Okay, I see. You said you want to make the third one, Newton's third law, specific to that application, because that kind of makes more sense. Like, rockets being able to move in space.
You can compare it to Newton's third law of motion here on terrestrially on the Earth versus why we think it works in outer space as well.
Okay. I'm just writing this down, so I just make sure. Okay, yeah.
What are we scheduling for, guys? Saturday? Are we going to shoot for Saturday? Are you guys? Because you said Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday you're not able to at the moment. So then Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday's cool. Saturday's cool. I'm Central Time USA, so whatever.
All right. So we're looking at the 10th, which is the end this Saturday coming up. Kosho, what do you think? Or you know what? If you get busy somehow or your plans are not going to be that, we need to know ahead of time so we don't get everybody waiting for this debate to happen and you're just going to say, no, I told you I wasn't going to make it. So will you let us know if you're able to or not? Because I guess the time frame. What time frame are we going to? Because I don't even know what time frame you're at or what time zone you're in, Kosho.
I'm in Central as well.
Central. All right.
Yeah.
What time's good for you guys? At night or what are we doing?
I think mayhem anytime between, I'd say 1 o'clock and 8 o'clock is fine with me. That way we don't have to have anybody stay up late. 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. So as far as the start time. Mm-hmm.
Whatever time works best, Miggy.
All right. So, before the end of this week, I'd say midweek. I'll probably let you guys both know because we're going to have to schedule it in this server and then we're going to have to get a referee. But as I said before, we're going to referee based on the objections, not whether he's flat earth or you're globe earth. So just based on your objections, that's how we're going to go with doing the referee. It's just nothing to do with flat earth or globe earth. So everything to do with either. The objection is valid to the point that's being made.
You only get 3 objections or you only get 3 valid or 3 invalid?
Three invalid. So if the referee says that it's not valid, and he's got to tell you why. It just can't be, well, it's invalid just because you lose one. No, it's got to be, okay, it's invalid because your application of the fallacy that you just try to say, or let's say you stopped him because he's misrepresenting you. And then we find out, we ask him, is this what you meant? And he's like, yeah. And then if it was misrepresenting you, then you keep your objection. It's valid. But if it's invalid and he didn't misrepresent you, that means that we're going to have to take one of your objections away.
And you're saying that you can do an objection if you hear the logical fallacy.
You could do an objection anytime. That stuff, it's meant to be like, and you're going to have to use caution on it too, because if you're saying objection the whole time, you're not letting them speak, then the referee might take one away because it's like I said, it's got to be valid. If you're doing it right away, and if it was valid, you keep it. I won't see a problem with that. I think it's going to be invalid if you're just saying objection and it's not valid. Then they'll take it away for no reason, let's say. If you just want to object just to object. It's got to be backed by a reason why you're objecting. I think that's fair because I wouldn't want you to just be objecting just for the sake of objecting. You have to do it based on something that the person's saying that's illogical or they're misrepresenting you or something. It's got to be valid though. But yeah, you don't lose it if it's valid.
For example, Kosho, if you say that a rocket in the vacuum of outer space, whatever torr that is, 10 to the negative 17 torr, can push off of itself to go to the moon or Mars, I will obviously object to that.
Okay, and that probably will be taken away from the judges then, I guess.
Well, the judge would have to see why it's valid. So it's got to be valid to the argument, not valid in the sense of saying like, you know what I mean? The justification is going to have to happen by the person actually building the argument, right? So if you object, now we're going to come back to Jim and he's going to have to validate that as to why, you know what I mean? The objection that you made. And that's the only way. And listen, this can go either way based on those parameters. Like you have to be able to be well versed in how to debate because if you're coming at this brand new, it's going to be a struggle. I'm telling you that. Like it's.
Yeah, so you're probably not going to have objections for very long then, Jim.
That's why I'm saying either side can make the invalid objection and then lose. If, for example, Jim loses his objections, he's still in the argument. He can still be in there, but he just won't be able to stop you from. We'll stop him from speaking. Like we'll have to actually mute him if he keeps interrupting. If he loses his objections, he's not able to stop you anymore. And if he says objection and he doesn't have any, we're gonna have to mute him and you continue. That's just it's the rules of the arena.
Fair enough.
There's so many.
So but it goes the same way for you, Kosho. If you run out of your objections and you try to stop him, it's gonna be the same for you. We're gonna mute you, and you won't be able to speak. He's gonna continue. Because vice versa.
There's so many fun things to talk about. Yes, February 30th was cool with me, but it wasn't cool with Kosho. I mean, not with Kosho, but with Geo, and it's Geo's server. So yes, you and I may have agreed, but Geo never gave us the go-ahead. So yes, you're right. You're right there, Kosho. But Geo's the one who runs the server and schedules it. But I think for future reference, I would love to talk to somebody about relativity, special in general. That would be so much fun.
Well, just let everybody on your side know, Kosho, people that you speak to, if you do speak to anybody still, just let them know that we're opening the arena back up. And these are the parameters by which we're going to set forward. And anybody can take part in this. You can just actually schedule it through me if you want. And I'll start putting the dates on, and because we're going to live stream these. And no matter which way they go, it's all about the actual debate. And so how that's handled. That's why people in here should already be of the mind. And you could challenge anybody. That's what if we're gonna hand out these tags like the way it was before, Gladiator and Spartan. The Gladiator is of course a globe earther, and then the Spartan is the flat earther. And you can challenge anybody that has those Spartan tags if you come in here as a Gladiator, And it's up to the person if they want to accept or deny your challenge.
Yeah, fair enough. And Jim, since relativity isn't one of our topics for the debate in a week or so, what you said you like talking about it. What's your favorite part?
Well, it won't necessarily be a conversation now. If removing little g and replacing it with something else is relativity, okay. If motion of the Earth around the sun is relativity, you'll get into some of that. And then Newton's third law of motion, it'll probably get into relativity a little bit. But my favorite part about relativity Well, shoot, I got so many parts of that. I love the.
Why don't you
go ahead,
hey, Jim? Why don't you say the juicy stuff for the arena, man? Like we want to hear it happening there, not here.
All right.
You get no spoiler alerts, man. Like we want to, if we're gonna hear this thing go like Kosho, you got to be, you know, you got to let us surprise us as well, man. I haven't heard of all of Jim's arguments, so.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying is that relativity is not one of the topics we chose. It's sort of exterior to it. That's why I said that, because it won't come up in the debate.
Well, no, that's the thing though, and that's why if you object to it, and if it's valid, it'll remain. Your objection will remain, and the referee will say that wasn't a part of the. That's the way it goes.
I would love, Mayhem, if you guys think I do okay on Saturday to set up a debate on relativity. I would just, obviously,
yeah,
yes. If it works out.
Ear, but,
yeah,
if it
exactly.
Works out. But here's the thing that I'm going to dub this. This is going to be like a wild card. I don't know if this is sanctioned by like the culture here at the moment, Jim.
Yeah.
Being that as it is, it will be a debate, and we'll live stream it in that, but it won't be as if we're like, let's say Elijah was going to debate, because he is definitely in the camp of this, the culture of this group. But that takes time to curate. So, but like you can have your structured debate like within the arena for sure. Like I don't see that being a problem. So
thanks, Mayhem, and thanks, Kosho.
Yeah, man. Well, like if you want to debate anybody else, Jim, like invite them here and tell them what this arena is going to be all about. Once you guys already get used to it, then you'll be able to bring more people in here. We were trying to crank this thing back up again because these other platforms that everybody's trying to get us to, it's just not cutting the mustard, man. Not with the way we want to debate. Well, it's got to be free flowing. So
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Mayhem.
Man, that's like we're trying to get 24/7 back to where it's people are using it as a name that they're always talking about. So it takes a lot of work to actually build it up that way, but it's what we want to do. But that goes for anybody in here. Like if you do want to participate in that, I'm going to be handing out the Spartan tags, but in order to have one of those, you already have to be a member that's been here. I'd say Gold Plus and above can get a Spartan tag if you want one. Gold Plus and above. So one of the things I said in here is if you want to aspire to be more articulate in your discussions, make sure that you're in the server, you're having discussions with the Globers, if you're doing due diligence and you're a Gold Plus and so on, you're representing us, the server. But like Jim, at the moment, you're just a wild card. Like I'll let you have the debate and you could be in the arena, but it'll still be just because you want to have a debate. But the affiliation to this server would be people that are going to have the Spartan tag. Of course, Kosho, he can have the Gladiator tag because all Globe Earthers can have that. Any Globe Earther. But for us, the Spartan has to be somebody that's a Gold Plus and above because they already have. We have to know how they articulate, and because they're going to be representing us, the server.
So, can I kind of bring us back to a moment of time, maybe 30 minutes ago, and pose a question that I know is unanswerable?
Yeah, go for it, Eli.
Can somebody explain to me how what I just posted in the chat works on a globe or a flat earth? A flat earth specifically with a dome, that is.
Do you want speculation?
Sure, why not?
Okay, your top one, I assume, is the full dome on a stationary plane, and the top one, if I might be able to find this and post it so everybody can see it. It's not mine. I again stole it from somebody else. But on the top one, if you live under some sort of a dome, and again we don't know, it's pure speculation, that your northern hemisphere, or northern latitude go counterclockwise around Polaris, and then at the equator it will go straight east to west. And then if it's under a dome in the southern latitudes, it will actually go clockwise. And that is if you live under a dome, and you can definitely see the dome from the top, and then you can imagine it looking up like we look up at it, if we live under a dome. So the bottom one, I used to believe in the bottom one, when I first came to this realization we don't live on a spinning ball. But I've come to realize if we live under some sort of a dome, that you will get that counterclockwise around Polaris. You'll get that direct east to west at the equator, and you'll get something that looks clockwise in the southern latitudes. And I firmly believe there is no sigma tantus, and so whatever's happening in the south, only 10% of the world's population is there, so we can only speculate.
Okay, so do you have like a demonstration under a dome? How you would have this?
I have one on top of the dome. Let me see if I can find it, Elijah.
On top is not going to cut it.
Okay, I don't have one below. I apologize. I have one from on top, but I have a video from on top, but not a video from down below.
And with the one with the video on top, does it change due to the perspective of the camera, or is it actual?
That's an actually awesome question, because I hate to get into reference frames, but you deal with your location, and then you deal with your location of where you're looking from and what you're looking at. So continue on. I'm going to see if I can find that video that I'm on my phone, and then I'll post it. So give me a couple minutes.
I guess my point is, if you're headed north and you look south, you can still see that's going on over there somewhere. It looks more like it doesn't look like a trick of because you're moving, it changes and looks like that. It just looks like that. Regardless of your position, you can get closer to the middle and you can go to the other side, but your position doesn't change what that looks like, other than the angles to the sky, of course. But what I'm saying is, it's not like the perception of it is warped in any way.
Yeah, I've always taught. I used to live in Dallas for 4.5 years, and they were 33 degrees, latitude north, and Sydney's about 33 degrees latitude south. And I always told people I would love to move to Sydney for like 3-4 months, so I could see exactly what 33 south looks like as compared to 33 north. So again, that's why it's speculation on my part, because I've never gone there, and I probably never will.
Oh, don't say that, man. Come on, we gotta explore these places.
What would be fun, Elijah, is that the southernmost place you can go is the tip of South America. It's 56 degrees south, 55, 56 degrees south. And I would love to spend, in the warmer times of the year, I would love to spend like 2 or 3 months there, just being not too far from Antarctica, and maybe taking a little trip to Antarctica out to see the penguins, but then to see the sky for like 2 or 3 months, just so I can get a general idea. That would be fun, but it's pretty expensive.
For sure.
Pretty expensive.
Yeah, they got cruises that go down there.
It's great, isn't it? Yeah, if I had unlimited or a lot more funds than I have,
exactly right. Win the lottery.
I would hop on a plane and go to the southernmost part of South America, rent a car, and get it, live down there for 2 or 3 months, and then to take a cruise to Antarctica like they offer, and come back and tell all you good folks what I saw. Then all these Globers that go, well, this is what's happening in the southern latitudes over Antarctica, and everything spins around Sigma Octantis.
Oh, they say Antarctica's as big as the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
Twice as big.
They do. And you can sail around it too. Isn't that cool? That's so cool, man. I love fairy tales. Anyway.
Well, that's what
What's your
people
favorite?
tell me, anyways, right?
Oh my goodness. I will say 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago, if I was talking like this today, I would have been calling today's gym nuts because I didn't believe any of this stuff 3 years ago. I believe nuclear weapons existed. I believe in that other thing that we can't talk about. I believed
What's
in
that? What can we talk about?
well, I'm not going to talk about it anyway. And I believed I never believed in evolution, global warming. You know,
You think we're evolution?
I didn't.
Bro.
I've never believed in evolution. Nope, never.
No, we were not. Otherwise, I feel real sorry for them monkeys.
Have you? I'll put this meme up. It's a monkey holding the globe. I think I put it up before. You a lot of you probably already seen it from somebody else because I stole that too. And it's a monkey holding a globe. So whenever you get a glober, you know, say, is this your distant relative holding the ball? Anyway.
One question I always like is where 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 are the middle people at? The people like in between the
In
now
between evolution?
in between the now obsolete monkeys and the now, you know, advanced humans. Where the in betweens at? Oh, that's right. They're anti-flat earthers. My bad. Never mind.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I have an iPhone 8, and when I got it, or whenever the iPhone 8 came out, my wife got a 64 gig, and I got the 256 gig, which was the most you can get at the time. And I filled up about 200 of it so far, and I got like, what is it, 31,000, 32,000 photos and about 2,300 videos. So I just have to guess where the last time I used that video that looks down at the stars, looks down at the dome.
So you watch Skinwalker Ranch?
There it is.
What's that?
The ranch in northern Utah.
Yeah.
And how, you know what's super interesting? If you look at Disney's Aladdin, the first one, you know what Jafar does when he becomes a sorcerer? And how?
He gets a mustache?
I just and how type if you can hear me because you're typing in the chat. So whatever, I won't leave the rest of you hanging. Anyway, Jafar banishes Aladdin to the ends of the earth, where he ends up on an ice shelf.
Well, yeah, because when they did the maps, when they hit ice, that's as far as they could go.
I found it. I'm trying to transfer it from Telegram directly to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it won't let me. I sent it and it didn't come up. So I'm trying a different angle. Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't look at it. Saved it. It sent it to lobby here. So I'm sorry. If somebody who's more competent, technologically savvy than I am, can transfer it from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord lobby down to voice text, that would be great. But it's sitting in lobby right now.
Like it's so is a flat Earth
chapter pilgrimage
covered in water?
1 of 5.
Okay, it won't let me send it to voice text. It let me send it to debate text and the lobby in your server, Elijah. So it's sitting in debate text up above and lobby up above, and it's a minute 12 seconds long, and it gives you an idea. The video starts to start looking much better at about 16 seconds. It gives you a pretty decent idea of what it might look like above the dome.
Wait, this dome you're talking about, is that the ozone layer?
Is that my good friend Kosho?
No, this is right. I'm just wondering what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't know. Wish I could get it down to voice text. I don't know what's wrong.
No, but that dome around the Earth, right? The ozone layer that reflects light.
Well, it would be
or harmful radiation or whatever.
We're presupposing the ozone layer equals dome. I don't know if we can presuppose that.
No, but the reason the Earth is round is because the Earth is like a water droplet in space.
Oh, I don't know. You know, the speculation, the fairy tale that we live on a spinning space ball. You know, that's cool. That's cool. Cool story.
Who said the Earth had to be, all the same? Because it could be all something, and the water is just stuck to that something in space. Does that make sense?
Well, to me, the globe doesn't make sense, but that's just me.
No, forget the globe part.
Okay.
Imagine like the water is covering up the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so let's say it's necessarily like a thorn or something. It's thorny, there's spikes sticking everywhere, but the water is stuck on that something, so that's all you see is the water and whatever the thorns parts are sticking on the surface. Like mountains, And let's say like the water is like a defense for it, so it absorbs impacts of stuff.
I see Elijah's not there anymore, but the minute 12-second video did get loaded into voice text. So it is right there. It's at 35 minutes after the hour. It says start patterns if under a dome. So there it is in case anybody wants to see it.
You should refer to dome as force field.
It's exceptionally quiet in here. Is anybody around? Have we all taken a moment of silence, a bit of respite, because we're all a bit tired of trying to find that curvature. It's obviously not out there. Is that what's going on? No ballers around? Anybody watching on YouTube wants to join the server? Hit that link and all that stuff. Come on live in the conversation up. I see there's lots of people in here. I've just returned from a gold meeting. For about 5 seconds I was wondering whether I should actually go back to it. So if there's anyone in here, anybody wants to speak about the flat earth or the globe earth argument, anybody's had any interesting discussions of late, bring them up. Let's have a chat.
The moon is round, the sun is round, therefore, and my basketball is round, therefore we're round.
Awesome stuff. Every time I go to the forest and see lots of trees and watch a squirrel eating nuts, I'm therefore a squirrel eating nuts. Yep. I do come up with some ridiculous arguments, mate.
Oh my goodness. I look in the sky and everything's round, so therefore I live on a ball.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Been in some interesting sophists around recently. It's been quite funny watching everybody in here take them apart, give them a little bit of rope to hang themselves with. It's been interesting. We have definitely got a full house. We've got Waterworld is in here, back to sleep. He's deafened at the moment. Myself, Chris, FE Batman. Thanks again for those QR codes, buddy. Alex is working on them right now. Hopefully have some stickers up and running soon, promoting the server. So that'd be awesome. Ireland 32, good to see you. Jen A's in the house. Jonas Midgard, you're also here. Liquid, brilliant to see you. Mayhem, as always, is waiting around for someone to say something stupid, and I'm sure he'll jump out of the woodwork and pounce them straight away. Michael Gleason, Mike House Swan is also deafened. Platter is deafened. President Orion's in the house. Good to see you, mate. Quetzalcoatl, Rain Day Gamer, Resolve, and Sasha. If there's anybody after Sasha, I can't see your name. So I do apologise if there's anybody further down the list. But like I said to all those watching on YouTube, we've got a full panel of flat earthers at the moment. So if there's anybody out there interested in having a discussion with us, joining a community because you think the same things that we do, or you just want to have a conversation because you're interested and you're just passing by and watching at the moment, hit that link provided by Nightbot. Come and join voice check-in number 1. One of our volunteers will have a very quick chat with you, and then you can come and join the live stream. And then you can have a chat with, like I said, our huge plan of flat earthers at the moment. It's quite interesting, right? There are so many people on a Discord server who pertain and say and try to demonstrate to people by holding a Discord server that's live streamed on YouTube that the Earth is not what we've been told. So if you want to join the server, hit that link provided by Nightbot. We need some music or something after that. And now we got the cool hard hits.
Brought to you by Goodyear Tire.
Yeah, exactly that. Welcome to FLAT-FM.
Where you could drive all over the earth in one tire.
Yeah, like I said, quite a few people are down in the gold meeting at the moment, talking about some very interesting stuff that's going to be happening to the server. So lots of interesting things will be coming this way very soon. Hopefully get some more people in promoting the server and whatnot, guys. So it's all very interesting stuff. More people to speak to.
I think it's great to talk to Globers 1-on-1, 2-on-2, but to get them to gang up on you 4-5, to 1 is not real fun. And the more people are scrutinized for their belief system, I think the better too, because it makes you dig down.
Wait a second. How do I know I'm not a Glober?
Are you a Glober?
Is there a test I can take?
Is the Earth a ball?
Doubtful.
That's the test. Is the Earth a ball?
Well, it's like I said. It doesn't mean it could be round because it's in space. Because when you're looking at a dot from far away, it's round.
Oh, Okay. You got me. Is the Earth a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Yes, it is a flat Earth, and water is stuck to it, making it round.
Okay.
I guess it'd be like a meteor that's covered in water. Does that make sense?
You know they have a meteor chocolate bar. Did you know that? That's pretty cool, man.
What's up, Jedi?
My Mega, how are you doing? That was an M. That was a very hard M, by the way, not an N. Thank you very much.
A hard M, dude.
Yeah, that was definitely a hard. How you doing, Miggy? You well?
Yeah. Just waiting for, like you said, the next person to come in here and make declarations. I don't see much of that happening, but it is what it is.
It's just another day in the Flat Earth server, mate. That's all we really do. It's just wait for people to come in. I'm hopefully going to be trying to get some people in. So, like I said, QR codes and whatnot, getting some stickers sorted out at the moment. So, hopefully, should have some news about that really soon. So, hopefully, there should be more fish added to the pond as us sharks swim around in it. Fun, right?
Hell yeah. Trying to see if I can find the clip that I had of me taking Atheist Gang to the woodshed. I like that. It's a small clip. This it right here? Yeah. All right. All right, here it goes. I'm sorry. I'm going to restate the question so you can understand what it was. My original question, the one that I said before, it wasn't moving any goalposts. It was the exact direct question that I needed you to answer, which is, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And you said Eratosthenes. I said no. So back to the question, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance. Right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge as your baseline knowledge as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love you.
Yeah. Believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later. Pretty spicy, huh?
Oh, he sounded lots and lots of fun. I think I heard when you played that yesterday. I really want that guy to come back in. Hopefully he will return, right?
Yeah,
But
I think
he
at some point.
Didn't have a clue about anything. He didn't even try to fight you on Aristosthenes. He just said no. And he just went, oh, okay. Doesn't know anything, man.
You see how they try to use the burden of proof reversal?
Oh, yeah. You're not making a claim. You're a coward.
Yeah.
Sasha was actually, the longer clip is when Sasha was actually talking to him previous to me actually talking to him. It was Sasha, then it was Jemsy, and then it was me.
I think it was Elijah later also.
Maybe. I'm not sure if Elijah.
But Neil deGrasse Tyson measured radius. That's hilarious.
Yeah, see, this is where people don't understand the question. He said calculated. Neil deGrasse Tyson calculated. Oh, jeez. Really? It's not what we're asking for. We're asking measured. Not calculated on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball, where your mass has already got an R value involved, and you're going to be using some kind of spherical magics to come up with what? A sphere. So yeah.
Did you hear how he did it? He went to school.
You know what's crazy?
Is that how he did that?
A lot of people don't appeal to Neil deGrasse, but he did. Wow. That actually showed me right away where he's at. I'm like, oh, this is going to be easy. He appealed to Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. He doesn't know anything.
But when you appeal into Aristosthenes, where you get that rate, 3,959 miles?
How did he get to the center of the Earth?
No, because they said the Aristosthenes is measure the radius, but there is no document.
A radius
saying,
of what, though? From where he was?
Doesn't matter. He's working on a presupposition that there is a radius to even fucking measure. So I liked Miggy's response. It was no. Because he wasn't answering the question with a direct measurement of Aristosthenes. We don't actually have to talk about Aristosthenes because it's not a direct measurement, right?
Yep.
Because it looks that Aristosthenes proved the spherical shape, but not the dimensions. You know, with shadows.
It's not even.
Yeah, it's like looking at a dot on a piece of paper. Yeah, it looks like a sphere. But when you get close, it's a square.
I've actually, if you've noticed how I'm doing the 3 points now, I'm changing the question a little bit to not just measuring the Earth's curvature, but I'm putting drop over distance. I'm adding that in there because that changes the information which they're going to derive it. Because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a drop over distance. Who's measured that? Not just measured the curvature.
What's that?
Well, in the sense of saying,
I don't understand you.
I think the movie Twister did it. It's when a tornado sucks up them little balls.
The hell? What did you talk about, Willis? Are you having a different conversation than us, Rain?
I don't think so.
Oh. What are you? I asked you. You were muted when you came in here. But what is your thought on the topic? Are you a glober?
Am I a glober? Like, do I believe the Earth is round?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the Earth isn't round. How can it be? It's covered in water.
What?
It's covered by water.
Do you think Earth has a shape or there is no shape?
Oh, of course it has a shape, but you can't see it. I mean, unless you had some advanced LiDAR that can strip away water.
Advanced LiDAR. Are you one of those kind of guys that makes up your own cosmology? Like you have it in your head what you think the Earth is, but you don't. It's kind of secret. You don't want to tell nobody.
Or, if I could hazard a guess and have a wild stab in the dark, is it because we keep saying the word Earth? You know, Earth, terra firma, land and stuff. Not necessarily
Dude, we're from Terran, dude. We're Terrans.
What?
No, just teasing, man. Come on, that's from Marvel. You never tasted Terran before?
I'm trying to figure out your position in this topic, man. I don't think you've ever stated it.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
I understand, dude. I understand.
Well, you didn't give me an answer. I'm fucking waiting for the answer.
No, dude, I already told you my answer. The Earth isn't a circle.
A circle?
Well, it's not sphere. Well, it is a sphere when you're looking at it far away.
The fuck?
So do you know this through first-hand experience or just second?
Oh yeah, well, you look at it. Look at it, dude.
And
We are looking at it. What do you mean?
I see it as flat.
What pictures are you seeing, dude?
Not sphere?
Are these the same pictures that you've been seeing that I've been seeing?
I'm not looking at pictures. I'm looking at the Earth.
Like you go outside right now.
Yeah.
You go do a drive about, go up the hills, go up the valley, down the valleys, see the rivers.
Yep.
Yeah, no curvature to be observed.
Until you hit water, right?
What do you mean until you hit water? I don't get this part.
Well, how are you going to go down into the water? You go down, and...
We're not talking about the bottom of the ocean. In fact,
But isn't that part of the Earth?
Well, no, we're really just talking about the surface of the ocean and the land.
But isn't there land mass under the water?
No, that's just the bottom of the ocean.
I feel like that's an obfuscation to the question.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just speaking nonsense, dude. And I think you know it too.
And what that has to do with the surface, that's what is down.
So, I guess I don't understand how it can be a circle or a sphere if there's water on. Well, I'm saying, okay, if the water's, if there's, okay, so everything's a fishbowl? So everything's like holding water like a cup?
The fuck?
Miggy, how you will do it now?
I don't know, man. This is pretty obscure. It's like saying so peanut butter platypus Cheeto fingers eat a spaghetti diet.
Oh, okay.
Did you eat paint chips as a kid?
What are the oceans then? What's an
Oh my
ocean?
god, bro! You just keep going from one level to the next. Like I'm just kidding around. You're really weird.
Man, can I try with my worst English? The Miggy wants to know what do you think about the shape of the Earth, and then you say, and then what is your opinion? Simple.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I already told Waterworld what it was. It's like a big old thing that's covered in water.
Can I ask you like this? It's more simple. Do you think that Earth is a sphere or not?
No, I think it's an asteroid that's got water stuck to it.
An asteroid.
Asteroid.
Yeah, so imagine an asteroid and now covered in water, and he's like all the little pointy stuff in the asteroid is sticking out of the water.
And if is it that spherical asteroid or what? What is that?
I don't know. I guess it depends. I don't know many asteroid shapes.
Asteroid shapes. Is it Earth a planet? In school, they're teaching kids that it's not asteroid, that it's a planet.
It's such a weird convo, man. I swear.
Where did you learn that it's asteroid? In which country are you living?
No, I'm saying.
What?
Let's just say we're a stationary asteroid. We're not one hurtling through space, okay?
No. But when you say asteroid, that's
or comet. Space. What the heck's the difference?
Yeah, Sasha, what's the difference, bro?
What's the difference between what?
An asteroid or a comet.
There is no difference. The only thing it's both words are invoking space.
Exactly right. Now somehow this water substance gets stuck to it, right? It makes it look like a sphere.
Water substance?
Yeah, we'll just call it salt water.
Salt water.
Are we just gonna call it that?
Yeah, and it's stuck to this comet or meteor or whatever, asteroid.
Yeah. And where is
but it's
that?
not a fast mover. It's a slow mover, and then it gets caught up in this going around the sun, right?
Yeah.
You hear?
Yeah, doesn't it? I don't know. That's what I think it is.
Okay.
That definitely isn't the globe.
Well, you're living on it.
Yeah.
We're living on a not a fast-moving asteroid.
Yeah, caught up in the sun's gravity pull.
Caught up in the sun's gravity pull.
What is with Earth gravity?
Well, we'll just say the water, the liquid thing is attracted to the sun.
How we call water? How we call water when we speaking about sea? Let's say
it's a substance. He said it's salt water substance.
Yeah, because let's just say it wasn't there before. It just built up from frost, right? Millions of years of frost, and then melted.
Let me ask Sasha's question a little different way. So you know how you have elevation and such, like the top of Mount Everest is the highest elevation that we know of on Earth. And then, down from that, once you eventually get down to the sea, in the elevation sense, what do we call sea? Do we call it sea what?
Horizon?
Sea horizon? No, what the fuck?
Nobody calls it sea horizon.
I don't know. What do they call it? Tell me.
Hey, Orion, you want to get into this conversation? You want to
just let you know, it's sea level. Listen, it's sea level. You've heard that term, right? Sea level.
Oh, yeah, sea level. Yeah, I'm like, where I'm at, I'm above sea level right now.
Yeah, so am I. But it's like, but you understand the concept of, do you know what level means?
Of course. That's why I use the level all the time, siding.
Yeah, so no point any higher or lower than another point on the surface. Something.
When you get some level, it's straight. It's equal.
You can have a straight line on the level surface. Yeah, effectively. And so what I'm asking you is, how can you have a level sea on the surface of a sphere? Can you or can you not?
I guess I've never put a level on the ocean, dude. Can't tell you if it's level.
But can you tell, is it curved?
Can you put a level on an ocean? I'd like to see that.
That's not the question he asked, though.
No, I'm saying it's not curved. I'm saying it looks curved.
Where does it look curved?
I don't know. Pressure makes it look curved.
Pressure
coming in on itself.
But let me ask the question again. Can you have a level? Can you? So it's a yes or no question. It's a close-ended question. Can you have a level surface on the surface of a sphere? Yes or no?
Negative. Not unless you're balancing it on the top of it.
All right, this guy's sane, I think.
Yeah.
What?
We're living on a slow moving asteroid, Orion. I get you, bro.
It's caught up in the gravity pull around the sun, and it's covered in the salt water.
I know, Rain, but Orion didn't hear that, so that's why I'm trying to catch him up. He says he's all right.
How much from Rain from 1 to 100? How much you are now, honestly, intellectually honest?
Oh, 0.
Oh, thank you.
That's for infinite, right?
No, that's for honesty. Now we got the point. We are nowhere, but it's all right.
Oh my god.
Do you want that 2 question? Miggy has 2 question about your present. If you're present here, can we try?
You want to try, Rain?
Are you? I'm sorry, I'm playing my game right now. It's really loud. I can't hear you.
Are you 100% sure that you are playing your game?
I don't know. Did I take the blue or red pill today? I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not 100% sure that you are playing game now.
I'm not even 100% sure.
But you are telling us that you are playing the game, but you are not sure that you are
I'm
playing.
not even percent sure I'm understanding.
Okay. Miggy, do you want to put that also in compilation?
Obviously, that'll be picked up at some point. Clipcord, where you at, bruh? Got some work to do. Hey, he'll pick it up soon.
There are people who think that Earth is not a globe. Why so? Think. Orion, you can try now.
So even Sasha's giving up. He's like, fuck it.
Where? Where to go?
I don't know, man. You go wherever you want.
Yeah, you can go now and speak about why sea water is salty. I'm also questioning that question. Do you know that the Earth is it's old, like they are saying 4.5 billion years? Can you imagine how much rain dropped into that sea and sea is still salty? Nothing's happening. Doesn't change the how to say saltiness.
I'll just ask him 2 quick questions. Do you believe you live on a ball? Planet Earth?
Not a planet. Asteroid.
Yeah, but I mean, like, whatever. Like, he's saying some weird shit.
I gotta say, do you believe you're living on a comet or an asteroid?
Yeah, Orion. Fuck, dude. He said comet.
A slow-moving comet, asteroid, meteor, whatever.
Do you believe it's spherical?
Something that's enriched with some sort of material that you can harvest. Ask Elon Musk. He's going to the moon to go get some fucking moon dust.
All right, yeah, but do you believe it's spherical? Is what I'm trying to ask.
What? Who said keeps using this round word?
No idea, but I'm with you.
I don't even know what he just said. It's a lot of background noise too.
Man, it's easy. You only, shapes, sphere, straight lines, levels, and then you say, okay, I think because, triangle has 3 angles, and that's triangle. Sphere has a curvature, that's sphere. And flat is flat.
Geometry. Why didn't you just say it?
Yeah, geometry.
Nah,
And then
Sasha, you never said that, bro. You just now said geometry, bro. So.
Oh, fuck. Why didn't say yeast in the first moment? Like you, spaghetti and stuff, and then I start with geometry.
Yeah. It's your fault, obviously.
Is it? What's the name of this server? Should we use geometry or we?
Well, geometry is sacred, is it?
It should to be. If somebody's claiming sphere, it must be some kind of geometry there also. At least I learned that in school. Sphere, it's a part of geometry.
Yeah, so is a triangle.
Yeah.
Same with an oval.
Yeah, but not with curved lines. There is no triangle with the curved lines.
There is with an oval.
Okay, that video you know that we are not on sphere. That's all right.
No, I told you why it looks like a sphere.
It looks like a sphere. Where?
Just from space, right? Or whatever. When you go,
I don't know.
The moon looks like a moon looks like a sphere
from
right?
Space. Are you saying that you was in space?
No, I'm saying when I look through space at the moon, right?
Through space at the moon.
Yeah, when you're looking at the moon at night, right? You're looking through space, right?
Yeah, and what do you see?
It looks round, right? Like a circle.
Yeah. Hold on. How do you know you're looking through space?
Moon, but we are not speaking about moon.
Oh my god, it's a blue screen all this time. We're Truman shows?
No.
I didn't claim that. Hold on, man. Don't put any words in my mouth. I didn't make any claims. You're the one who made a claim. I'm just saying I don't believe your claim. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I'm cool with it too.
Yeah, so I'm not making any claim.
And what with that, what you see the moon in the sky? What with that too? What?
I'm just saying it looks round too.
It looks round too.
Mars. When they show a picture of Mars, when you look at it, it looks round.
Yeah.
Star, it looks round.
Yeah.
Plane in the sky, when it's far enough, it looks round.
Things in the sky are very, very, very spherical. Maybe I don't know. What about
when they say every time they see a UFO?
Yeah, but
it's round.
Yeah, in Earth. What about Earth? When you look at, what do you see?
I'm sorry, look at what?
When you look at, what do you see?
Look, air?
Not air, the Earth. You said that you see the moon, it's spherical. You see the Mars, is spherical. But when you look in the Earth, what do you see?
Oh, the Earth. The Earth.
Yeah, Earth. Yeah, the Earth.
Well, when I'm on it, I can't see it very well. Like when I'm on a plane and I look down, it looks like a grid, like a farming grid.
What do you see when you're do you see one thing's called horizon? You see, it depends where you're flying. Ground means the sky, that horizon. Do you see that when you are in a plane?
Oh, I can only see so far, and I can't see nothing.
Oh.
Let's just cut to the chase of this. Like, come on, let's just ask him. Do you ever see with your own 2 eyes the Earth as a spherical object? Yes or no?
Then you can go ahead and put it in your...
All right. No. Neither have I. So our base.
That's what I'm saying. Unless you can strip away the water,
but then, like, if I have big ones,
then you actually see what the shape of the Earth actually is.
When you say the word strip away the water, it seems more like you're referring to topography. We're not talking about topography. We're talking about the overall shape. We're not talking about mountains and hills and valleys. We're not talking about that.
You're talking about like if I laid out Earth on a map table, it'd be flat?
No, we're talking about how we were taught in school that the Earth is a spherical object residing in the vacuum of space, spinning and also orbiting the sun. And we're talking about how we do not believe that, and we have falsified the claim that the Earth is a sphere.
That's a 100% false statement.
Really?
Yeah, I can feel it in my bones.
Damn.
It's like you can't. Yeah, you can't just say, "Oh yeah, the sky is blue," right?
Why? Because it's blue when it's blue?
You're seeing is believing, right?
But stay focused, man. You don't need to like make some faulty metaphor. Just stay focused.
Alright, hold on.
You can't just say the sky is blue. What the fuck's this guy talking about?
Andy, it's we need to. I don't know.
You haven't,
we
you
are
haven't
processed
heard the half
from
of
many
this.
angles.
I think that's
I
a coping mechanism.
One of the
I still
strangest
don't.
discussions I've heard so far.
I
Guess
still
what? The
don't know.
sky's blue.
That's deeper
It is
than that,
blue.
bro.
Yeah.
Hey, so
Well,
Rain
then
Day.
why in Aurora Borealis you see it green?
No,
What?
like tell them what you think we're on. I don't think a lot of people have heard this before. Remember you said it was a comet?
Oh, yeah, comet near asteroid covered in water.
Yeah, slow moving, right?
Slow moving comet or asteroid in the sun's orbit.
What is moving?
Slow is a subjective term. How fast is slow?
Well, it was slow enough to get caught up in an orbit.
Oh, 66,000 66,000 miles per hour. It's slow.
Even
It's going centimeters, man. It's like it just cuts in the mind.
You got it, bud.
Does he have any evidence for this claim though? That's a big claim. There's all kinds of things going on there.
Well,
people are model afflicted, aren't they? They're really model afflicted.
Yeah. Rain Day, what evidence do we have for all of this that you said?
Well, it's in FU.
Huh?
Franklin University.
Franklin University.
No, I'm just kidding. I gotta go though. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, don't have any discussions without me. Seriously.
Don't worry, man. Without you, world cannot continue. Come back, and then we can have the meaning of life, please.
Yeah.
Oh, the meaning of life now?
Yeah, come back because without you, no meaning of life. Please come back. Now, Andy, I have a question from you. From if you are on scale from 0 to 100 of intellectually honesty, and if your scale is 0, what shall I do?
Not talk to that person. I don't know.
Okay, and we are still speaking with him, and that means that's good.
Yeah, I often say my truth for me is like Tourette's. I just can't help it. It just comes out, and I honestly feel that if I tried to keep it in, it'd make me unwell.
Not that I realized that, Andy. He told me that.
Oh.
Yeah, but he used the word asteroid. We're on an asteroid.
I mean, that'd be curving then, would it not?
Well, he didn't give a definitive shape to it. He was listening to tell Orion, so. What is the shape of an asteroid?
You know, Miggy, that asteroid, that disk has cone down with the Earth, something like that. You know,
Could
in the
say
space,
it's the shape of a shape of a potato. Is that fair to say?
I don't know, some kind of rock cone with a disk on the top. Did you get it? Down it's rock, and it's going to the like a cone, but on the top it's a disk, and everything is in the space, of course. Then he's not. Then he's not spherical.
Sounds like he's on something right now. He's telling us based upon his trip.
Did anybody see the moon last night? Because it was bizarre.
Yeah, she was
It
gorgeous, man. That's nice.
was yellow and big and full, and oh my god! I took a picture of it. I was like, gee, just couldn't stop looking at it at one point. But I thought it's the weekend, some shit's going down. You know it's going down, and lo and behold, some shit did go down. But I don't really feel comfortable talking about it. It wasn't to do with me. Well, somebody I used to know. Let's just put it that way. Somebody got injured in a thing. So yeah, I think these things definitely affect people, and it just looked bizarre. I don't know. I don't know what it looked like where you were, but in the UK, whew. I mean, it looked beautiful, but just bizarre as well.
It's pretty neat.
It's weird when someone from your past gets injured because, like, you know, I still got feelings for that person, and you don't know how to feel about it. It messes you up a little bit, doesn't it? It's like, so I think I'm just going to send him a card or something like that.
Don't forget, we're in the middle of Speculation Sunday, so if anybody has any more speculations.
Maggie, do you remember that we spoke, Elijah, that this is not the moment? That guy, when he said gravity, I asked so many flat earthers and they don't believe in gravity. Okay? My question will be, okay, that's all right, you heard that. But why you don't ask this question immediately before that question? I heard that your flat earthers saying that there is no curvature in reality. You understand?
Yeah, because
Like pointed out that point, what we are all, that first point, that main point. Okay, put it that main point, then we'll speak about gravity then in 10 points there or 20 points. You know? Because he could say, I heard that you all flat earthers saying there is a lack of drop of over distance. You know? And that you don't believe in drop over distance, I heard.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta check on my chicken, man. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the math is. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know.
Okay, I'm back. You there?
Some of us are here.
I'm gonna say, what is bedrock?
Sasha, I think that earlier what you were talking about, most people just aren't capable of forming their own rational thoughts. So when they're taught to believe everything they're told, they can't disconnect one thing from another to make that kind of assertion, I guess.
Which is?
You were saying why would someone ask about gravity when you have the curve of the Earth in question?
No. I know that they will say that. I mean, I know that they will ask that and they will discuss about it. But my point is, it's like if somebody knows really, if somebody go into that really,
Well,
then
only what we were told in school, right? What is gravity? When an apple falls from a tree.
Yeah. I'm saying that question. Okay, that's the question, but it would be like this is like a tricky question. It's a you don't believe, but I have an answer for that. How you can believe in something what is not proven?
What's not proven?
If gravity,
what's not proven?
Gravity?
Yeah, like, do you know of some sort of gravity anomaly that you need to know about?
No, do you know what it is, gravity? Then we can speak.
It's a force coming inward, I'd say.
No, it is not a force. Look at this. I'm not saying that. That's saying the most famous astrophysicist is saying that it is not a force.
Oh, so it's just some going inward?
But look at this, the most famous astrophysicist, if you ask him, what is gravity? He will answer this, I don't know, next question. But you know what is gravity. That's for me strange. And then people asking why you don't believe in gravity. How I can believe in something if even the clever guy doesn't know what it is?
Well, I'd say, what is a black hole? Isn't that gravity pulling something in?
Black hole is gravity holding that, and what that has to do with the Earth? It's a word. Like this word is doing everything. It's a container. It's pulling down. It's a force. When it's should to be force, then it's not a force. Then it's a black hole. Then it's a relativity. Then it's keeping all water, even if it's moving.
Okay, so I guess my question would be: is there a gravity on Earth?
Is it unicorn blue or white?
It's any color you wish it to be, my friend.
Yeah, that's the same with the gravity. Does gravity do this or that? The same question. Is it unicorn? Does unicorn it's denser in air or unicorn is denser in the water? Can you answer me that question?
Well, I guess I would say, from what I know of gravity, it's a single point where stuff's coming to. So, does that make sense? Like, it could be like your microwave will turn it into a gravity object. Everything would go to that microwave.
For me, gravity doesn't mean anything.
So it would be force then? Force is what keeps you on Earth?
What force?
Oh. Yeah.
Because force is doing something. What force is doing here? You can measure the force.
I was going to say something like magnetic force, something that attracts you.
Magnetic force is magnetic force. That's not gravity. Magnetic, it's magnetic.
Yeah, well, let's just say it's not just metal. You know what I mean? It's everything. I'm just saying magnetic. Something that, keep your flesh and bones on the ground.
So are you making guesses here, or is that what you
Well, that's
believe
what
that
gravity is, right?
No. Did you hear me? Now you're saying what is gravity, but most clever guy doesn't know what it is.
No, I'm saying if there was a word for it.
But my question is this again: can you, if I ask the most clever guy who is science communicator for this world, what is gravity, and he say, I don't know, what that mean?
He is yet to understand what gravity really is.
No, if scientists, if you want to call him scientist, but it is not, tell you that he doesn't know what something is, how I can know then if he doesn't know? If you did
Hold on, I'm repeating your question in my head. Go one more time.
if you are studying, or I don't know, you are PhD in something, you're a clever guy, and I'm asking you what is gravity, and you answer me, I don't know about how. Why you answer me, I don't know? Because we are speaking about something what is doing something.
It's hard to. I wouldn't
Ryan,
know,
why?
my friend. I do not know that question. I keep
okay, great.
I keep playing it in my head. I can't answer it.
Okay, great. Maybe because you're thinking that something pulling us down. That's the force. Maybe. Do you think that's the force?
Let me try to rephrase it. If you go to a doctor and you think there's something wrong with you, and you say, "Doctor, here's my symptoms. I get, like a fruit grows from my hand and then drops to the ground, or when my leaves, like my hair, falls out of my head and it falls," and the doctor says, "Well, I don't know what that is. I don't know what would cause that." Would you then come back and say it's gravity? And the doctor would look at you and be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then you'd have to articulate what you think you mean by that. The doctor doesn't know, but you know. So what should the doctor do for you?
Oh, this is good example.
I guess the same thing would apply to how does the water stay on the Earth when it's not floating out into space.
Yeah, the same question. Not only that, that water should to move 66,000 miles per hour to go around the sun. That is slow speed, what you said before.
I said it could have started slow to get caught into an orbit.
I'm telling you how much it's going in a model. And where? Do you know that it's in vacuum of the space?
No, what is this vacuum you speak of?
Vacuum of the space, there is no air. It's vacuum, And do you know how much is big that vacuum?
So does that mean there's no resistance?
I'm just outside.
No. And plus, you need to have container for that vacuum to keep that vacuum. That means that space is contained if it's vacuum.
So then that means Something's keeping space in, keeping a vacuum.
No, that means that you have gas pressure on the earth. You don't have that space vacuum. Because you're breathing now. If that system is open, you will not breathe now. Especially with these speeds. Because in your head, I will tell you, in 1 hour, you are 66,000 miles left in the vacuum. In 2 hours, you are 132,000 miles left or right, choose direction, whatever direction you want. Then in 1 day, man, you are.
So there is no gravity in space?
What's gravity, man?
Or whatever, there's no force pulling you on this dang rock of ours?
No. What force? I'm walking now through my room. There is nothing pulling me down. I'm walking and...
Okay, go do a push-up then. What's pulling you down?
Me? I'm going down and pulling myself down and going up.
So your body just weighs that much and that's why you're going down?
Yeah, because my body is moving through the air. It's normal. If I'm in water, it will be a little bit different because it's more dense.
So weight is pretty much determines buoyancy or whatever?
Yeah, whatever, but you can demonstrate that. Gravity you cannot demonstrate. It's obvious, you know. If you drop something in the air, it will fall down. Why? Because you are dropping something in the air. It's more simple than that. I don't know.
Yeah, feather versus an anvil.
Yeah, whatever. Some balloons something will go left, right a little bit, but mostly, yeah. Why? Because if you drop something in the water, it will not be the same result.
You drop a feather or an anvil in the water, I don't know, I think, depending if the feather dives down right, it could beat the anvil.
You drop the helium balloon and it's going up. You release any gas and it's going everywhere.
So what is the Earth made of?
Earth. Earth.
It's just
mountain,
dirt? That's it?
Dirt. Mountains, rivers.
Is there molten core or is it just like a big old...
Molten core?
Yeah, is it just golden material?
Yeah, molten iron core. How much deep is that?
But if it can't be like...
How we know that?
Round, right? It's gotta be like
if you
a
notice,
sliver
it's like
or like,
out there.
You know what I mean? It's gotta be...
I know what you mean, but how we know that something is molten iron core in the middle of something, but is not sphere?
Yeah, but I mean, but in the middle, that feature has got to be pressurized and hot, right?
I think it's even better bullshit than all other things. They make a hole like a 7-8 miles, and that molten iron core should be at 3,959 miles. Maybe a little bit less, but doesn't matter. Somewhere between
it just doesn't sound deep enough, though, to me.
It's somehow like if you never cut the apple, it's like this, and you peel the apple.
So just cut that bitch right in half, right? And there's a little core with 2 seeds in there, right?
Yeah, but if you peel the apple, you will never find out what is in the middle of the apple.
Yeah, it's like almost impossible. You gotta be like that worm, and you gotta fucking go in there deep.
Yeah, but for now we are on the on 0.01% of that.
Well, yeah, we can kind of get a base measurement from the ocean, right? Like how from the surface of the ocean to down to the deepest trench.
We can measure also distance on ocean, from point A to point B and see how much it's curving.
Right, and then you can kind of then kind of get a shape then of what the Earth would actually look like without the ocean?
Shape. For that, you will need God. I don't know. Somebody who can go or whatever to have that eye to see all entire. That's impossible.
No, I think they got a satellite that's going to the sun right now.
But you cannot have satellites, you know. You need to have open system to go in that, you know, open system. But you don't have that open system.
Yeah, well, with basic instrumentation, we should be able to figure it out from like reports of whatever submarines that's been so deep. You know what I mean? And be like, okay, it's this far to here, this far to here, this far to there. You know?
Yeah. Satellites that we use for Earth, actually, they use, to be simple, just flat math. But when it comes to satellites that are on their way to the sun, they don't have any optical equipment in the way that, you know, cameras do, or you know, the way of our eyes, how our eyes see. It's not what they have on them.
No, they sent an advanced LiDAR telescope to the sun. I forget what it's called, but they did that.
It's a radio telescope.
Yeah, well, anyways, it's supposed to
Not anyways. You understand what I'm telling you? You know the difference between, you know, your iPhone or your Samsung or your Android or your camera. This telescope doesn't have optical equipment like that. It's a radio telescope.
Really, like it sends out the signal and then it gets it come back and it reads it.
Yeah. If so.
Hey, Rain, you should describe to Elijah what you think the Earth is.
Oh my God! Does he really need to hear this too?
I don't think he's heard it.
I think it's better if you don't tell him.
Yeah, maybe. We're gonna be doing Schrodinger's Earth. Depends on you think what. It could be something that you want to hear. Maybe it's not.
Well, then I'll let you whisper it to him.
All right. So basically, Rain says that it's a comet that's slow moving.
Covered in water.
And it's physically attracted to the sun.
Well, let's stop.
It got caught in the sun's orbit.
Let's stop at the very first thing. Slow moving comet. Is the galaxy
I said comet, meteor,
no, bro,
whatever.
Listen harder. Listen harder. Is the galaxy moving slow?
I think it is, yeah. Isn't it say it's expanding?
What moves faster, the galaxy or a comet?
Listen, bro. I just said what I thought it was.
What's this listen bro stuff?
I said it was
aggressive. I'm sorry. You're interrupting me. It sounds a little passive aggressive because you said it's slow moving like a comet. Now comets have certain speeds, but I know for a fact that since the Earth is supposedly traveling with the sun and the sun is supposedly traveling with the galaxy, I wouldn't think that was necessarily a slow moving comet.
Well, so what if it's not a planet? Then what would it be?
I'm sorry. You're the one that said it's like a slow moving comet, and I just had to.
Well, you know, Pluto, you know, what happened there?
I mean, would you just retract that statement? I mean, instead of doing this weird, well, you know, I'm just listening to what you said. That's all. Maybe it's not like a slow moving comet.
Well, then it wouldn't be a comet. It wouldn't be an asteroid. And it wouldn't be a meteor. It would be some chunk of something that attracts water or something that is cold enough to make it frost over to create ice. And then millions of years of that, it just got water on it. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, in order to debunk my situation, we were talking about measuring the distance of the ocean surface to the deepest parts of the ocean. To get a
Debunk
real,
your situation.
to get a real geological or geographical situation on the Earth.
Did you say geological?
Geographical is what I meant to say. Thanks a lot, smartass.
I'm just saying, man. You're the one that said it. I'm just repeating what you said. On this,
hey, I told you I'm not the smartest guy in here. All right.
It's not about being smart, Rain. Come on now. You're obviously somebody who can, imagine things, and you could say.
Yeah, I get bullshit with the best of them, right?
Well, that's all we're getting at the moment.
Somewhere in the middle, you get it. You said geometry; it's important.
Yeah, but you really like the idea that the Earth is hurtling through space. So space is a real. It seems to be a real.
All right. Well, I don't know if it's space, man. What do you call the stuff between us and the moon?
Though you
is that some sort of like some anti-gravity or something?
Anti-gravity.
Yeah, that makes it so that it stays there and comes around our planet.
Rain, your concept of the cosmology is that we're an ever-expanding universe. That's what you're talking about. Every time you say,
"Oh yeah,
things up in
because
the
we
sky.
are expanding." Yeah.
Now, how do you know that? What do you mean we are? How
well, I guess what some douchebag told me about space. Okay.
Yeah, but why do you got to believe that douchebag and then you become another douchebag that says it? You see how that works?
That's why I just retracted that statement.
So let's not be a douchebag and repeat what other douchebags are saying. How about that? See how that works? That's what happens when you repeat what somebody else says without any knowledge. It's not about you knowing that. It's just you're repeating what some other idiot is saying. And then guess what? You become the idiot.
Thank you, Master Mayhem, for pointing that out.
I'm just saying, bro. These guys are out there telling us a story, and you either can validate that story or you can invalidate it, which is like what we're doing here. So if you're saying that some guy told you this thing or teacher or whatever, then whenever it is that you say, okay, how do we know that that's true? Right? That's the next step.
What about the meteor and the stuff like that?
Yeah, all that.
Oh,
all that
dude,
stuff.
there's no way nobody told me that. You kidding me?
Well, how did you come up with it?
Oh my God! You look at a map.
A map?
Or look at the, or a globe.
Okay. What about it?
Yeah, go put one up in Discord here. Let me see it. What channel is it in?
Live stream voice text. I don't know if you got perms. Let me see. No, you don't. Hang on. All right, now you can.
What channel did you say?
Live stream voice text. It's the text channel right above the voice channel you're in. I don't think you found it.
Yeah, the Bill Nye with the globe twirling.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Why can't I carry the 35 more